Did you think in July of 1986, when the court issued the bifurcation order and the order that you get counseling before you have visitation with the children, did you think that it was unreasonable for a judge or any impartial observer to be concerned about your interaction with the children?
Absolutely, because it was based on nothing other than Dan Broderick's attorney's opinion of me and my actions and whatever. There was nobody else there.
In July of 1986, you had already driven the car into the front door. You had already attempted to burn coral reef. You had already left these messages. You had already had these conversations with Danny and Rhett.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as soon as that's not evidence.
Sustained on the basis of compound question.
Well, you indicated yourself that some of those messages were left on Memorial Day weekend, which was May of 1986. The bifurcation order was in July of 1986.
Are you sure it was 86 and not 87?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you think that it was unreasonable for someone at that point, based on that type of conduct, to be concerned about your interaction with the children?
Dan's attorney to be concerned about my interaction
judge.
was totally inappropriate. Well, the judge had no one of any stature to tell him he was concerned about anything except Dan's attorney.
Well, you're not denying that those things occurred.
I'm not denying those things occurred.
And based on the fact that they did occur,
But did you
was
hear?
it unreasonable for a judge?
Your Honor, objection. There was absolutely no hearing at that thing, and she knows that.
No, there was a hearing, Judge. That's not true, and that's not the question.
Just rephrase the question. The judge was aware of those things occurred. And finish your own question.
The question is, did you think it was unreasonable for a judge to be concerned about your interaction with the children in July of 1986?
I think it was unreasonable for the judge to not have been informed of what happened to me and what was being done to me on a daily basis that might have precipitated someone acting like that.
And you did have an opportunity to be there at that hearing, and you called up and said you didn't want to be there.
I didn't say I didn't want to be there. I
You
said
said
I
you weren't-
could not get an attorney, that I had daily appointments with attorneys every single day. If you look at the diaries, before that day and after that day, I could not get a San Diego attorney to represent me. And I'd already been taken
you
advantage of in LA because of the 4-hour notice. So
When
I
you
was,
contacted Mr. Hargraves later that year, did you do anything about going back into court to change that custody order?
Mr. Hargreaves wasn't on the job long enough to get there. He only was on the one
question
hearing.
was, when you contacted Mr. Hargraves and when he represented you between September and December of 1986, did you do anything about going
mean
back into
November
I'm
and
gonna
December.
object. We've gone through this before.
She's on cross. Overruled.
He only represented me November, December for the one court hearing of emergency support. We never progressed on to anything else. That was the only issue at hand then.
Besides leaving those messages on the answering machine, there were other things that you intentionally did to harass Dan Broderick. For example, taking his picture, correct? You followed him around at Kim's graduation and took his picture.
No, I don't have any pictures of Dan at Kim's graduation at all.
You didn't take his picture and Linda's picture at the graduation?
No.
You did take his picture and his attorney's picture outside the courtroom when they
Yes.
showed up for hearings, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did, just once.
And you'd walk up and you'd put the camera in their face and take a picture of them,
I
didn't you?
took a picture of two men sitting on a bench, yes. And when I went in court,
Two men sitting on the bench?
sitting on a bench, yeah.
Are you talking about Dan Broderick?
And his attorney.
Okay, well, so you're not just two men sitting on the bench. You walked up to court while they were waiting for the hearing, and you took a photograph of them before going into court, correct?
From quite a distance, yeah. It wasn't harassing them or anything.
Well, they felt it was, didn't they? They said
I
something
thought it was
about it.
very funny that they wanted to seize my camera and seize the film. And in court that day, by coincidence, I had Tricia Smith's file with me, my file on Tricia Smith.
Excuse me, Mrs. Broderick, that's not my question. You've answered the question, thank you. You thought that it was funny to take their picture, yes?
No, I didn't think it was funny. I took it for my files. All my files have a picture stapled on them. Tricia Smith's picture was in Tricia Smith's file.
And you needed to have a picture of Dan Broderick for your files?
I didn't need to have a picture of Dan Broderick. I needed a picture of Mr. Barry. I didn't have a picture
Well,
of
you
him.
took pictures of Dan at the children's soccer games. When he would come to the soccer games, you'd go up to him and you'd take pictures of him there.
I don't remember taking pictures of him. I took pictures everywhere.
Did you testify last time that you took a picture of him at the soccer game?
Maybe I did. It wouldn't have been any big deal.
referring to volume 8 of the trial testimony, page 26. Does it refresh your recollection that you indicate?
I took pictures of Dan at soccer games, it says. I took pictures of everybody everywhere. So
Well, you knew, I mean, Dan wasn't just everybody everywhere. You knew that it was harassing to him when he'd show up at a soccer game to walk up and take a picture of him, didn't you?
I didn't walk up and take a picture of him. I mean, if he was in some, I don't even know what pictures you're talking about because I don't remember Dan at any soccer games. But if
Well,
Dan,
obviously, when you testified before that you took pictures of him at soccer games, obviously he had been to soccer games and you'd taken pictures
if he
of
said
him.
I took a picture of him at a soccer game, I must have taken a picture of him at a soccer game.
I'm not saying he said that. You said that, Mrs. Broderick.
Okay, so now what's the question?
Didn't you know that that was harassing to take pictures of him at the
I
soccer
don't
games?
consider that no, and I don't think he did either. It would have been outdoors. What would have been harassing about someone with a camera at a soccer game? It was probably a
When you-
video camera.
When you went into his house at Cypress, you knew that there was a restraining order in effect, correct?
I didn't know, but he
Well-
led me to believe that the one from Coral Reef transferred over there.
Well, let's just talk then about after 1987, after you'd had contempt hearings. It was very clear to you at that point that there was a restraining order and you were not supposed to be in the house at Cypress, correct?
As a matter of fact, in 1987, there was no legal restraining order in effect. There wasn't.
After you were held in contempt, was it not made clear to you that there was a restraining order? The restraining orders were again placed into effect and the judge advised you of that.
In 1987, when I was found in contempt, there were no legal restraining orders in effect, but after he found me in contempt of non-existent restraining orders, then new ones were issued because they were made aware for the first time that there weren't any in effect, and they've been holding me in contempt of things that didn't exist.
Well, let's assuming that that's your interpretation of what happened.
Mhm.
The question was, there was no question in your mind after 1987 that there was a restraining order in effect and that you were not to be in Mr. Broderick's house.
Right.
And you didn't care. You never followed that restraining order. You went in whenever you wanted, correct? That's what you testified to.
I was over there a lot, yeah.
And you went in the house continually in violation of the restraining order, correct?
I was in the house a lot, but I didn't touch anything or harm anything or anything. I'd go to see lizards and snakes and,
You knew that there was an order of the court.
right,
You knew that there was animosity between you. You knew that the court had made it very clear that you were not to violate that order and go in the house, correct?
right.
Did you think that you had a right to just violate restraining orders, or do you think everybody has a right to just violate them?
I just went in when the kids wanted me to see things and stuff.
So you just
If he
felt
wanted
that-
to find me in contempt, he would have. He always did whenever he felt like it.
Well, you said that you never touched anything when you went in the house. That's not true. You stole things from the house on several occasions, didn't you?
I removed that T-shirt in 1989.
People's 44 is a letter that Linda was writing to Dan's parents. And you stole that letter. You went into his office and you stole the letter, didn't you?
I think that's the same day as the T-shirt in 1989.
Did you go into his office and look through his things and find this letter and steal it?
That was on the desk in Dan's den where we were on the telephone.
And you
I
wrote
believe.
a letter and you rewrote the letter and sent it to Dan's parents, correct?
Uh-huh.
And is not the date at the top of this August 7th, 1988?
Well, that's when it is, and that's when it is.
So it was obviously at a different time than when you went in and you stole the T-shirt, correct?
No, I don't remember when I stole the T-shirt. I don't remember. That letter was announcing their wedding, so I didn't realize they announced their wedding that much earlier than the actual wedding.
So you went into his office and you found a letter and you stole it and you took it home and you rewrote it and you sent the rewritten, your version of the letter off to Dan's parents,
I
correct?
think I sent both versions off so they could see. I'm not sure.
And your purpose in doing that was to hurt Dan,
Was to tell the truth.
was to tell the truth. And by sending this letter that even you, I'm sure, would admit was not a very nice letter to Dan's parents, did you not have the intent to hurt Dan by doing that?
I had the intent to protect myself, protect my children, and to tell the truth.
Okay. And so hurting and upsetting his parents was a way to do that?
If he was hiding behind colossal lies and hurting me and the children in the process, I guess that was my decision, yes.
And you knew that sending a letter like this would be extremely upsetting to his parents. There was no reason to
I think
send
his
it other
parents-
than to hurt or upset somebody, was there?
I think his parents, like my children, like everyone else, needed to know the truth.
Was there any reason to send that letter other than to hurt or upset somebody?
Yes, I've answered that, to tell the truth. If the truth hurts or upsets people, that's too bad.
You also went into the house and stole the wedding list. That was on another occasion, correct?
That was not in the house, it was on the front stairs.
Well, Lee testified that it was on a table inside the foyer there.
I don't think she did testify to that.
I object to that.
Curious recollection will prevail. Yes, we stand.
You knew that the wedding list obviously didn't belong to you.
Obviously, yes, it was left on the front stoop for someone to come along and pick it up,
And you also
and I
thought,
came along and picked it up.
and you also thought that that was funny. You thought it was funny to take the list.
I thought it was funny, and I thought it was very useful to me, legally.
You also went in the house and took pictures of the house, correct? Did you walk around the house and take pictures of the house?
I don't remember.
You haven't admitted that before? That you,
I take pictures all the time of everything. I don't specifically remember taking pictures of the house or why I would have done it unless there was something in the picture for some reason. I take pictures of everything.
you also went through his office at one time and found this list that you claim that he wrote about that serving you at the bishop's luncheon.
No, that was in the desk in the garage in Coral Reef, when we lived in Coral Reef. September, October 85. He didn't have a den in that house.
You went in the house the day after the wedding and ripped open that envelope from Linda's sister.
I was in the house the day after the wedding to pick Kim up to go to brunch. I didn't touch any envelope.
You didn't rip open any envelope that Linda David testified to?
No,
Nothing like that ever happened.
not that I know of. I was in the house and I met Dennis Broderick in the house and Larry Broderick and Kathy Broderick and everyone was there. And I took Kim to go to brunch and Kim was so sick she couldn't go, so we didn't go.
Your Honor, perhaps this would be a good point for a break.
All right, take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Have a nice lunch. Go ahead.
Isn't it true, Mrs. Broderick, that Judge Joseph said to you on May 4th, 1988, at one of these hearings, I don't think that Mr. Broderick considers this court to be a friend of his on a social basis, and I don't consider Mr. Broderick to be a friend of mine on a social basis. I know of no special relationship between us. I have seen him, as I have hundreds of other attorneys in San Diego County. One of the reasons that this case came to this court to begin with is I believe there have been challenges of other judges, and I felt that I could handle this case in a fair and appropriate manner. Didn't Judge Joseph tell that to you?
I don't remember him saying that, but that's completely opposite of what he did say the first time I met him in a courtroom.
Showing you what's been.
I'm not questioning if it's in there and that he said that, but that is not what he said the first time I ever laid eyes on Judge Anthony Joseph. He said he had worked many, many years on committees and things with Dan, worked very closely
And
with
this was
him.
in open court when, in front of other people and.
It was never open court. No, I've never been in an open court. From day one, it was a sealed court.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute, but it was in a courtroom, you're saying that occurred?
Yes. And we walked down the center aisle and he started saying, hi, Dan, how are you? To what do we owe the honor? And then it got to the subject of him being a friend of Dan's. I wouldn't have known
You were
that.
represented by an attorney at the time, weren't you?
Yes.
And you had filed a challenge against Judge Murphy before you were sent to Judge Joseph, hadn't you?
One of my attorneys had. I don't know which one.
You also said that Judge Joseph was part of this vendetta against you, part of Dan Broderick's vendetta against you. Isn't it also true that he told you directly I think Ms. Broderick feels that Mr. Broderick is filing these contempt proceedings somehow
Your
out
Honor,
of spite.
I'm going to object to this. This is improper.
Sustained.
What's the objection? Isn't it true that he told you that he did not believe that
Your
this?
Honor, it's an objection. This is irrelevant. What he said, she testified just as her belief.
Sustained.
Well, how can, may I, sidebar now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Did Judge Joseph ever tell you that it was not his belief that this was a personal vendetta by Mr. Broderick?
I don't remember him telling me that, but if you're in 1988, this is after I threatened him in writing to complain to the Judicial
Excuse
Council.
me, Mrs. Broderick, if you could just answer the question. You indicated you don't remember him ever saying that, is that correct?
Right, but I understand why he would be at this stage, why he's
You could
making a
look-
record.
If you could look at the transcript of May 4th, 1988, page 60, this paragraph here, and read it to yourself to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Yeah.
And isn't it true that Judge Joseph told you that he did not believe these proceedings were being filed out of spite or anything akin to spite? The court did not share that view.
I think he's covering his ass and he's lying because by this point, it was very obvious to the court, to myself, and to everyone else alive that that's exactly what Dan Broderick was doing. And there was no other reason for his ridiculous contempts in 1988.
And your testimony is that Judge Joseph was part of this vendetta and he was lying to you at each of these hearings and he was part of this whole conspiracy against you.
He wasn't lying to me. He was covering his bottom there
Well,
because
is
I had
that
already.
lying or not?
He's making a record in his own defense because I had already complained in writing that that's exactly what Dan Broderick was using the public courts and the
And was this
taxpayers' money for.
Was this because Judge Joseph had some personal vendetta against you?
No, but he was a friend of Dan's because that's what he told me he was.
And so you're saying that that Dan Broderick
Was misusing the public
bribed
court.
him? Dan Broderick
No, didn't need to.
just used his influence on Judge Joseph and Judge Joseph is a crooked judge.
Your Honor, I'm
No.
going to object this argument.
Sustained.
Well, you're saying he's lying, he's covering his
I think there's a
bottom.
lot of influence peddling going on that doesn't involve signatures or records or money at all. But
And the
it's
fact that
very
you were
real.
held in contempt didn't have anything to do with your conduct in violating the restraining orders?
They were, by that point, they were the most ridiculous, stupid contempts. Right, they had nothing to do with reality. It was just insanity. It wasn't hurting Dan Broderick or me or anybody else to not let Danny take the bishop's exam, which I believe is what that one was.
Well, let's just talk about the contempt hearings. Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 85, I have three posters actually, 85A, B, and C.
And their poster boards, calendars.
Yes, of calendars, 85A is 1987, 85B is 1988, and 85C is 1989.
All right, so marked.
The first contempt hearing before Judge Joseph, where evidence was taken, was on April the 2nd, 1987, correct?
I don't recall exactly the date, if that's what the court papers say, yes, but I was served with contempt in
Excuse me,
1980.
Mrs. Broderick, if you could just answer my question. Was the first contempt hearing where evidence was taken before Judge Joseph on April 2nd, 1987?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If that's what you say, yes.
We'll put that one up in a minute. Let me show you the transcript of that hearing and see if it refreshes your recollection as to the date. And I believe the court has already taken judicial notice of this date. April 2nd, 1987.
If that's what that says, yes.
And on that date, you were held in contempt on one count. You were found in contempt on one count. You were sentenced to 5 days in jail, but that sentence was suspended, correct?
You know, I can't do any of this from just memory. Can you refresh
you
my
rem-
recollection of what that supposed count of contempt was at that point?
Do you remember the first hearing before Judge Joseph and the fact that you were sentenced to some time in jail and that sentence was suspended? You were not actually ordered to serve any time in jail at that hearing. Is that not correct?
If that's what the papers say, that must be correct.
And at that time, the judge warned you that if the conduct continued, that there would be jail time.
If you could just tell me what conduct we're referring to, maybe I'd remember more. Are we talking about 85 conduct, 86 conduct, 87 conduct? What was the contempt charge that time?
Your Honor, I have to have an instruction from the court that I cannot
Well,
engage
this is,
in a colloquy here.
okay. You can't ask her question, Mrs. Broderick,
Okay,
but
well,
I
I
think what
can't-
she's saying, Ms. Wells, is that she doesn't understand your question, so you can rephrase it so she can understand it.
At the first contempt hearing, is it not true that the judge warned you that if the conduct that leads to this type of contempt does not stop, the court will, based on its own judgment, not the judgment of Mr. Berry, not the judgment of Mr. Broderick, will be required, frankly compelled to have jail time. I don't want to, ma'am. That's not my way. It's not the way I like to do things. Didn't Judge Joseph tell you that after that first contempt hearing?
I don't know. If you have it there, I guess he did.
I'll show you page 7 and 8. Does it refresh your recollection to look at the last paragraph through line 8 on the next page?
I see what it says, but I still don't know which contempt this is.
It doesn't matter which
Okay,
contempt it
fine.
was. It's the first contempt on April 2nd. And did he not tell you that if your conduct didn't stop, and it was the phone calls,
Oh, it was?
Okay.
Well,
in fact, to refresh your recollection, it was the phone message that said, "Dear face, I'm not making one single cent of a payment on a car that has your name on it. Or am I insuring it or anything? So you're in deep shit, buddy. You've got bills piling up over here." Does that refresh your recollection about that first contempt hearing?
no, because I'm still thinking about all the other contempts in 85 and 86 and 87. What happened to those?
The court has taken judicial notice of the first contempt hearing that was on April 2nd, 1987. There were no prior contempt hearings. And if you want to take a look at the papers that were filed January 14th, 1987, before that hearing, and at the allegation with respect to that message, does that refresh your recollection now?
Not particularly, but if this is what happened on that day, yes.
And it was very clear to you at that time, one, that the court felt that this conduct was harassment.
Excuse me, can I see that paper again for just a second? That says Judge Murphy on it.
These are the papers that were filed.
But it was in front of Judge Joseph, but it has Judge Murphy's name on it? Is that
Yes.
how it goes? Okay, sorry. Okay.
One, it was made clear to you that that conduct was considered harassment by the judge, correct? And he told you that he felt, and he felt any reasonable person would feel, that this was harassing, annoying, and disturbing the peace of Mr. Broderick and the other members of the household. He also told you I can't help but comment that it certainly has to be annoying and harassing to a parent to know that children are being exposed to that kind of characterization of the person with whom he is having a relationship. He also told you that if the conduct doesn't stop, that he didn't want to, but that he would impose jail time. Is that not correct?
Probably right.
The next hearing was on May 28th, 1987, and at that time there were 6 counts of contempt. And you were held in contempt on 6 counts, and at that time you were sentenced to 25 days in jail, correct?
That's what the papers say, yes? No, I don't remember all these. It seemed to me I had literally hundreds of contempt things delivered to my house.
Well, you've seen the boards over there that have the markings.
Your Honor,
of what-
that states the evidence. We weren't allowed to put things that weren't in court records.
That's not true. Anything that was served on the defendant.
Anything that was served on the defendant, I think we've taken judicial notice of, and these dates I believe are on your exhibits, Mr. Rose, is that not correct?
Your Honor,
Are you aware of another contempt hearing, Mr. Early, that precedes the April 2nd that I did not take judicial notice of?
there are contempt hearings that will continue that are not on here because
Well, I'm talking about, was there another hearing at which any action was taken prior to April
there was
2nd?
no
All right,
hearing
then
where
that-
there was an action.
All right, then that's enough. Go ahead.
After you were sentenced to that 25-day sentence to Las Colinas, it is true that within 6 days of that your attorney filed a motion with Judge Joseph to suspend 19 days of that sentence, correct?
If that's what the papers say, yes.
Well, you recall that you got out of jail early. Patricia Smith
Right.
went to the court and made a request to let you out early, and the judge let you out early, correct?
I don't know how she did it, but yes.
Well, do you recall writing a letter yourself to Judge Joseph in which you told him, I request that you release me from Las Colinas. I understand what you don't want me to do. This has been an enlightening experience, which I do not care to repeat. I won't waste my time or anyone else's with these diversionary tactics. I appreciate the time you've put in.
Those are not now.
Certainly.
I'm reading, Your Honor, from an order of the court.
Show it to Mr. Early.
We can have it marked.
No. I was wondering if I could see the letter, not the court order.
The letter written by the defendant.
But that's what she's referring to.
And you the letter.
The whole letter. Let me have these marked, Your Honor.
Equals 86.
86, Your Honor, would be the order of the court.
$87.
If you could take a look at this order, Mrs. Broderick, and the paragraph that is cited by the judge with respect to your request to be released from Las Colinas. Did you make that request of him?
I wrote it, but it is not now and never has been my words. It was dictated to me by Tricia Smith, and I actually refused to do it, but she made me do it. The rest of that letter is all my words, and this very inconsistent little paragraph is tagged on the end of that letter. The beginning of that
May I
letter
have
are my
marked, Your
words.
Honor, is next in order.
87,
Letter written in Elizabeth Broderick's handwriting,
one page.
1 page.
Is there a date on there?
June 1st, 1987.
So Mark.
Yeah, 87. Is that your handwriting, Mrs. Broderick?
This is page 4 of a letter. If I could see 1, 2, and 3, then this was dictated to me as page 4. Page 1, 2, and 3 are my words and my thoughts to Judge Joseph at the time. These are not my thoughts, these are not my words, but it is my handwriting.
So you're indicating that you did not want to get out of custody? You weren't making that request from Judge
Let's get the
Joseph?
other 3 pages of the letter. And that's the letter that says you can sentence me to 25 years in jail. I will never stop trying to talk to my children.
Judge Joseph never held you in contempt for talking to your children, did he?
He held me in contempt for attempting to talk to my children. And the
Mrs.
phone
Broderick,
was the only way I had to talk
That
to my
message
children.
that we just read, did it have anything to do with talking to your children? Dear, I'm not making 1 single cent of a payment on a card that has your name on it.
Your Honor, I thought we were talking about the May hearing now, where she did get sentenced.
I think we're talking about the sentencing on May 28th, where she got 25 days and 19 later suspended.
Well, are you saying that you did not request from
I'm saying
Judge Joseph that
don't
you
take
wanted to
things
get
out
out
of
of custody?
context. Don't take things out of context, and
Okay.
don't say things are my words that were not. I never said those were.
This is your handwriting, right?
Correct.
And when you were held in contempt on that second hearing, wasn't one of the messages that you left, I wish you would save your money sending perfectly normal, happy, healthy, wonderful children to psychiatrists when you and the maniacs Did that have anything to do with talking to the children?
I don't particularly remember the messages. By this date in 1987, I was a ranting, raving, screaming, crazy person. I wanted a settlement. Dan would not settle. He
Mrs.
would not.
Broderick, excuse me, I know you said that. My question was in response to your statement before about this contempt hearing, whether or not that message was one of the messages on which you were held in contempt.
I don't know particularly, but these are my thoughts, that he was sending me and the children to psychiatrists, and he would not submit himself to any sort of therapy or anything. And what was wrong with me and the children were the troubles that he was causing us. If he would just give us a settlement and leave us alone, we wouldn't have to go to psychiatrists.
The messages that you were leaving on his machine had nothing to do with attempting to talk to the children, did they?
Most of them did.
After you were released from custody, after you or your attorney indicated that you wouldn't waste anyone else's time with these diversionary tactics, that was June 2nd of 1987. It was June 21st, within 3 weeks, that you left the message that we've already talked about to Kathy Lee. On June 21st, 1987, didn't you call? I believe you've already indicated that you did, with the message, my God, did you say Kathy Lee? Anyway, this is a message for the, etc. That was left on June 21st, 1987, correct?
I wouldn't know what date that was left. All I know is the day I got out of jail, I was served with more contempt papers at my house.
There were no more contempt hearings during 1987. The next one that was filed was in 1988, February 24th, where there was a hearing and you were found in contempt on 8 counts of contempt. Is that correct?
And fired Tricia Smith by this point. And so there were no other, yeah. So now I'm representing myself, I think.
And those 8 counts of contempt, they weren't just phone messages. They were phone messages. They were sending vulgar postcards. They were writing threatening letters. There was the incident of forcing Dan off the road, was the way he described it, coming into the house. There were numerous instances on which you were found in contempt on February 28th, 1988.
That's the
correct?
one I commonly refer to as the dogs, right?
Yes.
That included the dogs, yes. And I had just arrived home from a vacation and he slammed me with papers again.
Now, again, at that hearing, the judge didn't sentence you or punish you in any way. He essentially suspended the sentence. He
Oh,
found
no.
you in contempt. He sentenced you to 25 days, which he suspended. He sentenced you to a $1,000 fine per count.
Which is $9,000 or
And-
$10,000.
It's $8,000. There were 8 counts.
Oh, okay,
And
$8,000.
to attorney's fees, and it was all suspended. At that time, everything was suspended.
No.
Nothing was done.
No, that's not correct. The money was a fine imposed that day.
But you were not ordered to pay it. It was suspended.
No, I don't think it was. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it was. I had to pay it. I had to pay it. Dan actually kept it out of my monthly money. That was so nice of him.
Well, Perhaps you're mistaken and you're thinking about the May
No.
4th incident.
No, I'm not.
Isn't it true that on that hearing, on the February 24th hearing, that the judge had intended to sentence you to custody time, but that was the hearing that Dan Broderick requested that you not be sentenced to custody?
I believe that's the next one.
Showing you the transcript that's marked February 24th, 1988. If you would read that paragraph, does that not refresh your recollection with respect to which hearing we're talking
Did
about?
I know what page we're on there?
Certainly.
Page 107.
What is the question?
Does that refresh your recollection about the fact that the judge had intended to sentence you to custody time, but that Mr. Broderick requested there be no custody, and that's why he suspended the sentence?
I'm too busy reading the paragraph about the judge being frustrated.
Mrs. Broderick, if you could
Just-
please read what you've been directed to read and answer the question.
What's the question? Does this refresh my recollection about what?
Does that refresh your recollection about whether or not this hearing on February 24th, 1988 was the one in which Judge Joseph had indicated he was going to sentence you to jail time, but Mr. Broderick requested that there be no jail?
I don't remember that. I'd have to read this more in context and get everything straight.
Does he not say here to you, I had every intention, after reading the material, of imposing the days which had been suspended, and I'm still not sure that that isn't the right thing to do. That I know less about your family than you do, and Mr. Broderick does, and I hear Mr. Broderick saying to me that that's not going to help. It may even make things worse, and I don't want to do that. I do not want to make things worse.
That's what it says there. I'm sure he said it. I don't remember
And
him
he
saying
did
it.
not sentence you to, he suspended everything.
No, he didn't. That has to be wrong. Can we get the real legal papers? I had to pay that fine. Dan kept it out of my money at $2,000 a month, mandatory, sent to the city of San Diego for dropping the dogs off at his house.
Does he not say that the fines and the attorney's fees will be suspended, but will be reinstated upon any further violation of this court's order, which the court determines to be contempt? At this hearing, he suspended anything unless there were further violations of contempt. And it wasn't until May 4th, when there was a further violation of contempt, that he imposed that sentence.
Well, see, I don't remember it that way. I remember that in May 4th, then it was the $16,000 attorney's fees that were payable to Mr. Barry. But I think before May 4th happened, I had been paying at the rate of $2,000 a month, what I just said to you, to the city of San Diego, payable by Dan to the city of San Diego and taken out of my monthly money. That's what I remember. And I would have my monthly things to see if that's what in fact happened.
The last hearing, the last contempt hearing was filed on May 4th, 1988, correct?
Yes.
Or was heard? And that had to do with a message that you left that started with, listen, you insane asshole. I'm not accepting rent by cab, which is unsafe, so that I can be your maid and babysit while you continue your drunken afternoon with your office. Was that not, excuse me, just yes or no, was that not the message on which you were held in contempt on May 4th?
No, it wasn't.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit next in order?
88.
In order to show cause, rate contempt by the hearing date of May 4th, 1988.
Somewhere.
I'm going to ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that this was the declaration that was filed by Mr. Broderick with respect to that hearing.
Let me see it. You seen it, Mr. Earl?
What's that, Your Honor?
You've seen, if she wants me to take judicial notice, this is the declaration filed, have you seen it?
I'm sure he has, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm sure, yes.
All right, then I'll take judicial notice of it.
Judge Joseph never said at any of these hearings, and particularly at the February 24th hearing, never said, if you ever come back into court, you're going to jail, did he?
the February 24th one, no, it would have been the last one. The very last time we were in his courtroom.
And he
I
said,
said to Dan,
if he ever brings you back into court, you're going to jail?
Yes.
And is that somewhere in the transcript of that hearing?
I don't know if it's in the transcript or after it was over, but I know that the judge said to Dan, don't come back in here with these contempts and then surreptitiously argue that she shouldn't go to jail. The point of the contempt is to send someone to jail. So he told him not to come back unless she wanted to go to jail.
But it wasn't the last one that he argued against jail. It was the February 24th one that he argued against jail. And then there was another hearing after that. So obviously the judge wasn't upset about it at the February 24th hearing, was he?
That's not my recollection. And why my recollection is a mess is I was representing myself. I was an absolute nervous wreck. I didn't hear half of what went on.
Okay,
I didn't
assuming
realize I had been entrapped on the 24th to what happened on the 4th. I never
Assuming
realized that happened.
that that's not your recollection. Let's just talk about what in fact happened on February 24th, 1988. That was the hearing, was it not, in which Mr. Broderick argued against custody?
It may be the same paragraph you already read last time, but I think that no, this isn't what the judge said. No.
This is not.
It's what he said that day, but he said it more like I'm saying it the next time.
I'm asking you whether or not this is the hearing in which Dan Broderick argued against putting you in custody.
I don't know. This doesn't say Dan argued against putting him in custody. Mr. Brock saying to me that he's
If you
not
could please
going.
read it
Page
to
are we
us.
on, Your Honor?
Page 107.
Your Honor, that's not Mr. Broderick on that record. If we could have the page of Mr. Broderick is arguing.
I think it's the judge talking as to what Mr. Broderick told him. We've been through this once before.
Right, it's the
Right.
same paragraph.
I just read it.
But this is the hearing February 28th in which that request was made.
It was made then and it was made again on May 4th.
But it was made here
Okay.
and you came back into court on May 4th and you weren't sent to jail, were you?
The judge does not threaten in there. Don't come back in this courtroom unless you want her to go to jail. That was his precise and accurate threat the last time. Don't come back in this courtroom unless you want her to go to jail. Specifically, that doesn't say that.
And can you point to me anywhere in the transcript of the May 4th hearing where the judge says that?
I wouldn't know. I've never seen a transcript of the May 4th hearing, and I'm saying it could have been after the record was over, and he was just saying that to Dan as a person.
Your Honor, maybe I found a spot for the district attorney. So
Sure.
maybe-
Your Honor, counsel has a right to redirect. This is inappropriate.
Okay, I'll do it on redirect.
Fine. Either way.
Show it to her now.
No, that's okay. I'll do it on redirect.
There was never another action filed for contempt after the May 4th, 1988, correct?
I think so, yes.
Yes, there was not. Is that what
Right.
you're saying? Okay, so June, July, August, September, October, November, December, there were no actions filed in contempt. There were no letters threatening contempt, correct?
I don't know about letters threatening contempt. I don't know.
Well, do you have any letters that were threatening contempt?
88 to me is a blur. I don't remember anything going on in 88.
You indicated that you kept the letters that Mr. Broderick was sending to you that you thought were threatening, correct?
I kept practically everything and threw it in a box.
Okay, were there any letters that were threatening to file contempt actions in 1988 after that hearing?
I don't know.
Were there any letters that were threatening contempt at any time during 1989? Were there any actions that were filed, contempt actions? that
I know
were
I did
filed?
not go to court on a contempt because I would have been thrown in jail and I would have remembered that. But insofar as him threatening, I don't remember.
You testified that after your separation, that you didn't have any friends to talk to about the divorce. That you weren't able to talk to anybody about the divorce.
1985?
Your testimony was that after
Oh.
the separation, you had no one to talk to about the divorce. Divorce wasn't something that you could talk about socially or with your friends. Isn't it true that you talked about your divorce on an ongoing manner with all of your friends?
On a social, flippant, surface level, yes. On a real level, no.
You never talked about it on a real level with Gail Forbes?
No.
You never talked about any of your problems or any of your frustrations with Gail Forbes? Never shared
Gail
any
would
of
be
your
around the house when contempts would come, when papers would come. She was there when the picture came that day. So she would pick up little tidbits and stuff. But no, I never felt I had anyone I could go to and say, look at this problem. What can I do with it? I never went to anyone in that capacity.
You
But
never,
Gail picked things up about what was happening. She'd walk into my house and I'd be sobbing hysterically
well,
about
Gail
things.
Forbes was probably one of your best friends at the time, correct?
She was geographically the closest person because I lost all my other friends by being moved out of my neighborhood. So Gail was the only person I knew in that new neighborhood.
When you say you were moved out of your neighborhood, you remained in La Jolla, didn't you?
But you know what I mean, my neighbors, my street that I lived on for 10 years with kids and open door and coffees and
So
my friends were no longer there on an unexpected basis. These are friends that you don't write an invitation, come for coffee. They were just people in and out.
And isn't it true that people like Helen Picard came for coffee in and out all the time? People like Patty Monahan came
Helen
for coffee?
Picard and Patty Monahan did not resurface in my life until end of 87, beginning of 88, and they both testified to that. I didn't
So are
see
you
either of them
indicating-
for 5 or 6 years. They weren't there for 83, 84, 85, 86. 87, I believe, was there, both of their testimony. They
Yeah.
came back in my life late 87.
So are you indicating then that you did have friends and people to talk to as of 1987?
At the end of 87, yeah. But I wouldn't have talked to them.
You didn't talk to them about your divorce?
I told them what was happening that day, but I didn't talk to them at a real level of look what's been going on here, besides which nobody wanted to listen.
Well, isn't it true that you lost some of your friends because that's all you would talk about was your divorce and about everything that was happening?
I lost most of my friends through moving out of the house, through losing the children, and through being cut off from the Bar Association social circle. So those were the 3 large categories of friends that I lost by contact. You know,
And you're indicating that from moving to Coral Reef to your house in La Jolla Shores was a cause in losing your friends?
just the kind of friends that are around every day and stuff. I wasn't going to call people and say, look what legal paper came today.
Didn't you continue to have contact with all of your friends in the investment club? Didn't you
The
talk?
investment club was one morning a month for a few hours. We talked about investments.
And you talked about your divorce.
Actually, the investment club in 87 and 88 was at my home. And so they would see the boxes and boxes of papers. But no, we had to talk. We talked business. It was very structured. We did not sit around and talk about anyone's divorce.
So you're indicating at the investment club meetings that you didn't talk at all about your divorce. You tell the other women there what was going on in your divorce.
They would see the papers, and I did have to accept attorney phone calls during meetings sometimes. So I would miss the meetings because it was in my home.
The question was, Mrs. Broderick, did you talk to them about your divorce and what was going on in your divorce at these meetings?
Somewhat, but we didn't hold a meeting on it.
You still had friends, for example, Ann Dick was still a friend of yours, Judy Backus was still a friend of yours, Wilma Engel was still a friend of yours, Candy McCarty was still a friend of yours. You still had tons of friends.
They're my friends, but I didn't really see them much. I didn't go out socially. I didn't call them up and do things. I'm thankful that they're still my friends, but I didn't really see them much.
Well, there wasn't anything that was preventing you from sharing any of your feelings with any of your friends if you had wanted to, was there?
Yes, my own personality. This was a very private kind of thing, and I couldn't go into detail with anyone it was none of their business anyway.
You couldn't go into any detail about your divorce and what was going on, and you kept all this stuff very private? Is that your testimony?
No, people were there and would see certain highlights. You know, people knew the highlights. People knew about banging the car into the door. Doesn't everyone now? People knew about the burning of the clothes and things. But they didn't know anything about what was going on day to day with the children and with the legal thing. And I wasn't going to tell them. Why would I tell anyone? They couldn't help
Isn't
me.
it true that you were telling people consistently about all of these things that were going on? That, for example, your friend Candy McCarty described how if someone would see you in the grocery store and say, "Isn't it warm outside?" you'd start talking about the divorce.
If Candy McCarty saw me in the grocery store, that would have been once in 2 or 3 years. I didn't socialize with Candy McCarty, and I probably said, I'm really going through hell and I have to go to court and I can't get a settlement and something like that. But that's not filling her in on what went on for
When
6 years.
When you went out to Warner Springs, did you not sit down and talk to everybody there and tell them about the divorce? Tell them about all the things that have been going on, people that you didn't even know well?
No, there was a lady that was there for the Notre Dame game in 1989, and she had 3 or 4 little children. And she sat at a table with me, and I was by myself, and we were watching the Notre Dame football game, and I said, my children are there, and I wanted to make sure they were dressed warm enough and stuff.
Is that the only time that you were indicating that you talked to people at Warner Springs about your divorce?
I did not talk about the legal stuff of the divorce. I mentioned that my husband was at Notre Dame with my children, and he was remarried to his office girl, things like that.
Other than that time, which was in 1989, did you have any other conversations at the times you were out in Warner Springs with people about your divorce? You're saying that that's the only time?
Well, if I met anyone and they wanted to know, who are you and what are you doing with your life and stuff, that's what I was doing with my life, was trying to get this divorce settled, but I can't think of any particular people. I didn't keep it a secret. It was the only thing going on in my life. But I didn't have the emotional support of anyone through the whole thing,
In fact,
except Ronnie Brown.
okay, you had Ronnie Brown. Ronnie Brown was a good friend, and you talked to her about it a lot.
I
You had
met her.
Diane Black.
I
She
met
was a good friend.
I met them in late 87, 88, I believe.
And you sent out that Christmas letter way back in 1987, where you certainly weren't keeping your problems private, were you?
No, I think we're talking about the same things, but different things. I didn't keep the fact that I was going through an incredibly messy divorce private, but I didn't speak about particulars.
This letter that you sent out, that it was purports to be a Christmas letter dated Christmas of 1987, you don't think that that's talking about your divorce or talking about any of the specifics of your divorce?
I don't know if it talks about legal specifics, but it describes the situation, yes. By Christmas of 87, I was shouting from the rooftops. I was desperately looking for help.
Well, okay, now I'm confused, because you're either shouting from the rooftop and telling everybody about this,
The
or
general
you're not
picture.
talking to anybody and you're keeping it very private. Which is it?
It's both. The general picture, and I was looking for help. I've already testified. I called all sorts of agencies, including the district attorney's office, looking for relief from the legal situation I found myself in. So I was talking in generalities, but insofar as close emotional support on a day-to-day basis, I didn't have any. And so it's the same thing, but different things, if you understand that.
This picture that was sent to you, that you claim was sent to you in the December of 1986, which is a picture of Dan and Linda. It has the little yellow sticky attached to it. You claim that that was sent to you right before Christmas of 1986, correct?
It was late 86. I don't remember exactly when. November or December 86 is my recollection.
And it is true, obviously, that's not signed. It's not signed by Linda. It's true that anybody could have sent this to you, correct? In fact, it says, the yellow sticky says, it must kill you to see these two happy together, correct?
Correct.
And you know, as a matter of fact, that Linda has always denied ever sending that letter to you, correct?
She's never denied it to me or anyone else that I know of, no. She's never admitted it, but she's never denied it either.
You were aware through your children that she had denied ever sending that to you.
No? I know my attorney told Dan to make
Excuse me,
Linda cut it out.
Mrs.
Okay.
When you were sent this, how were you sent?
I don't remember now, in an envelope with a typed outside anonymously.
What kind of envelope?
I don't remember now.
Why didn't you keep the envelope?
It didn't occur to me to keep the envelope, I'm sorry. Maybe I did keep the envelope, I don't know.
You
Stapled
indicate, this message that's on this, it must kill you to see these two happy together. You've indicated, well, that's typed, right?
Mhm.
And you said the envelope was typed too, right?
think that's why I knew it was anonymous, because there was no handwriting.
And you've also testified that you knew that Linda Colcana didn't type.
Correct.
Was anyone there when you received that letter?
I believe Gail Forbes came that day, but I don't know that anyone was there when I opened it up specifically. I know Gail wanted to destroy it. She tried to start taking it from me and rip it up.
And you didn't want to destroy it. What you wanted to do with it was send it out to everybody who knew Dan Broderick, correct?
I didn't have any of those thoughts before I got it. When I got it, I thought it was pretty tacky and awful of Linda to have done that. I didn't think Dan did it.
Well, a lot of people challenged you on whether or not Linda had actually sent this. A lot of your friends even said, how do you know Linda sent this?
Not a soul said that,
Not
no.
a soul?
Nope. It was pretty
On the record,
obvious.
what exhibit that is?
Yes, Your Honor. People's Exhibit,
It's defendant's exhibit.
Defendant's Exhibit, double Y, I believe.
All right, go ahead.
What you did was that you took this and you made it part of your Christmas letter and you sent it out to all of Dan Broderick's friends, correct?
No, I didn't send it to Dan Broderick's friends.
You
I don't
sent it to
even
your
know
friends?
Dan Broderick's friends. I sent it to certain people who knew us long-term in our marriage.
And the reason you did that is because you wanted people to dislike Linda.
The reason I actually did it is because her hairdo and my hairdo are so strikingly, we're so strikingly similar in those pictures, it's sick. That's why I did it.
But you've already.
I wouldn't have cared if they didn't like Linda. I certainly
You-
wasn't out looking for friends for Linda.
And you didn't like the fact that other people liked Linda, and you didn't want people to like Linda. And so you sent this out to everybody, telling them that Linda had sent that to you so that people would think, oh my goodness, what a horrible person Linda is.
No, that's all very convoluted. I didn't know anyone liked Linda. Anyway, no one came to me and told me they liked Linda.
Isn't it true that you testified last time, if other people knew she sent me this, they would not have thought this was the nice person that they thought she was?
Well, that's true.
So you obviously had a motive to send this out to people so that they wouldn't like Linda.
I know that Linda acted syrupy, sweet, and innocent around everyone, and she was not syrupy, sweet, or innocent in reality.
Well, you never had any contact with Linda, personal contact.
No, I got it all through the kids.
Okay.
And,
And
oh,
this
excuse me.
Excuse me.
Oh,
This
I was going to
indicates
fix that answer.
that this little yellow sticky says, it must kill you to see these two together, and kill is in capital letters, correct?
Yes.
The rest of it is not.
Right.
And that's the way you wrote this diary entry, when you wrote, there is no better reason in the world for someone to kill than to protect their home, possessions, and family. The rest of it is not capitalized, but that word kill is capitalized, correct?
Maybe I got the idea from that note. That's 2 years later. Can I fix that answer about Linda? No?
You also indicated that you received some wrinkle cream ads at the time. Where are the wrinkle cream ads that you received?
I don't know where they are, but they're around somewhere because they were in an envelope and stuff. And I happened to see them on 2020 the other night. So somebody found them.
You have no idea where they are.
No, they were just newspaper things and they didn't have any writing.
And were they sent in envelopes?
Typed envelopes with no signature, no nothing.
And you didn't keep the envelopes?
I think I did. I know I wrote save for attorney on the last bunch that came in 1989. The first bunch, I don't think I saved the envelope. There was no way to trace anything.
So you indicated that you kept them, you saved them, you put them in an envelope, save for attorney?
The 1989 bunch,
And you
not
Don't
the
know what happened to them.
1986 bunch. I don't know what happened to the 1986 bunch. The 1989 bunch, I wrote on the envelope they came in, save for attorney, in pencil.
When you testified about these wrinkle cream ads last time, you never said anything about them being in an envelope or putting them in an envelope hold for attorney, did you?
The 1989 ones?
Either one of them. You never said anything about that.
If someone asked me, I would have said that, yes.
Well, you were asked about the wrinkle cream ads.
Did you
That were
ask
sent?
me where they were and what I did with them? Because I do remember saying I wrote on an
Did you
envelope.
show that envelope to anyone?
It was
That these
on
wrinkle
my,
cream ads came in?
it was on my kitchen counter. It said save for attorney with all the other legal mess. It could have gotten moved to the condo. It could have gotten moved to the storage garage.
When the wrinkle cream ads came in and they were in an envelope, and they had in a typed envelope, anonymous typed envelope, did you show them to anybody?
Who would I show them to? I lived alone.
Well, you
I didn't-
showed everybody who came over to your house, you showed them this.
And
Everybody that came over you showed, didn't you?
In 1986, 3 years earlier, if people were in my house the week that came and it was on the table, it was quite fantastic.
Didn't
that
you
came.
continue to show this to people in 1987 and 1988 and 1989? Whenever anybody would come over, this is what you pulled out to show them, didn't you?
No, I didn't have it on,
Well, you
I
pulled
didn't
this
keep
out.
it handy.
You pulled this out to show people, but you didn't pull out the wrinkle cream ads to show them?
It's in my diary what came and what dates it came, I believe. It's all in the diary.
My
I didn't make-
question is, did you show them to anybody else? Did anybody else see them?
Maybe Gail did. Ask Gail what she saw the day she saw that.
When you killed Linda Broderick on November 5th, 1989, were you still angry about that letter?
Well, it's hard to say, it's just not, again, particularly, that was not particularly on my mind.
Did that have anything to do with your state of mind that morning?
That particular item isolated as such, no.
Yeah, were you thinking about
No,
it
I
on
wasn't
November
thinking
5th,
about that item.
1989? Were
No.
you thinking about back 3 years later when you claim Linda sent this?
No,
Were
it
you
was
angry
just
about it?
it was just an accumulation of all the vicious, mean, evil, ratty things she had done. There were no particular incidents.
And you were angry about that accumulation of all of the mean, ratty things, and that's what you were thinking about when you were driving over to her house.
Angry doesn't cover it, no. Angry is what I was in 1986, and scared and stressed is what I was in 1986. By 1987, I was terrorized and a destroyed, distraught, depressed person. By 1989, anger doesn't even come close to covering what was going on.
You indicated, you testified that you never used the word before you received this in December of 86. You received this in December of 86, that's when Gail Forbes saw it. Gail Forbes used that word, and from then on you used the word, correct?
I heard Gail use the word, talking about someone at Great Carey that she thought was after her husband, and she said, that girl is a c-. And I knew it was a really bad word to use. And so I heard Gail say that. That's not in relation to this picture.
That's what isn't it true that you testified last time, that it was in relation to that picture, that when you received that picture, Gail Forbes used that word, and that's the first time you ever used that word?
Gail Forbes looked at that picture and said, this girl tried to destroy it. And from that point on, Linda was forever the c-. But I had heard that word and used that word earlier.
And you had used it to refer to Linda, too.
Probably. I mean, I don't know who else I'd use it to refer
Well,
to.
didn't you last time specifically testify that you had never used the word before you received that letter?
I didn't recall ever using the word cunt.
And it had to be pointed out to you that you had used it at least a year before, correct?
I would only use it in relation to Linda.
Okay, but that's not what you testified to last time, is it? You said you had never used it before, you'd never even heard the word before, until Gail said it in relation to that letter.
Well, then I misspoke. I heard Gail use that word, and Gail admits that's where I heard that word from. And I thought it was on that exact date, but it was earlier. And I knew that that was the worst word you could use to describe a really foul female human person.
And you were using that word at least as far back as 1985 as well to describe Linda Cooking.
Maybe. I don't recall such, but maybe.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit next in order?
89?
Bill from Adelaide's, dated December 31st, 1985.
So marked.
Showing you People's 89, do you recognize that bill?
We went through this last time. I recognize the bill, but when I wrote that stuff, it doesn't have anything to do with the date of the bill.
What did you write on the bill?
I do not want to pay for these ugly flowers you sent me before you went off with your...
And you wrote that back in 1985, correct?
I don't know when I wrote that. I don't know when I got that bill.
Well, you sent this back to Dan Broderick because you didn't want to pay for the bill, right?
I don't know if I did that. It sounds like that's what I would have done.
Isn't
But I
that
don't
what
know
you're
when I
saying?
did.
I do not want to pay for these ugly flowers you
That's what it
sent?
says, but
You
I don't
sent
know.
it back to Dan Broderick.
I don't know when he would have sent that bill to me that I could have sent it back.
May I have marked as People's 90, a letter dated January 24th, 1986?
So marked.
Do you recognize this letter that was sent to you from Mr. Broderick referring to that flower bill?
I guess so, yeah.
And that's dated January 24th, 1986. So within the next couple of weeks, he sent you back a letter indicating that the flowers were not the flowers that you were referring to, correct?
Yeah, I'm still not, we never straightened that one out.
What's not straightened out?
That bill never got straightened out because it wasn't, that letter says it's a bill for things I hung on my front door and it wasn't. And it wasn't a lot of
But
money.
there
so
isn't
I
any
just let it
question
go.
that you were calling Linda in December of 1985, is there?
That's when I wrote that on that paper.
The flowers, you testified about some flowers that he sent you on November 6th, 1985. Dear Bets, I know under the circumstances, I know the circumstances will make it impossible for you to have a happy birthday this year. But I wanted you to know that the kids and I are thinking of you and hope you start to feel better soon. Love, Daniel. Was this something that you're indicating he was sending to you because he was intending to be cruel and vicious?
For the record, what I said,
Referring to Defendant's Exhibit II.
thank you.
A normal birthday card wouldn't say, I hope you feel better soon. It would just say, happy birthday.
Well, isn't it true that he had brought the kids over? He'd taken them out to buy presents for you, and he brought the kids over to give you the presents, and you wouldn't open up the door?
I don't know where you got that story from, but we've all been laughing a lot about it. Nothing like that ever happened.
Well, you indicated yourself that you weren't feeling very well in November of 1985. This was the month after you indicated that he had filed the divorce papers. You indicated that he had taken Linda to the Oktoberfest, and you indicated yourself that you were going crazy at that time, that you were upset, that you were anxious, that everything was falling apart.
I was
So-
very nervous, very scared, very threatened. I had been through a lot the previous 2 years, but I felt fine. There was
And he was-
nothing physically wrong with me. This was more of the same, you're crazy, commit yourself, let me lock you up, let me take care of you.
Does it say anything about you're crazy in this little note?
No, it says, I hope you feel better soon. I was not sick.
And the flowers that he sent you on Christmas. Bets, I hope you have a Merry Christmas. Love, Dana. Was this intended to be vicious and cruel and mean?
Worse, that's the same Christmas he took the kids to Utah with his newly introduced secretary sleeping in a 2-bedroom condo, denied them any access to me, any Christmas decorations, any family tradition, and he has the nerve, and he's threatening me to get the furniture out of the house, or he's throwing it away, and he's threatening me with contempt, and he's filed for divorce, and he's moving to his mansion, and then he has the nerve to send me flowers? Merry Christmas?
Well, we already talked about that threatening letter about the furniture. You indicated that you did want the furniture, correct?
The furniture, we had one set of furniture. If Dan Broderick was moving to another house, I was not going to take beds and chairs away from my children and leave my children on the floor.
In 1985, before he went on his trip with Linda, for the Christmas trip, he sent you a letter telling you that you could have the kids for Christmas, asking you if you wanted the kids for Christmas, correct?
He probably did.
I have marked as People's 91. The letter dated December 2nd, 1985.
So marked.
Did he not send you a letter saying, I plan to go to Park City from December 21st to December 26th? Dear Bess, I would like to take the kids with me. On the other hand, if you would prefer to take them somewhere at my expense or want them to stay with you for Christmas, that will be all right with me.
Is this the one that goes on to say I have by 5 o'clock on a certain day to let him know?
The time for making travel arrangements is rapidly running out, so please let me know of your plans by 5 p.m. on December 6th. If I don't hear from you by then, I will assume it's okay. with you if I take the kids with me.
I got that letter after his deadline. So he can put December 2nd, 1985 on it, and he can put his deadline of December 6th, but it's a typical Dan Broderick funny to mail it late, and then I get it after the deadline. And there was nothing I could do about it because, oh, you were warned.
In your diary of 1985, don't you indicate on December 3rd that you were informed of the ski trip with Linda?
That's what it says.
3 days before that letter
But that
was.
doesn't mean that doesn't mean I was informed from that letter. I found out from the children.
The
about
fact of the matter is that you found out that he was going skiing with Linda for Christmas.
That letter doesn't say that.
Well, you said you knew that he was going skiing.
From the children.
Okay, you knew he was going skiing with Linda for Christmas. You didn't want him to go off and have a merry time with Linda skiing, and so you forced him to take the 4 kids with him.
No, he could have gone off and had a merry time with Linda. I wish he would have, but I needed a place to keep the kids and beds to put them in and a home to have them in so that I could have Christmas with them. And he wasn't offering me any of those things. I was still in
And
the
he had
empty
to offer
house.
those things before you take the kids for Christmas.
He didn't offer anything. He only
Okay, he had
offered
to
was
offer
that
something
deadline.
before you take them. Is that what you're saying? You had the opportunity to have them under some circumstances, didn't you?
Your Honor, objection
No, not really.
overstates the evidence.
Overruled. You answer that.
No.
The same thing happened in December of 1986, where he sent you a letter describing how you had agreed that he was going to have Thanksgiving. You were going to have the kids for Christmas for 2 weeks, but you wouldn't take them because he wouldn't give you the $6,000 for the skiing trip, correct?
That's the $2,000 that he sent for the skiing trip. And that's when Hargreaves was on. And that's when I had no money October, November, December. And that's why I couldn't take the kids skiing that year.
Okay. And may I have marked as People's 93,
I too.
92, a letter dated November 19th, 1986.
So marked.
Thank you. Do you recognize this letter referring to the arrangements for Christmas in 1986?
There's no copy to me on this letter, so I don't know if I've ever seen it. It's to Bill Hargreaves with a copy to Thomas Ashworth.
The first paragraph refers to the arrangements that had been made for Christmas of 1986. Does that refresh your recollection about the arrangements that had been
2
made?
weeks ago. This is so typical Dan Broderick. It was agreed upon with whom? What is he talking about? I have agreed to contribute $2,000. He was not speaking to me. We hadn't agreed to anything. But he
Mr.
puts
Broderick, you just testified a little while before that he agreed to give you $2,000 and you didn't
through
think that was
Mr.
enough.
Hargreaves. Through Mr. Hargreaves, I was informed that I could take the kids skiing. My friend Mary Beth Woods and her husband and her 3 children were going skiing in Utah. We were going with them. I made the reservations and went ahead to plan for a ski trip. It wasn't until the very bitter end that $2,000 was all that came for the ski trip, and I couldn't
Plus the
do that.
$10,000 on November the 19th.
The $10,000 of the community property that I got was a regular support payment that is fully spoken for before it gets there. I
Okay.
could not take kids on a $10,000 ski trip with that money. That money was payment money, house payment money and things.
Okay. If I could just have marked as People's 93, an ex parte stipulation dated December, no, it was filed, dated December 9th.
7986.
Yes.
So marked.
If you could just identify this as the stipulation that you've referred to where Mr. Broderick agreed to pay $2,000 for the Christmas trip, as well as to send the additional $2,300 on the Campstead loan.
I was not a party to this. My signature is not on it. I don't know about this thing. And I don't think I ever got that money anyway because I didn't go skiing, so he didn't send the $2,000.
In 1988, you did have the kids for Christmas. You had them the first week of Christmas vacation all the way up through Christmas morning, and then Mr. Broderick had them the following week, correct?
Yes, and I was going to court representing myself in a major trial the day after Christmas, so I don't even remember the kids being there.
So are you complaining that you had the kids for that week?
No, I'm
Christmas?
complaining that every Christmas I was in court or had things pending or trials coming, and whether I had the kids or not, it wasn't really much of a Christmas. That I was losing sleep and staying up all night trying to represent myself in a major trial that started the day after Christmas.
And for December of 1989 that was coming up, you knew also that you were going to have the kids for Christmas for the, in fact, Mr. Broderick had indicated you could have them for the full 2 weeks of Christmas vacation.
Now, I don't know that he said that. In the court paper that I got in January of '89, I was supposed to have them for half of Christmas. And the letter that I read on November 5th informed me again that I would be in litigation over Christmas again. Because if he was going to file contempt and put me in court, we're in November, and here we go again.
The day
November, December,
before-
January.
The day before you killed Mr. Broderick on November the 4th, you were there when Danny had a conversation, when he called his dad to find out for sure what was going on for Christmas. And he had informed Danny that he could have Christmas, that he was going to spend Christmas with you. Helen Picard was right there when Danny told you.
We had in writing a verdict that was given in January of 1989 that spelled those things out without question. I didn't need any phone call with anybody. Those
Okay,
things were
but
right
the-
in the verdict.
But the phone call just confirmed again that there wasn't going to be any problem with that he wasn't objecting to that there wasn't going to be any problem with Christmas of 1989.
There shouldn't have been. I had a verdict that gave me certain things. I don't know particularly what it said that year, but it was a verdict that said 1 year you, next year them.
Ms. Wells, might this be a good time to take the afternoon recess?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Please remember the admonition.
Thank you, Your Honor. With respect, Mrs. Broderick, to the warning that you indicated that Judge Joseph gave to you about going back to jail if you were found in contempt again. If you would take a look at the May 4th, 1988 contempt transcript, page 63, starting line 17, and read through the next page, line 7. If you just look at that, does that refresh your recollection of what you're indicating with respect to his statements to you? And Judge Joseph was indicating there to you that his first concern was for the children and the difficulty that was created for the children and not wanting the children to suffer, correct?
Yes.
And he was also indicating his frustration at the contempt hearings and at holding you in contempt and the continuing contempts.
Frustrated with the progress of the case, yes.
He indicated that he felt that you were obviously an intelligent person, you understand the orders, and no matter what your frustration level is, you must resist the impulse to make the same statements over again in any manner where they can be heard by Mr. Broderick or the children or anyone else who's a resident in that house.
Right.
And he indicated, I expect you to comply with these orders, and if you don't, you're going to be back here, and I'm going to make a decision. And no matter what the fact and the decision is, you're going to be back in law school.
Right.
There were no other contempt actions filed against you after this, correct? I believe you've already testified to that.
Right, except the November 5th letter.
Now, you testified last week that you wanted Danny to take the bishop's exam. You were frustrated about the fact that he missed that exam, and you were angry at Mr. Broderick, and you said, quote, "Why are you doing this to your children? You've had your good education. Why are you doing this to the kids?"
Yes.
It is true that Francis Parker, the school that Danny was going to, is a very good school in San Diego.
Yes.
Correct? It's a very well-known private school.
Yes.
And so they were obviously getting a very good education at Francis Parker.
Right.
Danny had always gone to Francis Parker, correct?
Yes.
And it was close to where they lived in Marsden Hills.
Yes.
And he was doing very well there. He was getting good grades. During the
Yes.
time that he lived with Mr. Broderick, during those years, he was getting very good grades and being a good student.
Yes, Danny always got good grades.
And Rhett also went there with him as well.
Yes.
The school liked them both.
Uh-huh.
And the psychologists felt that that was one constant in their lives that was good for them and that they should stay at Francis Park.
Well, I wouldn't have known what a psychologist thought at that time because they weren't telling me what they thought.
Okay. The fact that Danny did not go to Bishop's and stayed at Francis Parker obviously did not affect their ability to get a good education, correct? They were getting a good education at Francis Parker.
Yes.
Now, you also testified with respect to the children that there was an everyday, constant, ongoing problem with them having no food, no milk, no cereal in the morning.
That's what they would tell me, yes.
Now, is your testimony that in 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, that this was a constant, everyday, ongoing problem that they had no food in the morning?
The breakfasts were an ongoing problem, yes.
In
There were
1980
times when it was a little better and it quieted down. But basically, they would complain to me that the mornings, especially, whether it was a weekend or a school morning, that there was no breakfast food in the house that they could fix themselves and there was no one there serving them.
In 1989 and 1988, when Sylvia Cavins was working there, are you indicating that they were complaining that there was no breakfast food?
I thought Sylvia was a good babysitter and she had maturity and stuff, but yes, they still complained to me about the specific breakfast foods and no milk and no cereal and no fruit. And
You had indicated that you had disagreements or you didn't like the various babysitters that Dan had over the years. You had problems with them. It is true, though, that for the last 2 years, or the 2 years prior to Mr. Broderick's death, Sylvia Cavins was working there, and Sylvia Cavins was a very accomplished and good babysitter housekeeper.
she was a mature person that had good judgment, and Dan treated Sylvia better than he had treated the real young girls he had earlier. And he respected when she requested a change or something, and she was okay, but
The fact of the matter is that there wasn't any problem then with the babysitters or the care that they were taking for at least the 2 years prior to November the 5th of 1989.
the problem being that I didn't want my children having a babysitter. That was the last 2 years when I was determined I was going to get my children back.
You indicated that the babysitters, that Dan couldn't keep any of the babysitters because they couldn't stand him. Isn't it true that the babysitters all liked him very much? Or Sylvia Cavins liked him very much, Robin Tuua liked him very much, Linda David liked him very much, Marta Shaver liked him very much. They didn't quit because they didn't like Mr. Broderick.
Well, you didn't bring in the ones that didn't like Mr. Broderick. There were a whole bunch of other ones with other names and other times, and you're only dealing 87 beyond.
Okay.
There were
so
lots
we'll
that quit because
we'll
they
go
hated
backwards.
Dan.
Sylvia Cavins was there for the 2 years prior to November the 5th.
I'm not sure if it was a full 2 years, but she was there for a while.
She indicated that she was hired in December of 1987, so 2 years less 1 month.
Okay.
And prior to her was Linda David, who was there for at least approximately a year.
Mhm.
And prior to her was Robin Tuua, who was there for approximately a year. So that the prior 4 years were those babysitters who there really weren't any problems with.
All I know is what the babysitters that I knew told me,
Okay.
that there were lots of problems and they didn't like Dan, and he was cold to them and he wrote them notes and he was never happy. And I had Marika was the main one that complained to me.
Well, Marta Shaver was the first one who worked for him back in 1985 when he first
She
moved
wasn't,
to.
I don't think she was the first.
She was one of the first. She
one
was
of the
there for
first.
quite a while, correct?
I don't know how long she was there, but I think there was a girl with curly hair there before Marta.
Well, did you think that your kids were being starved, that they didn't have any food
Back then, yes.
in 1989, in 1988, in 1987? Is that what you're saying?
89, 88, 87.
Yeah, let's forget about years and years ago. Let's talk about the 2 or 3 years before
As
November
the children were
5th.
getting older, they were always complaining to me that there was nothing in the house, and that's how Rhett got hit by a car, as he got on a bike to go up to a Jack-in-the-Box to get French fries after school because he was starving and no one would give him a snack or something. So they would complain like that to me. I'm sure when Sylvia
Did you really
was
think
there.
that they were starving?
Only what they told me.
No, I know,
didn't
but
think-
did you really take it seriously? Did you really
Their
think they were
complaint-
starving, or did they want some junk food, or?
Their
I mean, was-
complaint was there was dinner food for Dan. And when Dan came home for dinner, the family sat down to a dinner. If Dan did not come home, they were sent up to University Avenue for fast food, and they didn't get a dinner.
Okay,
And there was not snacks, there was not fruit. And remember, please, that the babysitters were not there on the weekends, Friday night, Saturday, or Sunday, and they were never there for lunch or mornings, even during vacation. And summers were a huge problem because the babysitters didn't come until later.
was this something that you were thinking about on November the 5th, 1989, when you drove over to Dan Broderick's house?
Not specifically, no.
Did it have anything to do with your state of mind that morning and why you were angry?
Everything that took place for the previous messy years built up, but no, not that specifically.
And you have indicated that as the children got older, obviously the problem was not getting worse. The problem, if there was a problem, was
Getting
certainly getting better.
Yes, definitely.
We've already talked a little bit about the attorneys that you hired. You had indicated that no one would represent you because they were afraid to go up against Dan Broderick. Obviously, that wasn't true with respect to Dan Jaffe. He was not afraid to go up against Dan Broderick, and he was willing to represent you, yes or no?
Sort of, not yes or no, as he has testified. He did not want to represent me because he was in LA. But he
Did that
felt,
have anything to do with being afraid to go up against Dan Broderick? He wasn't afraid to go up against Dan Broderick.
no, but he didn't want to be bothered either. And he wasn't a San Diego lawyer.
Did Bill Glexman indicate that he was afraid to go up against Dan Broderick? He was willing to represent you, wasn't
But
he?
he wasn't a San Diego lawyer. That
That's-
statement was made about San Diego lawyers.
Okay. Did Bill Hargraves indicate to you that he didn't want to represent you because he was afraid to go up against Dan Broderick? Obviously not, right? He represented you and he wasn't
He was
afraid to go up.
anxious to take this case and go up against Dan Broderick.
As
so
were
that he could
many,
make
many
himself
attorneys
famous.
in town, weren't they? It was
There were a
good
lot of
case.
incompetent attorneys that solicited this case at night at home and were dying to represent me in this case.
So only the incompetent ones wanted to represent you and all the competent ones wouldn't do it. Is that what you're saying?
That's how it worked out, yes.
Tricia Smith wasn't incompetent,
No, but I hadn't heard of her in the beginning.
but that's not what we're talking about. She was willing to take your case and she wasn't incompetent and she wasn't afraid of Dan
But I
Broderick.
hadn't heard
was
of
she?
her when I was looking for an attorney in 1985.
Okay, well, so then there wasn't a problem as of 1987 when you hired Tricia Smith, correct?
And she was in Del Mar. I was, looking for a San Diego city attorney, she was
Is
in
that
Del Mar.
why you fired Tricia Smith, because she was in Del Mar?
No,
Okay.
I fired her because she couldn't get anywhere against Dan and it was a colossal waste of money.
The fact is, even Mr. Hargraves, when you talked to him about the fact that nobody would take the case, everybody was afraid to go up against Dan Broderick, he talked to you about the fact that that wasn't true, that there were 7,000 lawyers in San Diego, many of which would willingly take this case.
That's what I've said to you. There were lots of them that wanted to get involved with the case for the notoriety of having it. Just getting to know Dan Broderick would have been a feather in Bill Hargraves' cap. He wanted to be a participant in this case because of the mediation and stuff. It would have been
Okay,
a great
what if-
feather in his cap.
What about B. Snyder, Rebecca Prater, Sandra Morris?
I'm sorry, Rebecca.
Prater, Prater. Those were all good, competent lawyers who would have taken the case, wouldn't they?
Well, I didn't know how good they were then. B. Snyder herself was going through a divorce and cried at the one appointment I had with her. I was referred to her as a wonderful attorney. She broke down in tears and cried about her own divorce at my appointment. And I thought, well, I guess she's not really in quite the shape to take on my case. So that's why I didn't hire her. And Tricia Smith ended up being in her own divorce during my case too.
And what about Rebecca Prater and Sandra Morris and the other attorneys that were recommended to you? None of them quite fit the bill for what you wanted, did
None
they?
of them were like Dan Jaffe, correct. Dan Jaffe, and there was a man in North County, Hennenhofer. Hennenhofer would have been exactly the kind of attorney I needed.
When you hired Tricia Smith, you thought Tricia Smith was exactly the type of attorney that you wanted.
Right?
That's what
I
you
thought she
said,
was good. Mhm.
okay? In February of 1988, you fired Tricia Smith.
Yes, in the courtroom in frustration. Excuse me, I don't think I fired her. I told her I didn't want her to represent me on that contempt order on one of those days, the second to last one.
Well, you also completely and irrevocably fired her from representing you in any way, shape, or form, didn't you?
No, I didn't. In fact, I wanted her to continue and represent me on the divorce, as did the judge in the courtrum that day.
Your
She
Honor,
was
may I-
just not representing me for those contempts because I thought they were a waste of time and money.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 94, a letter dated January 18, 1988.
So marked.
Did you not send a letter to Tricia Smith saying, "So much for your Ruth Roth idea. I have felt totally unrepresented by you since the summer of 1986. I have felt raped and robbed by your methods of extracting fees, always in advance of any services. I can no longer afford the emotional or financial strain of calling you my attorney."
I don't know if I ever sent her that letter.
Okay.
I know I wrote it because I was extremely frustrated about the waste of money and her not getting anywhere. I was
Do you
just,
recognize that letter?
I recognize my writing. I don't know if I ever sent it. I wrote a lot of things that I never sent.
Well, do you recall at that hearing in February of 1988, Tricia Smith telling the judge that she had just received a communication from Betty Broderick indicating in no uncertain terms that she did not want me to be her attorney for any purpose any longer?
I don't know if she's referring to this letter, but that was not the discussion as I recall it in the courtroom, if you'd read on.
If you would take a look at the transcript dated February 24th, 1988, page 1, the yellow portion, does that refresh your recollection about what Tricia Smith told the judge?
But so you have to read on for the discussion that ensued, is that I definitely wanted her to represent me on the divorce, but if that meant going into court on stupid waste of money contempts, I did not want to pay an attorney to waste time and money like that anymore.
Did she not tell the court that you had indicated to her, based on a communication, which presumably is that letter, in no uncertain terms that you did not want her to be her attorney for any purpose any longer?
That's what she said there, but
Okay.
if you keep reading on, it was agreed upon in court that she would continue representing me on the big picture divorce and that something would be done. And that's the same hearing where she
She never
complained.
continued to represent you. You fired her.
No, I didn't fire her.
You don't say even in your own book that you fired her? Wait a minute. I have fired Tricia Smith. I can't stand the emotional and financial cost of having her anymore.
When is that?
This is the
But when is it talking
recorded
about?
book. I'm just asking you at any point, did you fire Tricia Smith?
No, I really didn't fire her. We had, in the courtroom, I was totally frustrated with what was happening and the way that she took that check that we came up earlier, that there was a $221,000 check and she took half of it or something. And so I was frustrated with Tricia Smith, but I didn't fire her and I wanted her to stay on the case. And it's in these transcripts somewhere.
Did you say in your book,
She was getting nowhere.
did you say, "I have fired Tricia Smith"?
That's what it says, but I don't know at what time it's talking about. After Tricia Smith left
Did you
town-
say, "I can no longer afford the emotional or financial strain of calling you my lawyer"?
Right.
Did you also say that you had fired her because you thought she was kissing up to Dan Broderick?
That's about the friendly letter she wrote to Dan without a copy to me. "Dear Dan, I know you're getting this big check. If you'd send me this big check behind Betty's back," which wasn't printed in there, "I will send you back your half within 24 hours and I'll keep her half of this big check for my attorney's fees." I didn't even know that check was coming and I was very upset that she did things like that behind my back.
And
Your
you
own attorney is
fired
not
her.
supposed to do that.
And you fired her, right?
No.
You felt she was kissing up
I
to Dan
wrote things like
Broderick.
this, that I was getting very upset that she was doing things behind my back, and she charged me over $30,000 at that point and never gave me an accounting of why I owed her $30,000. And still has never yet done that. It was $37,000, I think.
did you not say in your book that now it was becoming more and more apparent that Tricia Smith was kissing up to Dan? By becoming a friend of Dan's, her career would be launched as one in the in crowd. Before taking this case, no one had ever heard of Tricia Smith.
That's true.
So her writing a letter to Dan Broderick about
Getting
the
money.
splitting of a community asset you felt was inappropriate.
The way she did it and the way that she would not let my books for a moment reflect that I got that money in. She did it very improperly, in fact,
Okay.
illegally. I have no
You
way to
also-
prove I paid her all that money.
You also, at the time that you fired, or at least that she indicated in no uncertain terms, you had fired her on February 24th, 1988, that at the same time you fired Brian Brennig, who had been appointed as the appraiser on your behalf. You fired Ruth Roth, who had been appointed to mediate the case. You fired the accountant that she had had assisting on the case. You indicated that you wanted to handle this yourself and had fired all those people.
This was, as I was going to say, the beginning of 1988. I was fed up with everything. I couldn't have fired Ruth Roth and Brennig and some accountant that has no name because I never hired those people.
But you knew that Tricia Smith had hired them on your behalf to represent you in this case. She was representing you. She'd hired an appraiser. She'd hired an accountant. She tried to get Ruth Roth to mediate. Everything was going along and moving forward.
Everything
And you
was
came
going
in
nowhere.
and fired them.
This is a year after I hired her, a 12-month calendar year. Nothing had been accomplished insofar as anything, a whole year later.
Right, but things were starting to be accomplished
No.
because these people had, okay. Does it
Dan Broderick
indicate,
never sent those records over, and this is
does it
probably,
indicate, excuse me, on February 24th, 1988, line 15 through 19, that you had also fired Brian Brennig?
that's what it says there, but I couldn't have fired those people that I never hired.
At the time, you knew that the court had ordered Dan Broderick to pay the fees for these people. She'd gotten an order for the court to pay, for Dan Broderick to pay $12,000 to Tricia Smith for her attorney's fees, $5,000 to Mr. Brennig to begin work, another $2,000 for depositions. This was money that the court was ordering Dan Broderick to pay, your expenses on the divorce, $5,000 to Tricia Smith's billing as justified, additional amounts as necessary on notice motion. You were aware of that, correct?
All I was aware of, he was ordered to pay Ruth Roth, and then she ended up suing me because he refused to pay.
May I have marked as People's 95?
95,
A minute order, dated April 2nd, 1987.
so marked.
If you could take a look at that minute order, does it refresh your recollection about whether or not the court had ordered Dan Broderick to pay the fees for these people?
Yeah, but I don't know if he did.
Well, they got fired.
A year later. That's April 1987 order. Now you're talking about
Do
1988.
you remember Dan Broderick having to go into court after 1989 to get a return of the money, the $5,000 that he paid
That was never
for Mr.
used.
Brennig?
That was
It
never used.
used, that's right. But he paid it, hadn't he? He had to go to court to get it
Paid it
back.
to Tricia Smith? He didn't pay it to me. I don't know who he paid it to.
He paid it to the accountant that was going to be representing him.
I'm not a party to that, so I wouldn't have known that.
You were present at the time that this order was made, weren't you?
Right, but I don't know if he paid and who he paid, and I know he got it back in 1989. He requested it back.
You were angry at Tricia Smith's representation of you from the very beginning because you didn't feel she was aggressive enough against Dan Broderick, correct?
When I hired Tricia Smith, I had gone through the Hargreaves, Glucksman Christmas of the no support and trying to get emergency support and the reconsideration. And looking back in my diary, from the first I hired Tricia Smith, I was calling her every day. I was hysterical. I needed something settled in early of 87. And as 87, the year went by, and I got more and more frustrated and more depressed and spent more and more money and nothing happened. I got extremely upset with frustration at Tricia Smith and the system and everything else. 87 was a
upset
very
because
bad year.
She wasn't being forceful enough.
Right, she wasn't getting anything done.
but she wasn't being forceful enough with your words. She
Well,
wasn't being
whatever it
aggressive
takes to
enough.
get something done, she couldn't get anything done. Nothing.
And when she didn't return your calls, this is what was causing so much anxiety and distress.
Right? She was getting married, she went on a honeymoon, her friend had a baby, she took vacations, she was not returning my calls, and I
She
was
had a life to live beyond representing you, is what you're saying.
very much so, and I was a basket case before I even found her. So I was very, very nervous and desperate to get something settled before she even came on the job.
And you referred to the letters that she had sent to Mr. Broderick, and Mr. Broderick sent to her regarding the sale of the Fairbanks Ranch. May I have marked, Your Honor, as equals 95.
96.
A series of 1, 2, 3 letters.
Well, all three letters marked 96?
Yes.
All right.
If you could just take a look at these letters and simply just identify them for me. Are these the letters that you're referring to, where she was writing to Mr. Broderick and he was writing back to her regarding how to split that $222,000?
You know, what's the question about this one?
Are these the letters that you're referring to? You indicated that you were angry about her letters to Dan Broderick, where he...
I've never
She
seen
was-
this letter before. All I knew was the one, this is a letter from Dan Broderick to Tricia Smith telling her about some check coming. All I was aware of was a letter from Tricia Smith to Dan Broderick, because I was never aware of this check coming at all, and none of these letters are copied to me. And I didn't even know this check was coming until it was too late.
Well, then how was it that you were upset about her overly friendly letters to Mr. Broderick?
When I went to her office and she was on vacation, I asked for the file and I saw this letter. The secretary gave me the file and I saw this letter with no copy to me, and I was absolutely flabbergasted. I had no idea about the money or anything.
So for the record, when you say I saw this letter, since we had several of them
At her office.
you're referring to the letter that's dated August 18th, 1987, where it starts out, "Dear Mr. Broderick," and it ends, "Very truly yours, Tricia Smith."
I think that's the one I saw, yes.
And that's the one that upset you because you felt that she was kissing up to Dan Broderick?
I thought she was doing things behind my back. She never told me this check was coming. And she obviously knew since the day before this letter, because Dan wrote to her and told her this check was coming. I had no idea the check was coming, and I did not approve of the way she handled her getting that check in her account and paying me back my half less what she said I owed her, when giving me no accounting whatever of how and why I owed her that much.
And you wrote a letter to Dan Broderick telling him, which is included here, telling him that you didn't want that to happen. You wanted the letter to be, or the check to be sent directly to you, correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
You wanted to report Mr. Jaffe to the state bar for his handling of the case. You wanted to report Mr. Hargraves to the state bar for his handling of the case. You wanted to report Tricia Smith to the state bar for her handling of the case.
No, only Mr. Hargreaves.
Do you not indicate in your diary here requesting attorney disciplinary procedures on Mr. Jaffe for non-action, on Mr. Hargraves and Tricia Smith for non-action?
What was the question?
Did you not, were you not considering requesting attorney disciplinary procedures against each of the attorneys who represented you?
No, this doesn't say that at all.
Requesting attorney disciplinary procedures,
I don't know what that means.
is that your handwriting?
Yeah, but I don't know what requesting attorney disciplinary procedures would mean, except the ask for the instructions to complain about somebody or something.
May I have this marked here on those people's exhibit books?
97?
97,
We have a volume of the diary that
Certainly.
I'm gonna have to look, I don't have it at the top.
All right, just supply
It's
it.
dated September 22nd, 1987.
Thank you.
Obviously, after 1989, after January of 1989, when the divorce was over, you hired Mr. Hauslein, Herman Hauslein, to do the appeal, correct? And you hired Walter Mond to represent you for the seeking custody of the boys.
I hired Walter Mond. His friend was Herman Hauslein, and he referred me to him.
You hired both of those attorneys to represent you in 1989.
Yes.
So there wasn't anything that Mr. Broderick was doing to prevent you from being represented by an attorney at any time during 1989, was there?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that having to go to court was something that distressed you, that you did not want to have to do. It is true that Mr. Broderick offered to stipulate to the bifurcation so that you didn't have to go to court, correct? He sent you a letter explaining what that was.
Right, and I would not sign and agree to that. I would agree to any sort of a settlement or split of things. I would not agree to across-the-board divorce with no settlement. That would be
Well-
very foolish of me.
Didn't he send you a letter explaining that this was just a bifurcation of the divorce? Status, and didn't have anything to do with settling the case one way or the other.
Correct? There wouldn't have been a reason in the world I would have signed that.
Because you had no desire at that point to get a divorce. You were not.
Oh, I
going
had
to
every
sign-
desire in the world to get a divorce, but a
In March-
divorce to me means community property support, children, visitation, custody, those sorts of things. A divorce doesn't mean an empty piece of paper and I get nothing.
Mark, may I have marked as People's 98, a letter dated March 31st, 1986.
So, Mark.
He did at least send you this letter explaining what a bifurcation was and asking you to stipulate to it, correct?
Yes, and I'm glad you showed me this because it's typical that it's such a,
Mrs. Broderick, if you could just identify, did he send you that letter?
yes, dear Bets.
Is there something wrong with Dear Bets?
Yes. If you compare it to other legal threatening things, it's dear Elizabeth. Dear Bets is what he says when he wants something real nice. Dear Bets, agree to this like a fool, and I'll leave you alone. And it's like, no. It doesn't say Dear Bets on any other of the letters you have there, believe me.
December 2nd, 1985, here's a letter, it says Dear Bets.
Is this the one, get your furniture or else? Oh, see, this is another one, just like it. And you were refreshing my recollection. These letters look innocuous on face value, just like the one on November 5th is going to look innocuous. Those letters say all kinds of hidden messages to me, like, Dear Bets, I'm taking the kids for Christmas. That's a threatening letter. with his deadline, that I got it after the deadline, and look at that face value, no problem there to anyone else in this room, right? And that was a really ratty letter, Dear Bets.
He did make a settlement proposal as well in May of 1986. He sent you a proposal attempting, making a proposal for settlement, correct?
A proposal that I could not decipher anything, and I had no attorney at the time. And I would never
May I have
agree to
Marcus
anything.
Peoples 99? A document entitled Marital Settlement Proposal dated May 7th, 1986.
So marked.
If you could just identify for us, did he send you this marital proposal?
Right. Right.
Did you consider it a threat that he entitled this Dear Bets as well?
Yes, because he wanted me to agree to it. By that point, it was like, oh no.
He did originally agree to mediate the case with Bill Hargraves. He came down for a meeting at Bill Hargraves' office, correct?
I was surprised he showed up. Yes, he did. He showed up.
And obviously, he didn't have to. There wasn't any court order that made him go there. He agreed to go there and show up. Okay?
Right.
He also agreed to arbitrate the case in 1987 when Tricia Smith was on the case. He wrote her a letter offering to arbitrate rather than go to a trial.
I don't know if we did that.
He agreed to mediate the child custody issue with Ruth Roth, correct? He agreed to go to Ruth Roth, just like you were going to Ruth Roth to attempt to mediate the child custody dispute.
I thought that's what we agreed to in court and stuff, but then he wouldn't pay Ruth Roth, and that didn't work.
You're indicating that the mediation fell through with Ruth Roth because he wouldn't pay?
I know we didn't pay. I don't know the exact sequence of events, but I know she ended up suing me and I had to go to court and show the judge.
That's
Right.
because you were supposed to pay for your bills, and he was supposed to pay for his bills.
No, that's why I won in court. No, the letters said that if he demanded that I participate in that he would have to pay the bills, and then he refused to pay. So I won that case in court, where I represented myself.
He tried to get a firm visitation schedule when you were having the problems, going back and forth, when it wasn't working out with the kids, trying to make the arrangements. He wrote you a letter trying to get you to tell him what weekends you wanted, what weeks you wanted, so that it could all be settled without having to use the kids, didn't he?
Well, what time frame are you in?
In 1988. May I have marked your honors People's 100? A letter dated May 11th, 1988.
So marked.
Do you recall this letter being sent to you, asking you to give a list of weekends or a list of weeks that you wanted to have the children so that it could be set, and schedule could be set, and there wouldn't be any misunderstanding?
This is a letter from his attorney? Not from Dan? I don't remember this letter. If I read it, I might remember. By May of '88, when they weren't showing up at the mandatory settlement conferences and everything, I didn't even read, if I got this letter, I didn't even read it. And look, there's, but I wasn't agreeing to anything that they presented to me like that. I wanted a full
So even
settlement.
though they were offering to attempt to resolve the scheduling of visitation,
Right.
and giving you a schedule where you could request which weekends and which weeks you desired to spend with the boys, so that it would be set, you just
In May of
didn't want anything to do
'88,
with
that
it.
was much too late. Too little, too late, as the saying goes. It's 1988.
So you weren't willing to agree to any kind of visitation?
No, we were going to trial on this case.
Okay.
It was way beyond any kind of agreement. And I didn't have an attorney. I wasn't signing up for anything with them.
He did go to the court-ordered conciliation meetings. He went to 3 different ones where he was ordered to go to.
This is 1985.
1986 and 1987, 2 in 1986 and 1 in 1987. And you didn't appear at any of those, did you?
I didn't even know about those. I remember one, Mr. Jaffe's office called me like 9 o'clock in the morning and said, "You're supposed to be somewhere now." And I said, "I'm not going anywhere without an attorney." I wasn't presenting myself anywhere without an attorney.
You indicated that you were upset because he had canceled his deposition. It is true. Well, do you know how depositions are set, by the way?
No.
They just send you a notice and they say, by the way, your deposition's going to be set on such and such a date.
Send me a notice?
No, anybody.
I've never been noticed.
Oh,
That's facts, not evidence.
Sustained. She doesn't know how they're set as
Okay.
well. She wants
I've
to
never
know.
been noticed for a deposition. I wouldn't know.
So you wouldn't know about whether or not you're given an opportunity to set a date that's convenient or whether you're just noticed of a particular date.
All that I know about this is Tricia Smith told me that she had scheduled one with Dan, and she had a court reporter, and she was ready, and they were waiting for Dan, and he didn't show up, and he feigned ignorance of the date or something, and she was really annoyed. That's all I know about depositions.
You do know that whether or not he was available to take that deposition, whether or not he was in court, something else came up. The deposition was taken on July 20th, 1987.
I know that she finally did, that he finally showed up for one, but he did it while he knew I was in Hawaii, so I couldn't be there. That was the same trip I was supposed to take the children on, and he was pre-noticed of those dates, and he showed up while I couldn't be there.
Well, your attorney was there, right? Tricia
Right.
Smith is the one who took the deposition.
Yes. But she would have rather had me there, I think.
And the deposition was taken on July 20th, 1987, in which Tricia Smith asked him about all of his finances, all of his declarations, all of his financial papers, all of his tax returns, all that stuff,
Mhm.
back in 1987.
Yes.
And he specifically denied at that time that there were any hidden assets whatsoever, correct?
If that's what it says in there.
There is no hidden money or no hidden bank accounts. There are no hidden assets in any way, shape, or form. You can spend from now until doomsday looking. You won't find anything else. There is nothing else. I know respondent believes otherwise. She's mistaken. If there was anything else, I would have engaged in income tax fraud and probably a lot of other things. There is nothing else.
Except that we found at least those 2 bank accounts that he emptied, so he was obviously lying about those then.
Okay.
And
well,
whatever else there was that I wasn't lucky enough to uncover.
Those bank accounts that you say that were empty, those were part of the records. The only reason you knew about it is because they were on his records. There wasn't anything he was hiding from the records. You just hadn't seen
They were
it
in
before.
bank records, not his records.
Right, and all of his bank records were turned over. When Tricia Smith did the deposition, he turned over all of his bank records, and you even indicated yourself that one of your friends was going through it when you were representing yourself, and they saw that, correct?
Yes,
So there
during the
wasn't-
trial in 1989.
Right, well, you were representing yourself at that time. By that time, you didn't have an attorney who was going through the records. You were going through them yourself,
But
and that's when you saw that there had been a transfer of money. There wasn't anything hidden about it. It was right there in the records,
But
correct?
see, you've already just shown me a supposed settlement offer that he was in a friendly tone making me that I wouldn't accept, and he doesn't mention that money missing in there.
It's on his bank records that were turned over as far back as 1987, correct?
I don't know that. Tricia Smith was complaining in 1988 that she had not received certain bank records. They could have been the ones that were turned over in late 88 to Tricia Smith, just before she got off the case.
And when you questioned him about it at the divorce trial, it came out. There wasn't anything that was being hidden. And he explained that there was a transfer of money from his savings account to his checking account so that he could pay $62,000 worth of state income tax for 1984. And he showed the documentation for doing that.
No, that's wrong. He said at court in the divorce trial that he emptied those accounts because his brother Larry needed $1 million.
Okay, if you would take a look at the divorce transcript, page 614. With respect to the question of the $80,000 withdrawal, you can read this page and see if that refreshes your recollection about what he said that $80,000 withdrawal was for.
But see, the money that I'm talking about earlier was withdrawn 2 days before he walked out in February of '85. So this is different money here.
You
On May
were
5th.
complaining about two withdrawals of money, and
Before he left.
Before he left.
Well, May 5th, 1985 isn't before he left.
Well, these are the only two, the $80,000 withdrawal and the $175,000 were the only two that you were complaining about, and he was explaining what happened to that money. Did he not explain that?
These aren't the same monies. This says the reason I borrowed $62,000 that day from the corporation, this wasn't even, I don't think, corporation money, was so I could pay state income taxes. He testified in that trial that his brother Larry needed $1 million.
Okay, we'll get to that. You complained about two. One was the $80,000 withdrawal, which you said emptied an account. I'm asking you about that one right now. Does he not explain that he emptied that account to pay the taxes and paid the $62,000 worth of state taxes?
All I remember specifically was these withdrawals were before he walked out on February 28th. Right here, he says it's an $80,000 withdrawal that was made on May 5th of 1985. I think we're
So he
talking
was
about different withdrawals.
Okay.
This may be a pension fund withdrawal or a million of other withdrawals.
With respect to the withdrawal of $175,000, he explained that he loaned that to his brother Larry, correct?
Let me see here. Is that what it says? He paid the loan on April 4th, 40 days later with interest, and Dan forgot. $177,590. That's one of them.
That's the $175,000 that you questioned about. And he showed the documentation that he made the loan to his brother on
On
February
February
22nd.
22nd.
And the loan was repaid on April the 4th
But
with
he
interest.
never showed that anywhere.
Doesn't he show it and explain it right there and show the
Yeah,
documentation?
because he got caught. He showed it, but it never showed up anywhere before.
It was in the records. That's how you knew about it. It was in his bank records.
I don't think it went like that.
Well, how else did you know about it?
It showed withdrawals and closing accounts.
Right,
So
it
where
showed
would the
it-
money have come back in? What account?
This is what he shows you here. He's got a copy of the money market account statement for the month of April that showed where the money had been repaid.
Well, how would I know about that account? All I had were the bank statements that two things were closed right before he walked out.
Right,
And
and
he
you
never admitted
confronted
that the
him
money-
with that, and he explained and showed the documentation
He explained
of
he
what had
forgot.
happened.
He explained he forgot, and now that the judge ordered him to come back after the lunch break and explain where that money went, that's his explanation of where the money
The
went.
judge didn't order him to.
Yes, he did.
You asked him to explain it, and he did.
We took a lunch break, and the judge ordered him to, during lunch, tell me where that money went,
Okay,
Mr. Broderick.
and he
And he
did,
came
didn't
back
he?
and did that.
Okay, and he explained where it was, and he explained and he showed where it had gone, and then it had come back, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You also testified that during the course of the divorce litigation that you appeared at several settlement conferences, but that there was only one conference where Judge Murphy ever talked to you, correct?
Yes.
And that Judge Murphy expressed that Dan was playing games and that he was very upset and ordered Jerry Berry to be there for that conference. That was your description of that.
The fifth one that I went to, yes.
Isn't it true, Mrs. Broderick, that there were at least three or four settlement conferences where you appeared before Judge Murphy and where Judge Murphy talked to you and talked to either Mr. Berry or Dan and tried to settle the case?
After the day that you just spoke about, where he called Mr. Barry and said, come over here, then we had other meetings with Judge Murphy. But these mandatory settlement conferences were not in front of Judge Murphy. I don't know who they were in front of.
What you indicated, or at least the impression that I got when you testified, is that you showed up for all these hearings and then you only got one settlement conference in front of Judge Murphy. There was only one time that you got to talk to Judge Murphy and attempt to settle the case.
That was the last mandatory settlement conference. Judge Murphy took temporary control of the case, and that's when he, on that day, I believe, nominated this Dr. Dess person are we in May of 88?
He had at least 3 or 4 different meetings with you where he was
After that
attempting.
day.
Okay, well, you didn't mention anything about those other settlement
that
conferences with
last-
Judge Murphy.
Well, it wasn't really named that. Judge Murphy appointed Dr. Dess to talk to all of these psychiatrists or psychologists about the case, about the custody. Judge Murphy said it was his opinion that if we could just settle the custody, everything else would fall into place, and that sounded good to me. So he appointed this, do you want me to go on? He appointed this man named Dr. Dess, who I never heard of, who was supposed to talk to all the psychologists involved in this case, not talk to Dan Broderick or Betty Broderick or the children. No
Okay.
principals.
Okay, stop for a second. Did you not have settlement, at least 3 or 4 settlement conferences attempting to settle not the child custody issue, but also the finances with Judge Murphy, where he was attempting to get that settled? And Dan Broderick was there
No.
and/or his attorney was there.
No, when Judge Murphy took that last mandatory settlement conference, then Judge Murphy very kindly, more as a person than a judge, thought he'd do the children thing. But I don't remember Judge Murphy having anything to do with any money. And we
You
worked
don't
that
recall-
summer. We worked that summer, and I went right back into Judge Murphy just before school started in September 88. And I was devastated about what happened with Dr. Dess.
You
And I
don't
think
re-
that's the end
okay.
of Murphy.
We'll talk about Dr. Dess in a minute, but you don't recall attempting to settle the financial situation with Judge Murphy at all, telling him that you wanted $1 million cash, you wanted $25,000 a month, no credits for any property that had already been dispersed. That was what you wanted.
That's an offer that Tricia Smith put in writing in early 87 and sent to Dan's attorneys.
I'm
So I
ask-
would have stuck to that offer.
Okay.
But-
And you weren't willing to compromise at all? were
Judge
you?
Murphy was not involved in the money at all. We didn't get to that. We were doing the children with Judge Murphy. And then he said we'd get to the money after we did the children.
You complained about the fact that the court was sealed during the course of the divorce, that the courtrooms were closed, that the file was sealed.
Yes,
It is true, is it not, that at the first hearing that you had was in December of 86, when Mr. Hargraves was representing you.
Mhm.
The hearing was not sealed and the file was not sealed. The only thing that was requested to be sealed were the financial documents of Dan Broderick.
no, I think Mr. Hargreaves agreed, and I was protesting to seal everything on that day, the first time I appeared in court in 86.
Isn't it true that Mr. Berry, who was representing Dan Broderick at the time, requested to seal the file, and Mr. Hargraves, you indicated no, you didn't want to. Mr. Hargraves indicated no. Mr. Berry said, all I'm talking about are the financial documents. Obviously, Mr. Broderick had a lot of money. Obviously, he was filing declarations that indicated he had a lot of money. He had concerns about other people knowing how much money he had. The only request was to seal the financial documents, and the only agreement that Mr. Hargraves made was to seal the financial documents at that hearing.
I think he agreed to seal everything, or that was my understanding, that he sealed everything. If
That
you-
hearing was open. Anybody could have
It was
come
the
in.
very first one, so we had not agreed to seal it yet, and right away in that first hearing, we sealed it. Yes, no one was present. I never had anyone I wanted to bring with me. I was just opposing it on the principle of the matter.
Well, you complained a lot that everything that was happening during the course of this divorce was behind closed doors in sealed
Yes.
courtrooms.
It became a problem like that.
Okay, was there anything that was happening behind closed doors or in sealed courtrooms in December of 1986 that you want to tell us about?
No, but I didn't think that there was any reason to have it all sealed up.
The contempt hearings were not sealed either. They were open, weren't they? You made a motion to open the hearings and the judge ruled that they were open.
Gee, I don't know. Would I have an attorney that did that? Because I didn't do that. It was my understanding from the very first court thing when Hargreaves agreed to seal everything, that everything was sealed. And we never got it unsealed officially. A judge did allow my friend Ronnie Brown to come with me to several things for moral support, but that was in a violation of it being a technically sealed courtroom.
Excuse me, Your Honor, for just a moment.
Certainly.
Okay, do you recall Tricia Smith requesting at the April hearing in 1987 that the hearing be held open and the court ordering that the hearing would be open?
Every time, when I changed attorneys after Hargreaves, we argued to open the court every single time, but I don't know that it ever was.
Does it indicate that the court indicates on page 7 of this hearing, 70, excuse me, this hearing is open today?
Yes. But I don't know, what hearing is it?
The first contempt hearing in 87. The settlement conferences that you had with Judge Murphy, those were also open. People could come in and listen to what was going on. There wasn't anything happening behind sealed, closed doors, was there?
Well, see, like that hearing there was a contempt hearing in Judge Joseph's courtroom in this courthouse.
Excuse me, Mr. Broderick, I'm asking about the settlement conferences now. Those weren't closed. In fact, you had, as you indicated, you had Ronnie Brown, your friend there. In fact, you had a man from Halt there. Do you remember a man from Halt sitting in on one of your settlement conferences and getting up in the middle of it and saying, there's nothing wrong going on here, and walking out?
No, the man never said that, but I do remember a conversation with the judge asking who the man was because it was a closed hearing and he wanted to know who he was. And when he found out who he was, he didn't throw him out.
At the divorce trial, there was a request to seal the hearing. At the time of the trial, there was a request by Mr. Broderick.
Every time we
close
appeared
the-
in court, they wanted it sealed and I fought it every time.
And the request was based on several letters by the children's psychologist, letters written by Dr. Roth, by Dr. Sparta, by Dr. Audrey Taryn Phillips. Those were letters written by the children's psychologists who were requesting that the hearing be closed because of your conduct and how they felt that was the public dissemination of that would be harmful to the children.
Those letters were written after the argument was started by a newspaper in that courtroom, not by me, that they wanted this proceeding open. So all these lawyers came from other law firms and things and had this big fight about opening the courtroom.
No, I'm
And
not
those-
talking about the lawyers. I'm talking about the psychologists who were requesting of the
Yes,
judge.
that's what I'm saying. Those letters were written as a response to that legal action brought by a newspaper, not by me, although I was in favor of having it open. And the dates on those letters should be late 88, early 89, during the trial.
Now, let me just ask you if these are the letters that you're referring to. May I have marked as People's 101? A series of 3 letters.
You want all three marked as 101?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so marked.
Indicating for the record, one written by Ruth Roth, one written by Steve Sparta, and one written by Audrey Taryn Phillips. Are these the letters that you're referring to?
I don't see a date on this one. See, I wouldn't have known these letters came to court. If these are the ones they used in court during the trial, these were letters written earlier when Dan threatened to sue the newspaper for going public with this story.
These are
In
letters
July
that were
of
written in
88.
July of 88, where there was an indication that the only person who would,
Your Honor, I have an objection. Actually, there's witnesses that can follow as reading documents.
Sustained. Document speak for himself, best evidence.
was there anything that went on during any of these hearings that you feel that everybody needs to know?
I think the nature of what went on here, by 1989, people needed to know.
Well, and there are transcripts of all these hearings. There are transcripts of the contempt hearings. There are transcripts of the divorce trial. You had
But nobody
friends.
could get the transcripts.
Well, we've got them right here. Is there anything that's happened?
They're sealed.
No,
They're not sealed. They're not
They've
sealed
always
for
been
purposes
sealed
of this
before.
trial.
Okay, just,
for this trial,
This
Your Honor,
trial.
this is very misleading, and the district attorney knows it is.
well, just no speeches in front of the jury if you want to
Well, may
approach
we
the bench.
approach the bench?
Yes.
Mike?
Hold up.
Wait for my brains.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Sorry, did I have to plug in?
My question to you relates to your very constant and very loudly made claim during the course of this that things were happening in sealed courtrooms behind closed doors. And my question to you is there anything that happened in any of these hearings that you want people to know about?
I just thought it was a perversion of the legal system of what we believed is the justice system, that Dan would use the courts against me and keep me and the children from getting any sort of a fair settlement in a divorce that he wanted
But there
since
wasn't,
1985.
but there wasn't anything that you're suggesting that you want people to know that we're hiding from them. That's all sealed up, right?
It's all been sealed up.
Okay.
Only you could get it because of the criminal thing. No one, insofar
But what
as
was going on in sealed courtrooms that upsets you so much?
that I was being charged $10,000 for dropping dogs off, and that I was being kept from my children, and that there was no settlement, and there never would be a settlement, according to Dan's words. This will never be over until one of us is gone, in a public newspaper. That's not the way it's supposed to work. I'm supposed to get equal protection under the laws, and so are the children.
Dan's words were not that. Dan's words were, you want me, you want my money, you want my death or my ruination in this community. You want me destroyed and over and done with, and unless and until that happens, you are not going to be happy. That's what his words were to you.
I've never heard those words of Dan. All I know is what was printed in the newspaper is that the divorce trial would settle some minor differences, but Dan's words, this will never be over until one of us is gone. And that was a threat to me.
You cross-examined him at the divorce trial, correct?
Yes.
You had him on the stand for several days, as a matter of fact, correct?
I don't
Asking him
remember if it
questions.
was several days, but
And you don't recall him saying to you, your anger is the driving force, your anger and your hatred is the driving force of this proceeding and of the harm that our children have suffered?
that's what Dan would have liked everyone to believe. My driving force was to get a settlement and get him out of my life and have a life. And he was not going to give me that
When he
under
said
any
to you,
circumstances. That's why we were in court, trying to force him to a settlement.
and when he said to you, you want me, you want my ruination in this community, you want my death, you want me destroyed and over and done with, and unless and until that happens, you are not going to be happy. You didn't deny that, did you? You
I
didn't
laughed.
say,
The court reporter could not take down my laughter. He was such an arrogant jerk. He wanted people to think that those are his attorney words, and that's not true at all. He knew I just wanted a settlement like I should have had and like the children should have had. And to be over and done with him, he was obviously a fool.
Your Honor, perhaps this would be an appropriate time for.
All right, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. I should tell you, I have another matter set at 8:45 tomorrow, which should only take 5 or 10 minutes at the most, so I don't anticipate any delay in starting this case. But if we are a few minutes late, please be patient with me. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a nice evening.
Yesterday, Mrs. Broderick, you acknowledged that for Christmas of 1988, that you had the children the first week of Christmas through Christmas morning, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And you indicated that that had, being in trial, had interfered with your ability to be with the children. Isn't it true that the divorce trial did not start until after Christmas? The divorce trial did not start until December 27th, and was the week between Christmas and New Year's.
I'm not sure when I had the children before Christmas, but I know that I was totally involved with getting together an entire trial from these boxes and boxes of things that I had, and we didn't have a Christmas to speak of because of that.
Isn't it true that the divorce trial, though, was not until after Christmas and that you
I
had the
thought it was the
children,
day after Christmas, but if you say it's the 27th, it was right after Christmas, yeah.
and you had the children for the week before Christmas up through Christmas Day?
I'm not sure of that. I don't remember ever having them on Christmas Day because I don't remember going to church, and we definitely would have gone to church if I had the children on Christmas.
Did you have them the full week before Christmas and then you?
I don't
do you
recall.
that?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a diary entry dated 1988?
Yes, I was going to suggest that might remind me. Boys here at first week of vacation. Movies, etc.
Does that refresh your recollection about the fact that you had them for the first week of Christmas vacation?
Right, that's what it says there.
And with respect to your indication that it was your desire to keep the divorce and your problems private, that you didn't like sharing those things with other people, it is true that this manuscript or this book that you wrote, that you did share that book with other people. You showed that book to other people, correct?
Yes, it wasn't an effort to keep anything private or secret. It was just a different level of speaking to people. Yeah, it was not keeping anything secret.
That book described your feelings about your marriage from day one, from when you'd met Dan Broderick, all of the things that you felt about the marriage leading up to the separation, all the way through the representation of your attorneys. It was an accumulation of all of those things. Is that not?
I haven't read it in a real long time, maybe since I haven't read it in a long time. I know it was that thing that I wrote on the ski trip because I was going to court on the contempts and I thought I was going to kill myself and I wanted the kids to know what happened because nobody was knowing what happened. Only Dan's version of what happened.
And you described your version of everything that happened, all of the details of that, correct?
From when we were married and when the kids were little and the moves and things like that, right? Not just the divorce.
And you showed people that book. For example, you showed the principal of Francis Parker that book one day. You gave it to him.
I didn't show it to him one day. He asked me if he heard about it. He asked me if he could see it, and I didn't have it with me when he asked me for it. And so I said I'd get it, and I went home. Several days later, I gave it to him.
Well, how
But he
would he
asked
have
for
heard of that?
I don't know exactly how he heard of it.
And he specifically asked you if he could see it, and
But
you
no.
went home and got it to show it to him.
Yeah, no one else at Francis Parker had ever seen it, and I don't know how he heard about it.
With respect to your claim of that Dan attempted to serve you the divorce papers while you were at this bishop's luncheon, a luncheon for the bishop's school, it is true that you were never served with any divorce papers or any papers of any sort at the bishop's luncheons, correct?
Right. The note said attempted service at the bishop's luncheon, but
It is true
they
that
didn't
you were
find me.
never served
That's right.
at the bishop's
That's
luncheon.
correct. They couldn't find me, I guess.
Obviously, you were there at the bishop's luncheon, correct?
Right, and I just surmised that they couldn't find me because there were so many women.
But you also know that Dan had strenuously denied that to you, that he had never attempted to serve you at Bishop's,
No, he never
that he
denied
didn't
it.
even know that you were there.
He couldn't deny it. I had it in his own handwriting, and that's what it said, attempted service at the bishop's luncheon. He never denied it.
But that was his list of things that were the claims that you had been making over the years that he was rebutting at the time of the divorce trial. He said he had no idea you were even at that bishop's luncheon. He didn't follow your whereabouts.
I don't know
Can you
what
testify
lies
to
he
that?
said at the divorce trial, among all the others, but we had in his handwriting his schedule of what I did on this day and what I did on that day, and on a certain day it said attempted service at the bishop's luncheon. That's all I know. So he couldn't have denied it because it was his handwriting.
You testified that you were upset about the fact that the divorce file had been lost or disappeared.
That's what I was told.
And have you admitted to anyone that you were the one that took the divorce file?
I would have no way of taking the divorce file. Of course not.
Well, you did check the divorce file out on several occasions, didn't you? You went down to the clerk's office and you checked it out.
In 1985, when I was sent there by Mr. Jaffe, when I wrote on it, was the only time I can recall going down and seeing the file. And it upset me very much, and that's when I wrote on it. But I don't remember seeing the file again until Mr. Mond was on the case in 1989.
Did you not testify that there were at least 2 different occasions when you checked out the file and when you wrote on the file?
They may have been back-to-back days right against each other, but I just remember that Mr. Jaffe sent me down there to try and tell him what was in the file, and I wrote in the file, but I don't remember if it was 1 or 2 days in a row.
You went and you checked out the file, right? You had to check out the file from the clerk's office, and you had to take it somewhere and sit down and look at it,
I don't
right?
think you're allowed to take them anywhere.
Well, where did you go in order to write on the court
In this
file?
building, there's a counter with people behind it, and you tell them your name and your case number, and they bring it to you. And I believe you have to stay in that room, which has a little counter like this where you stand up and can look at the file, and you bring it back. If you're allowed to remove them, I never knew that.
Okay, well, you did obviously take it somewhere so that you could write on the file, which you knew you were not allowed to do. You knew you weren't allowed to take a court file and write all over the court file. There were court documents, correct?
I didn't know for a fact you weren't allowed to do that, but I did it anyway because there were such lies and fabrications in there. All those things that you said earlier that I did that I never did, I didn't want those in any court file because they weren't true.
And so you checked out the court file and you at least took it somewhere.
No,
so
I
that-
took it to the counter with it.
Somewhere in that room. That's a big room. There's lots of people in there. There's places to sit down so that you could write on the file. And you did write on the file, right?
I don't think there are places to sit down. I remember standing at a counter
Okay.
and I corrected the file is what I call it.
Yeah, you indicated you corrected the file like a school teacher would correct a file. Do you think that a school teacher would correct a file by writing bullshit all over it?
It was the manner that I corrected it. I didn't write in prose. I circled things and put arrows and said what was wrong with them. So that's what was wrong with that statement.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 102, the series of court documents,
So marked,
series of 3 court documents.
so marked.
If you could just identify the handwriting on this page, for example, where there are circles and the writing bullshit. Is that your handwriting? Ms. Broderick, if you could just look at the first page for me, please.
I don't know because it's so scribbled. That's not my usual handwriting. That's unintelligible practically. So I don't know that that's exactly my handwriting.
So are you saying
If I
someone
find-
else checked, excuse me, are you saying someone else checked out this file and wrote bullshit all over
Your
it?
Honor, objection.
No.
Argument is that
No, sustained.
Well, let's start with this page, please, ma'am. Did you write bullshit on that page?
I cannot identify that one particular word right now as my handwriting.
Are you saying you didn't do it?
No, I
So
was
are you
looking
admitting
for,
that you did?
you just asked me if that was
Your
my
Honor, this is
handwriting.
argument, it is an answer.
Overruled. You can answer that.
You asked me if that was my handwriting and I said, I can't tell you that that one word is my handwriting. But
Okay,
if
my
I,
next question then is, did you write that?
I don't know if I wrote that particular one word. I told you I went down there and I corrected the file.
Are you suggesting that someone else wrote bullshit
Your
on
Honor,
it?
No.
it's argument.
Sustained as to that question.
If you could take a look at this page and please just answer the question, do you recognize that as your handwriting?
Yes, this is definitely my handwriting.
And on this next document, if you could take a
Yes.
look at each of those pages and identify those as your handwriting.
That is my handwriting, yes.
On each of those pages.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, but you can see it doesn't compare very well with that one word there.
You indicated that you were upset because the file basically showed only Dan's side of the story, that he had filed declarations. He'd filed declarations when he'd attempted to get the restraining order, when he attempted to get the Elizor order, explaining what had happened and the things that you had done and the things that he was going through. And that you were upset because it just showed his side of the story and it didn't show your side of the story. And that's why you wrote all over this file, correct?
Right, most files are one side and then the other side response. Remember this response that nobody ever filed for me? I had not one sheet of paper in that file until late 1986 when I hired Mr. Hargreaves to file a one-page response. But I had nothing, no, I don't know what you would call it legally, no counterbalance to all of these allegations and
So-
things of Dan Broderick. There was nothing of mine in there.
Obviously, it wasn't to Dan Broderick's benefit to steal the file and take away his side of the story.
Are we talking about 1985 or 1987 or not?
Well,
I
you're
don't think the
talking
file
about the file
disappeared.
disappearing and the suggestion being that Dan Broderick stole that file. If the file was filled with his side of the story, what was the benefit to him to steal that file?
Your Honor, I have an objection, Your Honor. There's no implications as to who stole the file.
There isn't?
No, the
Excuse
file-
me, the file was just missing, as I understand it, and was later found.
Are you suggesting that Dan Broderick had anything to do with the fact that the file was missing?
I don't know, but I know he didn't like that I corrected things. And as the
Well,
years
that
went by,
Excuse me, are you suggesting that he had anything to do with that file disappearing?
I wouldn't know. I have no idea.
So you're not suggesting that then? You're suggesting that it's possible that the file, since it was transferred from downtown to Claremont to Vista to the family court building, somewhere along the line, it got lost.
I thought it was coincidental that it got lost when national TV shows came to town looking for it. I thought that was a big coincidence.
And did you think that that would have been to your benefit for them to see the file with his side of the story in there and with your writings all over it, including the writings that you've just identified?
By the time it disappeared, there were lots of these contempts, et cetera, in that file, and it would have looked real bad for Dan Broderick of what was happening.
And the contempts that listed all of the phone messages that you were leaving and the language that you were using and all of the allegations of the things that you were doing, you're suggesting that that would have looked bad for Dan Broderick for people to have seen those things.
Right.
Okay. When you went to trial on the case, the actual trial, in December of 1988 in front of Judge Howitt, you testified that as you came into the courtroom every morning, that you saw Dan and his attorney, Jerry Berry, and Judge Howitt sitting in Judge Howitt's chambers drinking coffee and chatting together, correct?
Those are not my words. If you'd like me to repeat what I said, I'll repeat what I said.
What did
but I
you
didn't
say?
say that. Well, I would have to come in the public entrance that would be locked until a certain time when the public was allowed in. And when I'd come in, there'd be no one in the courtroom. And then this door would open. And once when that door opened, I saw Judge Ashworth back there talking to Judge Howitt. And I saw Judge Howitt and Jerry Barry and Dan Broderick enter through there. And then several other times during recesses and stuff, Gerald Barry would go into the judge's office and talk to the judge and stuff.
But you said that you saw them all together drinking coffee.
Dan doesn't drink coffee. I never said that. No, I didn't see anybody drinking coffee. I saw them in the judge's chambers chatting and being very friendly before they came through that door for a proceeding when I had to come through the door like every other citizen.
You didn't suggest at all that they were back in the judge's chambers drinking coffee and chatting together?
Maybe somebody had a coffee cup, but Dan Broderick wouldn't have ever been drinking coffee. I may have said that. Socializing is what I meant.
Okay, it was what you meant, but that's not what you said, was it? What you said is that they were all back there drinking coffee.
Maybe if someone had a coffee cup in their hand like they did, I would have thought someone was drinking coffee, but they weren't sitting down. I couldn't have seen into the office
Well,
through
that's
that
the
door.
point. When you were in the courtroom, there was no way you could have seen what was going on in Judge Howitt's chambers. You couldn't see his judge's chambers from the courtroom, could
Well,
you?
In the family court, you can.
In the family courtroom, you can. If you're in the courtroom, you can see down the hallway to where his chambers was.
It wasn't down the hall. It was right there.
Okay, and you looked somehow through the door into Judge Howitt's chambers, right
When one
behind
of the marshals
courtroom.
or something was opening the door and waiting for somebody to come in, I saw them in the judge's office, yes.
You saw who in the judge's?
Gerald Barry, Dan Broderick, and the judge.
And Judge Ashworth? All four of them together, you said?
No, I saw Judge Ashworth talking to Judge Howitt once, just before we started the court.
Okay, Judge Ashworth was a judge, right? He was a judge in that courtroom. Judge Howitt.
He was
a
also
judge.
the attorney on this case, so
Right,
I
and he
thought,
was a family court judge, and Judge Howitt was a family court judge, and you're saying that on one occasion, you saw them in the hallway talking, is that correct?
right outside the courtroom where I was sitting, yes.
Okay, did you hear what they were saying?
No.
Okay, did you have any idea whether they were talking about your case, or whether they were just saying, good morning, how are you this morning, Judge?
Well, Judge Howitt said on the record that the other judges were asking him how it was going in there every day, meaning Judge Murphy and Judge Ashworth, and my brain kind of said, it's none of their business what's going on in here. This wasn't a group effort.
Didn't Judge Howitt tell you that he had no contact, no knowledge of Dan Broderick? He didn't know him personally, he hadn't had any contact with him, he didn't know anything about what was going on, and that's why he was chosen to take care of that case?
Right.
There were two psychiatrists or psychologists who testified at the trial regarding the child custody question, correct? There was Dr. Dess, who had been appointed by the court. There was Dr. Nelson, who you had hired to testify on your behalf.
Dr. Dess at that time was not appointed by the court.
Didn't you just
To
testify
testify.
yesterday that Judge Murphy was the one who had gotten involved and decided to ask Dr. Dess to talk to all of the psychologists and make a
I
recommendation?
think that was 1987 or 8, yes, but at the divorce
Was-
trial, he was hired by Dan and Mr. Barry to be their expert witness. He was not appointed by the court to be an expert witness.
When you were talking about Judge Murphy and the settlement conferences that you had, that had to have been in 1988, shortly
Okay.
before the trial, when he told you he was appointing
Correct.
Dr. Dess to make a recommendation. Dr. Dess was not hired by Dan Broderick. He was appointed by the court to make a recommendation.
At that time, by Judge Murphy, Thomas Murphy.
And you're
But
saying
in the
after he-
divorce trial, he was hired it's a totally different situation. He was hired and paid by Dan Broderick and Mr. Barry to be their expert against me in the trial.
Well, when Judge
can't-
Murphy had asked Dr. Dess to make a recommendation, to get involved, to be appointed by the court, to essentially decide what's right for the kids, and to talk to all of the psychologists who had dealt with the kids, he did that. He talked to the psychologists, and he made a recommendation to the court that you became aware of before the trial, correct?
He didn't do what he was supposed to do. But
Did he
made
make a recommendation?
over the phone that said nothing more than custody to remain the same.
You were aware that he was making a recommendation that the custody should remain with Dan, and that you should not, in fact, you should not even have visitation with the children unless it was supervised. That was his recommendation, correct?
No, his recommendation was just exactly what I told you, over the phone, written on a pink piece of paper, where he also gave recommendations for 2 other cases, and his only words were custody to remain the same. He was appointed to talk to all of these psychiatrists and psychologists. He did not do that, and I didn't find out until the divorce trial what happened.
Mrs.
Gerald-
Broderick, he did let's just go back to the fact that he did make a recommendation then before the trial, as far as you were aware, that custody should remain with Dan Broderick, based on his discussions with the psychologists that he had talked to,
Before the
correct?
trial?
Before the trial.
Yes, and
And you were very angry about that. Before, you had some contact with him, you had talked with him, you had been very pleasant with him until you found out what his recommendation was going to be. And then you wrote him an extremely angry letter, correct?
no, that's not correct. Would you like to hear the real story?
Did you write him an angry letter after you received knowledge of what his recommendation was?
Absolutely. I was furious. He never contacted the only psychiatrist, psychologist, whatever, that represented me and my side of the story. He never contacted him, and he was court ordered to contact him.
He was ordered
Was
to
my belief.
contact the psychologist who had dealt with the children.
No, he was court ordered to contact all the psychiatrists and psychologists that had anything to do with this case, and we composed a list of those people in the court with Judge Murphy.
May I
Miss-
have marked here on your speakers 1023, the letter dated September 25th, 1988.
So marked.
If you could just identify this letter as the letter that you wrote to Dr. Dess.
Yes,
Okay. And that was written back in September of 1988, so it was clearly several months before the actual divorce trial.
it was after he didn't contact Dr. Nelson, and I was just furious because he was court ordered to contact Dr. Nelson.
Dr. Nelson testified at the divorce trial. He testified on your behalf, so nobody was hiding Dr. Nelson from the judge, right?
What are we doing here?
I'm going to object to the question as argumentative.
Sustained, it's also compound, just rephrase it.
Dr. Nelson did testify on your behalf at the divorce trial, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Dess testified as appointed by the court at the time of the trial.
That is not correctly
Okay,
stated.
Dr. Dess
no.
testified.
Yes,
And Dr. Dess recommended that you not have custody and that you not have visitation unless it was supervised.
at the divorce trial
At the
or back
divorce
then?
trial.
I don't remember what he recommended. I thought he
There
should
was-
have been thrown out as not having the knowledge or the capability to make any decisions on this family. He never met Dan or me or any of the children, and he never spoke to anyone who ever met me.
He did speak to Dr. Sparta, who had dealt with all four of the children. He did speak to Dr. Roth, who had dealt with some of the children. He did speak to Audrey Tarrant Phillips, who had talked with the children. He did speak to Mary Ann Phillips, I believe was her name, who had talked to the children and make a recommendation based on after talking to those, correct?
No, that's not really correct either.
When you wrote him this letter after you found out that he was recommending against custody, you indicated you were extremely angry, correct?
He didn't do what he was court ordered to do, and I
My
didn't know
question
why.
was, when you wrote him this letter, you were obviously very angry, right?
That he didn't even attempt to reach Dr. Nelson. So how could he have come to any decision?
Dr. Nelson, the only child that Dr. Nelson had seen at that time for any period of time was Lee, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
because
he
I
also-
couldn't get the boys to him. That's right.
And Dr. Dess had also talked to, I think her name was Marion Phillips, who had been treating Lee for quite a while, correct?
I'll tell you who Dr. Dess was not ordered to speak to, Linda Colkina or Gerald Barry.
Okay.
And he
Mrs.
spent a lot
Broderick,
of time talking to those two people that prejudiced him against me without him ever talking to me or anyone who has ever met or seen me.
So he obviously expressed an opinion that you didn't agree with, and you put on a psychologist to express the opposite opinion, to give your side of the story at the time of the trial as well. Both sides were presented to the court, correct?
Supposedly.
And in this letter you wrote to Dr. Dess, you said to him, Mr. Broderick did not become what he is because he was married to a whiny weakling of a wife. He knew what I could do for him. He knew I was a better, stronger person than he. He picked the right girl to marry, but he picked the wrong girl to fuck.
Yes,
Yes. And what did you mean by that?
I meant exactly what it says.
Well, what were you going to do about the fact that he picked the wrong girl to, in your
He wanted me
words?
to shrivel up and die and kill myself and not bother him about my children or about giving me any of my property or any of my money or any support.
And
didn't
you had
want me
no
to
intention
bother
of doing that, did you? Because he picked the wrong girl to mess with, right?
I was not going to let him do that to me, no.
Okay. In fact, you told Dr. Dess that you had always been the perfect mother and the perfect wife, a super fine wife. There had never been any better, correct?
I always took orders well, and I did everything that Dan Broderick wanted me to do in the marriage and in the house and with the children, but I wasn't taking orders anymore.
You also indicated that you complained during the time of the trial that you were very sick, and you pleaded several times to take some days off, and the court refused. Isn't it true that the only time you mentioned anything to that effect was on December 29th, where you called in the morning, the session was put over until the afternoon, and when you showed up, the court asked, "Are you ready to go?" And you said, "Should the record reflect that I'm sick?" And the court said, "The record will reflect that you called this morning and indicated that you had a cold." You responded, "It's more like the chills. I have a sore throat and chills, but I'm anxious to get this over as quickly as possible, and so I'm here. Do you want to continue where we left off?" Answer, please. Is that not what happened with respect to your request of being sick?
That would have been one of the days, but there were 2 or 3 days. And I don't remember if it was in the morning or the afternoon or anything. And all the records will reflect that I was sick on the different days if you look for it. Also, the children crashed a car during that trial. It was a circus.
It was true that at least on this particular day that the court was indicating that it asked you if you wanted to go forward, and you were the one that said you were anxious to
On
go
that
forward.
particular day, that's what that says, yes. But there were other days when I didn't think I could even appear.
You talked about a confrontation that you had with Dan Broderick sometime in 1988, in November of 1988, where you went over to his house. This was the last time that you'd confronted him. You went over to his house, and he was outside of the house gardening, and his first reaction was to tell you to leave. There was a restraining order. You basically threatened that he told you he'd call the police if you didn't leave. You told him, go ahead, I'm not leaving. I'm coming back until we settle this. And so basically he said, okay, he didn't call the police. He said, come back tomorrow and we'll talk tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, because I was telling him, go ahead and arrest me. I'm coming back, and I'm coming back, and I'm coming back, and I
So
want this settled.
He threatened to call the police, and you basically called his bluff, and you said, go ahead, I'm coming back. And so he backed up, correct?
No,
He
he said,
didn't call the police that day, did he?
no,
Okay. And you didn't have to threaten him with a gun in order to get him not to call the police that day, did you?
no, I had the cellular phone with me that if he did call the police, that I'd have friends that I could reach.
And he did talk to you the next day, didn't he?
No.
You came back and you did talk to him. In fact, that was the conversation that you described to Sylvia Cavins, where you talked to him and you threatened that if he didn't give you $1 million in cash, which is what you'd been asking for all along, that you were going to kill him.
No.
I'll object, that assumes facts and evidence and misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Did Ms. Cavins not testify that you had told her you had made a threat to Dan Broderick that if he didn't pay you $1 million, you were going to kill him?
I don't know if she said that. I mean, if she said that, it never happened.
Did you ever say that to Sylvia Cavins?
No, of course not.
So she's making that up?
I don't know where Sylvia fits into this calendar at all right now. The day I went to see Dan was a Sunday, and he told me he'd get back to me during that week, and it was a work week. So I didn't go back over there at all. He was supposed to call me and come to my house, and we were supposed to work something out, and he didn't. And that's when I called the office and tried to get in touch with him, and he wouldn't take my calls.
And he never did call the police to report that you had violated the restraining order on that day, did he? Never did file a contempt action to report that you had violated the restraining order on that day?
No, he said we'd work something out.
One of the things that you had indicated over the years, in fact, that you said to Amy Wallace after these events, was that you felt that it was totally unfair because for 5 years, he, meaning Dan, had someone to sleep with, party with, have dinner with, and I'm standing there going, what about me? Do you remember making that statement to Amy
Yes,
Wallace?
I couldn't get on with my life until I got a settlement
What
in
about
any
Brad
regard.
Wright? Isn't it true that you had Brad Wright to party with and to have dinner with and to travel with and to sleep with?
I had friends, but I couldn't get on with my life until I had a settlement insofar as the children and myself and where I was going to live, the key things in my life.
Your comment was that he had someone to party with, have dinner with, and sleep with. And I'm standing here going, what about me? Isn't it true that you had Brad Wright to party with, which you did, to have dinner with, which you did, to travel with, which you did,
And I had
to
other-
sleep with?
And I had other friends too. Yes,
Okay.
I had things, but that wasn't the definition of my life. I needed to build my life with my
We're
children.
talking about that one particular statement.
Okay.
And you would never admit to people, you would never admit to your friends that you did have a relationship with Brad Wright, that you did have an intimate relationship with him.
Admit to who?
To people, if your friends asked you, they saw you going out with them and dating him and being with them, and your friends, lots of them were just curious and asked you about it, and you completely denied it.
I didn't ask any of my friends who they were sleeping with, and if any of them asked me, it was none of their business.
Well, but that's not what you said to them, was it? You didn't say, hey,
It's none of your business.
You said, for example, to Mary Williams, you said, no, I don't have a relationship with Brad Wright, he's gay.
What?
You didn't say that to anyone?
Never.
You did specifically deny having any intimate relationship with him, though. Rather than saying it's none of your business, you said, no, it didn't happen. It wasn't happening.
And Mary Williams was asking me how much money I got every month and everything at that same lunch. And I didn't have the guts to say, none of this is any of your business. So I didn't answer any of her questions about money or about Brad or about anything else. I was frankly aghast. It was none of her business. I was not a close friend of hers.
Well, when you were talking to Amy Wallace, when you wrote to her, we've already talked about, you wrote to her and called her willingly, week after week after week after these incidents occurred. She also asked you about your relationship with Brad, right? And you specifically denied that you were intimate. I'm not the kind of person to be with someone and not be married, was your quote.
That's a true statement. I was never comfortable being in a relationship with someone I wasn't married to. I never had a relationship with anyone I wasn't married to. So I did not have the relationship that you want people to think I had.
I'm not suggesting anything negative by the relationship, Mrs. Broderick. I'm just suggesting that you did have a full and complete and intimate relationship with Brad Wright, and you refused to acknowledge that to anyone, because if you did, then people wouldn't feel quite so sorry for you anymore.
No, Brad and I are friends. We're friends, good friends, and that's it. And if anybody wants to read anything else into that, we're not getting married and all that stuff that
You
you
were
asked
also
Maria.
lovers, though, too, weren't you?
Occasionally.
And you specifically denied that when you were asked the question by Amy Wallace.
Your Honor, I'm going to wait.
Let's ask an answer.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
And asked an answer sustained.
Well, when the children asked you about it, when Kim, for example, or Lee asked you, how come you're so mad that Dad has Linda when you have Brad?
Right.
Your response was, how can you equate the two? Brad doesn't support me.
That's right. I absolutely flew off the handle when Kim Broderick said that to me. She's like, let's call this off. Let's call it even. Dan's got Linda, you've got Brad. See ya. I was like, wait a minute. Brad has nothing to do with anything.
Because Brad couldn't support you.
It had nothing to do with me needing a settlement of my life and my children. Brad had nothing to do with it. Dan Broderick having a girlfriend and me having Brad as a friend in my house had nothing to do with it.
All right, it did have something to do with you having some emotional support during that period of time, though, didn't it?
It had to do with me, thank God, having one friend that I went to movies and went to dinner with and had a friend. But it was a casual relationship and he would come and go, and I did not dump all of these problems on him. It was none of his business either. My problems with my divorce and my children, why dump them on him?
When you were in jail shortly after these incidents, you wrote several letters to Brad. For example, I have lots of time to think and dream in here. I've had lots of time to smile and remember all the incredibly wonderful things we've done together. And then you went on to list them.
That's a thank you note to Brad, who's been just the most wonderful person in the whole world through so much shit, you can't believe it, and he's still a good, wonderful, that's a formal thank you note. Thank you and thank God you're a wonderful person.
Your Honor, perhaps it'd be appropriate to take a break for the witness to compose herself.
Your Honor.
There, I'm composed.
You're okay?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Mary.
Dan and Linda did get married in April of 1989, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware of the impending marriage for some period of time.
Or it seems like practically a year, yes.
And you were very interested in the details of the marriage. You were,
I did not know any details of the marriage except that there were chocolate-covered strawberries. As Rhett told me, I didn't know any details of the marriage.
you didn't ask the children about the details of the marriage. You
The
didn't
children
ask
didn't know either.
The housekeepers. Did you talk to Helen Picard about being upset, about the type of dress that Linda was wearing, that you had heard she was wearing a strapless wedding dress?
I
and
have
you thought that was
I
totally
had
inappropriate?
no idea what kind of dress Linda was wearing, and why would Helen Picard had no idea. Helen Picard was not friends of Dan or Linda or really even mine.
My
I had
question
no-
though was, did you tell Helen Picard
No.
that Linda was wearing a strapless wedding dress and that you thought that was real tacky and classless?
Nobody ever told me that, and that is not even the truth. I don't think she did wear a strapless wedding dress.
And so you would have never said anything like that to Helen Picard?
Absolutely not. And there's not even anything close to that about the wedding dress or details of the wedding. Helen Picard is lying through her teeth about everything.
Just like Gail Forbes is too, right?
Unfortunately, not about all the things. Gail Forbes and I were friends, and she did live close to me. But unfortunately, she's making up a lot of things to try and get me convicted, yes.
Prior to the wedding, you had made direct threats to kill Dan Broderick. You had told, for example, Sylvia Cavins that you were practicing with your gun and that you were going to put 3-4 bullets through his head.
That never happened. I never said that to anybody. I was not practicing with my gun. That's a fact. And I didn't say those things to Sylvia Cavins.
So Sylvia
And she's
Cavins,
changed it several times.
she's never changed the fact that you told her before the wedding that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick in the head at the wedding, has she? She said that from the very beginning, that you made the statement that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick through the head. In fact, that's how Dan started to become concerned about the fact that you had bought a gun and that you were making threats to kill him.
When Dan and Linda announced,
Sustained.
Did you ever tell Sylvia Cavins that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick at the wedding? Yes
no,
or
but I'm sure Linda Kolkina did. When
Okay.
Dan and Linda announced
Excuse me,
their
you've
marriage,
You've answered the question. Did you tell Kim on several occasions that you were going to kill Dan and or Linda at the wedding?
no, I never told anybody. But Dan and Linda told people for a full year, including Michael Campbell that they hired. But they told everyone, family and friends, from the day they planned this marriage a year earlier, that I was going to come with a machine gun and kill everyone at the wedding and put bullets through her head and everything. And I laughed about it. I said she had a soap opera mentality. But I never told anybody
So-
I was going to kill anybody at the wedding.
So Dan and Linda just made this whole thing up so that they could hire security guards at their wedding.
They made this
Your Honor,
up.
objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
But Dan and Linda did hire security guards for protection at their wedding,
Your
correct?
Honor, objection calls for conclusion speculation.
Overruled, you can answer that if you know.
I know
Yes.
what they told the
Yes or
children.
no? Did they hire security guards as far as you know at the wedding?
I knew they told the children the day they announced they were getting married that they were going to hire security guards a year later at the wedding. And because I was coming with a machine gun and going to kill everybody, and they were going to hire helicopters and everything. And it was all very exciting. And the children thought it was just wonderful.
You knew that there was a security guard that had been hired to follow you that day.
I only know now. I
You
wouldn't have
didn't, you
known.
weren't aware of him at that particular day that he was
I was
following
aware
you.
of some weird person in a blue pickup following me everywhere, but I didn't know who he was.
You also made threats. You told people, when you heard that Dan Broderick had proposed to Linda, that there was a little article in the paper that he had gotten down on one knee and proposed to Linda, you told people, by the time I get through with him, he'll be down on both knees. Did you make that statement?
Actually, I thought it was the day of an investment club meeting, and it was very funny. And I said that Dan Broderick on the floor of a bar doing anything was not a newsworthy subject, so I didn't see why it was in the newspaper. And then I called his office to talk to him and tell him that, but he wasn't there, as a joke. And so Bob Valgi, who I don't know, answered the phone, and I said, tell him that.
You told him, by the time I get through with him, tell him he'll be down on both knees.
Right,
And you thought that was funny.
I did. I
Just
still think
like
it's funny.
Stealing the wedding list was funny. Just like calling Linda a cunt was funny. All these things were funny to you.
Well, not funny, ha-ha, but I did get my little digs in, yes, my little tiny digs.
And you would accept that people perhaps on the receiving end of those things would not necessarily think they were so funny.
Meaning who, Bob Valgi?
Yes, for example.
I don't know him. I don't know if he thinks it was funny. I thought it was real funny.
It is true that by the time of the wedding, you had bought a gun and you had shown the gun to your children.
I bought the gun the day that Linda broke into my house, and I
Mrs.
showed the
Broderick?
gun immediately to my children when I brought it home, which was not that day.
And so is it true that before the wedding, you had bought a gun and you had shown the children the gun?
Absolutely, yes.
And are you now saying that you were never a marksman, you were never a good shooter, you were never someone who shot guns as a hobby when you were in college?
I never shot a gun in college, no.
Did you
In
ever?
eighth grade, in grammar school, a priest named Father McHale.
Yes, I know. You've testified
That's
to
it.
that. We've heard
That's
it.
it.
Did you ever tell Gail Forbes, as she described, that you were a marksman in college and that you'd won awards for shooting in college?
Absolutely not. She could have heard school. I could have said that I shot guns in school and thought it was fun. She could have heard college. I could have said I shot guns when I was in school. I could have said that because I was in school.
Do you recall the incident that she describes when
No.
you were passing by a rifle range and
No, I
In
don't ever
Berkeley?
remember passing by a rifle range in Berkeley. I wouldn't have known it was a rifle range. I don't remember that particular thing, but if we were passing by and she said, that's a rifle range, I said, oh, that was fun. I used to do that in school, but it wasn't college.
but you also told her that you were a marksman and that you had won awards.
Well, they
For
give you
shooting.
paper certificates. Yes, everyone was a marksman. Kim has a certificate saying she was a marksman from
Okay.
summer camp, and Kim doesn't remember shooting the gun.
You made the same statement to Maria Peralta in jail, that you had been a marksman and that you had been a good shot.
I don't remember saying anything to Maria Peralta in jail at all.
Do you remember telling Brian Forbes that you had bought a .357 Magnum and that you were going to shoot Dan Broderick's balls off?
I know he says I said that, but that's not true, and I never said that. I don't even know what a .357 Magnum is. I've never.
Well, you've
Seen
heard
the
of, everybody's heard of .357 Magnums, haven't they? I mean, that's.
Well, Brian Forbes said that I said it was like Dirty Harry had. I've never seen Dirty Harry. I don't know what Dirty Harry had.
Do you recall the incident of going over to his house when you had just acquired your Jaguar to give him a ride in the Jaguar and telling him that you hated Dan Broderick and that you were going to shoot his balls off? Did you
No.
say that?
No, I remember him coming for a ride in the car.
But you never said anything to that effect.
I may have said something sort of like that, but it wasn't like that.
Did you tell Melanie Fuller that you had bought a gun and that you were taking shooting classes with the gun?
Melanie is my friend that had a gun first, and so I
Ms.
thought it was a good
Broderick?
idea.
If you could just answer my question.
What's the question?
Did you tell Melanie Fuller that you had bought a gun and that you were taking shooting classes with the gun?
When I took the shooting classes was 1986, and I didn't buy a gun there, but Melanie would have known about that.
Did you tell her that you had bought a gun?
I don't know if Melanie knew because after she got married, I wasn't that friendly with her. I don't know if she knew that I bought the gun, but she wouldn't have known that I was taking shooting classes with the gun that I bought because I didn't take shooting classes with the gun that I bought.
Well, my question is just, did you tell her that you had bought a gun and that you were taking shooting classes?
I know I told her about the shooting classes in 86. I'm not sure if I made a point of telling her when I bought the gun. I'm not sure if I think she knew I had a gun.
And she knew you had a gun, that you had bought the gun
I'm
in
not sure.
1989? Did you buy a gun in 1986?
No.
You wouldn't have told her that you bought a gun in 1986.
No, in fact, Melanie had a friend with a shooting range and she wanted me to go there. It was in the house, in the prince's house. And we would have had to use her gun because I didn't have a gun.
Did you tell Patty Monahan that you'd bought a gun back then?
No, Patty Monahan, like Melanie, must have heard that I signed up for these 2 classes because I was looking for friends to do things with. And I thought they might want to go.
Patty Monahan testified that you had told her that you had bought a gun. Did you tell her that?
No, but she heard that I was taking these classes and must have assumed I had a gun,
Well,
which
when
you
you
didn't need to take these classes.
You took those classes. You're talking about the class that you took with Steve France, the gentleman who testified?
It was an
Here in court?
introductory thing.
And
Yes.
that was the class where the first time you all shot the gun, the reason his attention was drawn to you was because you were such a good shot and you were shooting every one of them through the bullseye, right?
I thought it was that I looked so good. I didn't know that it was, I'd never heard that before.
Were you not?
I thought he wanted to meet me, which is what it appeared to me.
Were you
When I
not
found out
shoot-
he was an attorney, I wasn't interested.
Were you not shooting every one of those bullets right through the bullseye? And didn't he
Of course
comment?
not. Are you kidding? I couldn't do that. Nobody could do that. It was the first time I'd ever shot a handgun, and I was standing long, like a rifle shot, and I didn't get them all through the bullseye, not even close.
And so Mr. France is lying when he said that he turned and he saw that you got them all through the center cluster of the target?
I don't think he said that. He knows that that's practically impossible to do. I don't think he said that he thought that I was good because I was hitting the thing, but I don't think he said I got them all in the center of the target or anything. In fact, that's not even close to true. doing everything wrong.
Did you tell Connie Cassidy, one of Kim's friends, that you had a gun and that you'd been practicing with the gun?
No, I don't remember telling Connie Cassidy that. I think Kim knew that I had a gun. I know Kim knew I had a
Did you
gun.
tell Connie Cassidy that you'd been practicing with the gun?
No, I don't remember any specific conversations with Connie.
Did you ever make threats to kill Dan or Linda Broderick in front of Connie Cassidy?
I don't know. Connie was a friend of Kim's over a long period of time. I don't know what she would have heard. You know, I wouldn't have been talking to her, but I wouldn't be surprised if she overheard me say, that son of a bitch, I'm going to kill him.
With respect to the hearing on March 14th of 1989, after you stole the wedding list, Mr. Berry did go into court to attempt to get an order from the court to have you return the wedding list, correct?
Among a lot of other things, yeah.
Well, the reason, the precipitation, what brought that hearing on was the fact that you had gone and stolen the wedding list, right?
I removed the wedding list from the front steps of the house. Nobody needed to go to court to ask for the wedding list back. All they had to do was ask for the wedding list back. They could have it back.
Just
No
like
big
all they
deal.
had to do was ask you to stop calling Dan and Linda the bad names, and that would stop too?
No.
Okay.
I had a copy. I made a copy of the wedding list. I didn't need it, and they didn't need it either.
Well, they did request from the judge that you return the wedding list. You had taken it, whether you want to call it stealing or not, you had taken the wedding list,
And I'd be happy to give it back, no problem.
and you'd be happy to give it back, no problem. You
Correct.
said at that hearing, you admitted at the hearing that you definitely had the list, right?
I thought I had the list, but when I got home that day is the day Maria told me that Linda removed stuff from my house.
We're at the hearing, and
Right.
which was after that. You went to the
Just
hearing that
minutes after
afternoon.
that.
And at that hearing, you told the judge, I have the stupid list and I got a lot of laughs out of it, right?
I thought I had it, but I didn't know if Linda had removed it,
Okay.
because that's what she was looking for.
If you would take a look at the transcript of the March 14th hearing, page 7.
I had the stupid list and I got a lot of laughs out of it. I thought I had the list.
So
I
you
didn't have
say-
it on my person. I
You
thought
didn't-
I had it at home.
You didn't say, I think I have it, I don't know where it is. You said, I have the stupid list and I got a lot of laughs out of it, correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay, and the judge ordered you at that time to return the list.
Right.
The next day.
Right.
And they ordered you to not contact anybody on the list. There was a concern that you were going to be contacting people on that list, and there was a request by the court that you not do that as well.
No, I argued that. I said, I'm not contacting people on this list. They're longtime friends of mine as well. So what we agreed upon was I wouldn't contact anyone I didn't know on the list. Well, why would I contact anyone I didn't know anyway,
Okay. And so you agreed not to contact any people that you
that I didn't know?
didn't know. And you were angry about being at that hearing. You were angry
I
that the
was
judge had
furious.
ordered you to return the wedding list.
No, I was angry about Linda breaking into my house. I was angry at someone calling my work 4 and 5 times that morning and hanging up. I was angry about the 4-hour notice, dirty pool bullshit on my machine again. If they can call work 4 or 5 times to find out if I'm there and hang up, they could have given the 4-hour notice at work.
Which is what they did. They attempted to give you the 4-hour notice at work and then attempted to leave a message at your home too, to give you the 4-hour notice.
Excuse me? What?
Didn't they attempt to contact you at school to give you your 4-hour notice?
I don't know. All I know is someone put a 4-hour notice on the answering machine and then called work a bunch of times and hung up.
Well, obviously you got some notice about the hearing because you went down to court for the hearing.
When I got home and I went home early. I left work over an hour early and ran home thinking there's something wrong. Why would somebody keep calling and hanging up? There's something wrong here. So I went home and sure enough, it was the 4-hour thing. I had 10 minutes to get to court and I flew down to court.
Okay.
And I was informed that Linda would have been in the house too, which I told the judge on the transcript that day.
You, on the transcript of the 14th?
Yes. I was crying and I was very upset and I said that Linda had just been in my house and he said, Mrs. Broderick, you have the full whatever of the court to get restraining orders against her. And I said, oh, why bother?
When he ordered you to return the list, he ordered you to return the list by the next day,
And I did.
and you did not.
No, I did.
You did not return the list the next day, did you?
If
Who
I
did
was,
you return the list to?
I believe I brought it to the courtroom and handed it to the marshal
To the marshal there in Judge Howitt's
in
courtroom?
an envelope. Yeah, Eddie was his name.
And so how is it that you would have said, after the list was not returned to the court as far as they knew, and you had another hearing on the 31st, how is it that you would have said you had no idea where the list was?
I don't know, but there is a definite answer for this. I don't know. You're taking little things out of context and stuff. If we read stuff through, there's logical, truthful answers for all this stuff.
Well, on March 17th, you were ordered to return the list on the 14th by the 15th.
Right.
According to the court, you never returned the list because on the 17th, when it still hadn't been returned, that's when the court suspended any support payments because you had not returned the wedding list, correct?
That's not my recollection of it at all.
May I have marked, Your Honor, as People's Notes of Order?
104.
A minute order dated March 17th,
What year?
1989.
So Mark,
If you take a look at that minute order and the paragraph describing it at the bottom, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you'd returned the wedding list?
I don't know that I've ever seen this paper before, and this is not what happened, and I don't know who wrote that. I returned it the next day to the man in an envelope. I don't know what that is, and that's not the way it went about the money either.
According to there was no suspension of your support payment until this hearing on March 17th,
No, that's
when
not
you
right.
hadn't returned the wedding list.
No, that's not right.
When was it suspended?
When I reported to court on the 14th is when I hit the locked door and the hearing was over with Mr. Barry and Judge Howitt, and I couldn't get into the courtroom. And they had decided at that time that the kids would be court ordered to go to the wedding, that I would not contact anyone on the wedding list, that the $16,000 a month would be suspended until further notice.
And Mrs. Broderick,
some other
you then
things,
went
and that
into
was
the courtroom. You went into the courtroom and you had your hearing. And the judge said, and you admitted that you had the list, and the judge said, okay, all we want is for you to return the list by tomorrow.
And
You
I
didn't return the list,
No, I
and
didn't.
that's when the court ordered the suspension of your support payments.
I don't know what happened with that paper, but I didn't have the courage to not follow a court order. I brought that thing in exactly like I was supposed
When you
to.
didn't bring it back and you didn't bring it back, they finally had another hearing on March 31st, right?
I don't know.
Did you go to court on March 31st?
Does it say I was there?
Showing you a transcript of March 31st, 1989. Does it indicate your name there, Mrs. Broderick?
Yes.
And the court asking you some questions about the wedding list?
I don't know. Let me look at it.
Isn't it true that the court asked you what happened to it?
I don't
And
know.
you
didn't
said-
Let me look at it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right here. Isn't it true that you said, well, I assume maybe his girlfriend got it. If not, my daughter could have gotten it, who broke into the house the day after I was here. Or maybe he got it himself, who brought the two boys to myself the third and fourth day, and they all came in my house those days. But somebody has got the list, but it's not me, and the wedding invitations have gone out, is my understanding. I have no idea where the stupid list is. Now, can you explain why you would say to the court on March 31st, I have no idea where the stupid list is, if on March 15th you had come back to the court and given the list to the marshal?
What we're talking about here, I think, are copies of the list. I had my own copy machine, remember? And the first thing I did on that list is make a copy of it. In fact, I made a couple of copies of it. And they may have wanted all of the copies at that point.
Is there any discussion about copies here? The first question to you is, well, the first thing I'm concerned about is the wedding list. Do you have it? No, I don't have it. It's gone. What happened to it? I have no idea where the stupid list is.
At that point, I didn't know where the stupid list
You
was.
knew that you brought it back to the marshal, the court the
That's
next
what I
day.
thought.
And you never said that to the judge? Judge, I was here on the 15th and I gave back the wedding list?
Well, let's see the rest of the thing. I mean, I don't know what we're talking about here. I'm just telling you what happened, the way I know what happened. I don't really know what this is here. I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
This is a partial transcript of something. I don't know what it is.
It's the entire transcript of the hearing. And do you ever say in that hearing,
I don't remember. What was this hearing called?
do you not say, I have no idea where the stupid list was?
Right. By that point, I didn't have any idea where the stupid list was.
Well, you knew that.
I still don't know what happened to it.
And does the court also not say, because you wouldn't admit having the list, you didn't know where it was, that the spousal support will be reinstated? You basically gave up.
I'm not with you on this. I don't.
Does the court say spousal support will be reinstated?
Reinstated from when was it taken away?
From when he suspended it on the 17th because you hadn't returned the list.
But see, it's my recollection that on the 14th, it was reinstated right away. I didn't understand that it was ever taken away, literally.
Well, you testified before that they went in the court and they took, and they terminated your support payments again.
And then when the doors opened and I came in, it was all straightened out,
Okay,
I thought.
okay. So your support payments never were suspended then in March of
Just
1980.
momentarily until they discovered I was there and we came in and we argued it again and I don't think, no, after I argued it, I don't think they ever were taken away. So that's
Okay,
why I don't understand why it's reinstated.
well, because it had been suspended on the 17th. When you had the court order, the minute order says it had been suspended on the 17th. The fact of the matter is, whether it was temporarily suspended or not, you were paid your support in March, and you were paid your support in April
Right,
and May and June, and you never missed a support payment at
Right.
any time during 1989.
right.
Even though you made the statement on direct examination that you told your friends, they're gonna pull it right out from underneath me.
They did, in fact,
Okay,
for a while until I, by luck, showed up and straightened it
and it
out.
had nothing to do with your conduct whatsoever of stealing the wedding list.
Yes, it did, but that was the tool they were going to use whenever I didn't do what they wanted me to do, was to pull out the monthly money. I knew that's what he'd do from January 89 when that was the only thing I got in the divorce.
So when you went
Was it
over and
checked
stole
that
the
he would
wedding
control
list, you
me?
knew that's what he was gonna do?
No, I thought he'd come over to my house and ask for it back and I'd give it back. That's what I thought he'd do. Or at least call and say he wanted it back or something. I didn't know we'd end up in court.
Well, he'd talked to you on many occasions in the past, and your conversations never were fruitful, were they? In fact, he had told you from years past that if you were gonna have communications, he preferred if you'd write to him because you could not talk together without something happening.
Oh, that was true since 1985.
Right. Okay.
Good place to take the morning recess as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes until 10:45. Please remember the admonition.
The hearing that we've been talking about on March 31st of 1989. I circled the first one on the 14th. Next one was on the 31st, and for the record, Your Honor, I'm referring to equals 85C.
All right.
That was the last time that you were in court before November the 5th of 1989, correct?
All right. I wasn't in court on November 5th, 89. That was the last time I was in court.
Right.
Last time I was in court.
There were no, you didn't have to go to court in April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. You didn't go to court, have any hearings in court after the March 31st hearing of 1989, correct?
I went to court with Walter Mond for something, but I don't remember what, and Kathleen Cafaro was there. I don't remember what.
Was that the time in August when you had not returned Rhett and you sent Rhett off to Lake Tahoe?
No, I don't think I don't remember. I had to go to court once with Walter Mond, but it wasn't a hearing. I don't know what it was. I don't
The
think
only
we had a
things that
court hearing.
happened after March 31st of 1989 were things in court that you had generated. You had filed an appeal, you had filed a motion for custody of the children. Those are the things that you were generating, correct?
I hired Walter Mond right after the verdict to get custody of the children in February of 89.
Right. And there was a problem in August which Kathy Cafaro testified to, in which you had Rhett, you did not return him at the end of the visitation, and you sent him off. First you sent him to Lake Tahoe, and then you sent him to New York, correct?
I believe Dan knew about Lake Tahoe. That was with an attorney's family, and I really think Dan knew about that. But then Rhett got back from Lake Tahoe early, and Danny was still in Sun Valley, Idaho. I think that's how it went. Danny was somewhere else. Rhett did not want to go to Mission Hills by himself and stay with a maid. He wanted to stay with me. If he stayed with me, I'd get in trouble. So he went to New York to see my parents.
And this was something that Dan didn't know about, and that's why he asked Kathy Cafaro to contact Walter Mond in order to try and get Rhett back.
Yeah, Rhett was hiding behind furniture and grabbing my skirt like a 2-year-old, and he would not go back with Dan. He was not going back there alone. He was not going back.
Okay. You indicated that he wanted to spend the time with you. That's why you didn't want to send him back, and yet you sent him off to New York.
Because we were always scared to death of police coming to our door, and Rhett was a nervous
Did any
wreck.
police come to your door at any time in 1989?
Whenever the boys ran away from Dan or refused
Mrs.
to go
Broderick,
back,
did any police come to your door in
In
1989? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
Did any police come to your door in April, May, June, July, August? Even in August, when you sent Rhett off in violation of the court order, did any police come to your door? Yes or no?
Not concerning Rhett, no.
And you didn't call up Walter Mond and tell Walter Mond to contact Kathy Cafaro or to contact Dan Broderick and ask if you could send him off to New York. You just went ahead and did it, correct?
Oh, right. Dan wouldn't have agreed to it.
Okay, and so you intentionally violated the court order, knowing there was a court order. You just went ahead and did what you wanted to do.
I
Yes
always
or no?
protected my kids more than obeyed the court order, correct?
Okay. And at that last hearing on March 31st, when it was made clear that you did not have the wedding list anymore, there was also the issue of Kathy Lee and the fact that you had kicked Kathy Lee out of the house, and therefore Dan was requesting to not have to pay child support anymore, correct? The court ordered at that time that he didn't have to pay child support because Kathy Lee had moved back into Dan's house.
The day that the verdict came down in January, I
Mrs.
said she
Broderick.
had moved out.
Okay, and on the hearing of March 31st, since she had moved out back in January, that was when the court also ordered that Dan needn't pay child support anymore because Kathy Lee was living with Dan, correct?
I don't remember if she was living with Dan at that time, but I know I never received the court-ordered support because by the time the verdict came, she was no longer living with me.
Right. You kicked her out of the house and you told the court that it wasn't worth $1,500 to you to hassle with her anymore.
It wasn't worth $3 million to me to hassle with her anymore. The day that I had the argument with her is
Okay.
what I said to her.
Now, on that, you testified too that Dan was switching the visitation at a whim, that he just switched his visitation at a whim was your word.
That's right.
Isn't it true that there were only 2 times when he requested to switch a visitation in the year of 1989 after there was an order? And the first one was at that March 31st hearing where you were already in court, where he requested from the judge to have the boys on the weekend that he was getting married.
Right.
Okay, so he didn't just keep the boys when he wasn't supposed to. He didn't violate the court orders. He went into the court when you were there, when you were represented, and asked if he could switch the weekend so that he could have the boys for the weekend he was getting married, and you could have them for another weekend.
And he was
correct?
never denied anything he ever asked for. But I didn't feel the equal ability to go into court and get anything I wanted ever.
Well, okay, we'll talk about that. That you didn't think that it was unreasonable for him to request to have the children on the weekend that he was getting married, did you?
I thought he was court ordering the children to attend his wedding,
Well,
especially the older ones.
It was explained to you at the hearing that nobody was making any court orders about who was to go to the wedding. He was simply requesting to have them for the weekend. And the court made that order, gave you the opportunity to have any other weekend you wanted. And you waived it, didn't you?
I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't think it was proper that the children be ordered to the wedding when they were so ambivalent about going.
Did the court not say there will be no court order telling him the kids have to go to the wedding? There will be a court order changing the visitation that weekend, that he will have the weekend as his, and you will have another weekend of your choice. And you answered, okay. Then it was asked of you, is there a specific date that you would want in exchange? And you said, no, I'll just waive my weekend for now, correct?
I don't remember how it came out, if that's what it says there. I think I did get the kids when he was on the honeymoon, though.
Okay.
I don't remember.
If you take a look at page 13, isn't it clear from reading either here or here that the court was not ordering the kids to go to the wedding? It was simply giving Dan Broderick that weekend, and you were given the opportunity to have another weekend.
Right, but ordering the kids to be in his house was the same as ordering them to the wedding, because the wedding was in his house.
No weekend was taken away from you. You had an opportunity to have another weekend, and in fact, you waived having another weekend, correct?
I don't remember how it went. I think I ended up with the kids over the honeymoon. What they meant to me was, do I have a specific date that I want to change for? And I had no specific date. I had no plans for any specific reason that I would trade him for.
Okay, and so you said at the time, I'll waive it. I don't want another
I didn't
weekend.
have a specific reason or date to change anything.
The only other time that he requested for a change in the visitation was when you went into court in September to have the children when Dan and Linda went to Greece for the week of Greece. And at that time, he requested that he have the boys for the weekend that he went to Notre Dame, correct?
I guess so. I wasn't there. I think that's the one.
Okay, well, you knew that your attorney was going into court to make that request, that you have the kids for that weekend.
Right.
Okay, you'd filed a motion, you'd filed a declaration.
My attorney did. Right.
Well, that was on your behalf, correct?
Right. I was only involved by telephone at this time.
So you weren't
I
going
think-
to any of those hearings at that time?
No, I wish I had been there. Then we wouldn't have had the problem that arose. He
Well-
told me I shouldn't be there. Otherwise, I would have been there.
You indicated that at that hearing, well, one, again, it was a request by Dan Broderick to simply switch weekends. He didn't want to take an extra weekend, take a weekend from you. He wanted to simply switch weekends. He asked the court for permission so that he could have the boys on the weekend he went to Notre Dame, and you could have another weekend, correct?
Right. But I had similar reasons why he shouldn't have been able to do that for the same reason. I had plans on a certain weekend that I couldn't have the boys, and he got it in his favor without any input from me.
And you testified that it was because of that switch, that it wrecked your weekend to go to Acapulco that you had already planned.
Well,
Right.
it upset it.
Okay. You testified, you acknowledged that the weekend of the 5th, the weekend that you had the boys, the weekend that you went over and killed Dan and Linda Broderick, that was your weekend. You had the boys under a court order for that weekend.
Okay, right.
The weekend before that, on the 29th, was the weekend that you went to Acapulco.
Right.
That was always never your weekend. That was
Right.
always Dan and Linda's weekend.
Correct. That's
Correct.
why I made the plan.
And that's why you made the plans to go to Acapulco.
Right.
And when the 2 weekends were changed in September, when Walter Mond went in to change those weekends, it had nothing to do with that weekend of October the 29th. It was 2 previous weekends that were switched, wasn't it?
I lost it completely. I don't know what you're talking about.
Does it not say in this order, the petitioner shall have visitation and custody of the minor children from 6 p.m. on October 20th through 6 p.m. on October 22nd, in that this is the regular scheduled time for respondent's visitation. Respondent shall have substituted visitation from 6 p.m. on October 13th through 6 p.m. on October 15th. So the weekends that had been changed were the 2 weekends before. These 2 weekends here were the weekends that had been switched, and it had nothing to do with wrecking your plans for Acapulco.
I'm
Do you want to take
totally,
a look at that order?
okay, keep working on this. Show me which weekends, who had what where, and I'll show you exactly what happened.
You've already testified, Mrs. Broderick, and it's in the court order that you had the boys under the court order on the weekend of the 5th, the weekend that you
That
killed
was-
Dan.
That was my weekend, with no argument, no question. Nobody tried to change that weekend.
And the weekend before was the weekend that you went to Acapulco, and nobody tried to change that weekend either. The only switch of weekends were the 2 weekends before that, where you had no plans. Nothing was done to wreck your plans for Acapulco. Take a look at the order here.
Commission shall visitate. When would I have seen this order? I mean,
Doesn't matter when you saw the order. The fact is that you
That's in Rancho,
testified
6 p.m.
that they wrecked your plans for Acapulco because they switched the weekends on you. And the fact of the matter is, they never switched those weekends. They switched the 2 weekends before, and you had them. You knew when they went to South Bend, and you knew when you had them the weekend before.
I'm not agreeing with the thing you say because I'm not following you at all. All I know is what I know, what happened.
Excuse me, okay, let's start with this. You had the weekend on November the 5th. You're following me there, right?
Right,
You didn't have the weekend on November the 29th, correct?
right.
And that
That's why
was the
we
trip of
made the
Acapulco,
plans.
right?
Right.
And nothing was done to change that weekend, was there?
No, I could have had the boys that weekend instead of the one before.
But you had made plans to go to Acapulco on that weekend.
Okay,
And so that weekend wasn't changed. Nothing was done with that
I
weekend.
didn't see the memo.
Nothing messed up your plans for Acapulco. The 2 weekends before, under this court order, were the ones that were changed. And there was no problem with anybody messing up your prearranged plans or messing up your ability to have the children, was there?
Yes, there was.
And where, on what weekend was that?
I don't understand what this says here or what you're
Okay.
doing. I don't understand
Let
which
me ask
weekend was
you-
in and which, if you would
Okay.
tell me on which weekend on the calendar that I had the boys before this happened. Can you
Okay.
know that? Do you know that?
Petitioner shall have visitation in the custody of the minor children from 6 p.m. on October 20th until 6 p.m. on October 22nd.
And that's Dan
And that's this week.
taking my weekend. That should have been my weekend, see? Right? Right.
No,
The
October
20th should
29th.
have been my weekend.
You were the petitioner at this point.
See, I don't even know that. Okay, now what's going on here?
Okay, the question is, and you've already testified, that there was no doubt about the November 5th weekend and there was no doubt about the weekend before.
According to the court order of January 89,
Okay.
that
And your
set the
plans had
weekends.
already been set for October 29th for Acapulco.
Right.
Okay, and nothing was done to change that. Nothing was done under this order, was there, to change the weekend of October the 29th?
I
Yes or
don't-
no?
I don't know if we followed that order. I don't know what happened to the weekend of the 13th and the 14th and the 15th. I'm
Was
totally
anything
confused.
done under this order that was signed September the 22nd? Order of the court, Frederick Castro, judge. Was anything done to change the weekend of October the 29th?
I don't know because I don't know what happened on the weekend of the 13th. I don't know whose weekend that
Was
was. You're
anything
saying
done
they
to
changed the
change-
20th and moved it forward to the 13th, 14th? Is that what that's saying?
All I'm asking you is, was anything done to change the weekend
I
of the
don't
29th?
know. I don't know what that's saying. I don't know what happened.
You can't read the words?
But I don't know if we did that. Just because it says that there doesn't mean that's what happened.
It was after the hearing on March 14th when obviously you knew that Dan and Linda were getting married. You had stolen the wedding list only a day or two before. You had, at least other people have testified, that you had threatened to kill Dan and Linda at the wedding. It was after you had gone to that court hearing where you basically said that you were very angry that they had brought you to court. You felt that you were humiliated because they were ordering you to return the wedding list. It was right after you left that court hearing that you went directly to Weiser's gun store and bought the gun, correct?
Exactly.
Now, when you bought the gun, you said that you bought 3 boxes of bullets.
I think, yes, that's my recollection.
Okay, and one was the Hydroshock bullets, one was the Target bullets, and then you bought another box of what kind of bullets?
I remember them as being cheap, medium, and good. That's the way I remembered them. Some were called retreads or reloads or something, and one were brand new, regular target shooting bullets, and the other ones were the ones you would use for self-defense protection.
And you shot a whole box of those bullets the day that you bought the
Yes,
gun?
yes.
Okay, how many bullets are
I'm
you
not
talking
sure if I
about?
shot the cheapest ones or the medium ones. I don't know. if they come in,
10, 15, 50?
I think it was the same kind of a box as the other ones are here.
50 shot
If
box?
that's what's in there, it looked the same size.
And when you picked up the gun, did you load it with the hydroshock bullets?
No, I don't know. I don't know if that's the same gun that I picked up.
No,
Or
I'm not
not.
talking about whether or not it's the same gun you shot, but when you went back
I
and you
don't-
picked
I
up the
don't-
gun after the waiting period, you picked up the gun and you said that the gun was loaded the day that you left that shop when you picked up the gun.
Yes, that's
Did
what,
you load it or did
because
the
I didn't
people
load
there
it
at
at
the shop
home.
load it?
I don't remember who loaded. I think the man did, but I wouldn't say that I didn't. I don't know.
Okay.
But it was loaded and ready to go when I left the shop
Okay, so you knew that it was loaded with hydroshock bullets when you left the shop.
with the good bullets, right?
Okay. And you took the gun home, the loaded gun, and you put it somewhere in your closet when you got it home.
I put it in my nightstand, I put it in my closet, and I put it in a dresser. I moved it around. I wasn't comfortable with any of those places.
Okay, and you indicated that you were concerned about safety. You were so concerned about safety of the gun that you showed it to the boys and you explained it to them, and that you showed it to Maria and you explained it to her. Now, you heard her testify that she had never seen the gun or knew anything about the gun until she came upon it accidentally once going through your lingerie drawer.
And I particularly remember pointedly showing Maria that gun and saying in English, Maria, this is real, as well as I could say in English. I don't know how to do Spanish at all. This is real. I just didn't want her to happen upon it in a drawer and think it was a toy or something.
But
So
her testimony was that's how
that she didn't
saw the
remember
gun.
that.
So she didn't remember you sitting her down and showing her a gun.
I didn't
and
say I
telling
sat her
that-
down. I think we were in our bedroom and I pointedly wanted to tell Maria, the girls, and the boys that there was now a real gun in the house. That if you see this thing, this is not a toy. This is a real thing.
And you said it with that amount of sincerity and seriousness to Maria, and she didn't remember that ever occurring.
I honestly thought I educated Maria to the fact that if you come upon this in a drawer anywhere, know that it is real and don't touch it.
When you showed the gun to the boys and you were explaining to them that this was a real gun, did you take the gun out and show it to them?
The gun out.
You take the gun out of the case. It was in a case, right?
I don't remember if I let them touch it. I know they saw the gun, so the case must have been open, and I probably held it. I don't know if I let the boys hold it.
Well, okay, the gun comes in a case. Do you recall when you were showing the boys the gun and explaining it to them? Did you take the gun out and show it to them?
I'm not sure the gun would have been in the case the day I showed it to them, because when it was in my nightstand and in the dresser, it was not in the case.
Okay, so at some point you separated the case from the gun.
The case was made to hang in a closet. So that was my first thing, is to hide it among the clothes in a closet in that case. And then after I moved it out of the closet, I didn't use the case anymore.
So you took the gun all by itself and you put the gun in your drawer in your bed.
Right next to the bed.
And when you were showing the boys this gun, is it from that drawer? Did you take it out of the drawer and show the boys this gun to tell them this was a real gun?
I don't remember if it was in the drawer at that time. I don't remember where it was, but
Where were you?
I showed the boys
Where were you when you explained this to the boys?
in the house, but I don't remember what room or anything.
And when you took the gun out to show them that this was a gun and you talked to them about how
They were not supposed to touch it.
not supposed to touch it and how dangerous it was still loaded. You had a loaded gun that you were showing these two boys and talking about safety, correct?
Yeah.
And in fact, after you showed the boys this gun, Danny was so concerned about the fact that you were going to use this gun to kill his father that he stole it, that he grabbed it, he took it, and he ran outside to try and hide it from you, didn't he?
He took the gun case outside. I don't remember if the gun was in the case at that time, but Danny thought the gun was in the case at that time. So that told me that he wasn't scared by the fact, don't touch that gun, because he thought it was in there. I don't know if it was in there.
So, but he was so concerned about what you were going to do with that gun that he took the gun case with the gun in it, or maybe the gun case
He
without
touched
it.
the gun.
Did he
Well.
touch the gun or did he touch the gun case?
He touched the gun case, but he thought he had the gun in there.
Okay, so he took the gun case. He'd obviously seen the gun case. He knew it had the gun in it. He took the gun case and he took it out of the house. He ran out of the house crying because he was afraid of what you were going to do with this gun, didn't he?
That's what he said.
And after Danny took the gun out of the house and tried to hide it, you took it away from him. And where'd you put it?
Again, I don't remember if the gun was in the case or not, so I don't remember where I put it. But that's the same day I had the gun in my pocket when Dan came to the house. It's the same day.
Well, you testified before that it was after Danny ran out with the gun that you didn't keep it in the closet anymore, and that's when you put it in your drawer.
See, I don't remember where the gun was. It was moved around 3 different places. I don't know specifically that day, but I don't know where I put it.
And so after
But I know I had it in my pocket.
After Danny took the gun away, after you knew that he was terrified of this gun, and after you knew, I think your words this time around were that he was fascinated with this gun, you still kept the gun in the lingerie drawer of your house, correct?
No, I don't know.
That's where Maria found it. That's where Maria came upon it. It was kept there in the lingerie drawer of your house.
At times it was kept there, but not usually when the boys were in the house. See, Maria would be there on weekdays. The boys would be there on the weekend. So
Okay. And so where was it on the weekends then when the boys would come to the house?
on the weekends in the summer when the boys were there, we were away on a trip. So the gun was home and the boys were with me. When the boys were home is when I started putting it in my purse and keeping it with me or locking it in the car. They didn't know it was in the purse. No one ever saw it in the purse.
No one ever saw the gun in your
Not
purse?
that I know of.
This was the purse that you carried around with you that had all of your stuff in it. You had a big purse that had a lot of stuff in it, right?
Yes, which is exactly why I did not really carry it around with me.
Okay. You put the gun, again, indicating that you knew how fascinated Danny was in this gun. You kept the gun in the house, whether you put it in your lingerie drawer, or whether you put it in your purse. You still kept it there, and you kept it loaded, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's what you're testifying to, anyway,
What?
that you kept the gun loaded.
The gun was always loaded from the day that I bought it. I never unloaded it and loaded it again.
And when the boys would come over to the house on the weekends to spend time with you, knowing again the danger that a gun presented and knowing the danger that a loaded gun presented, your decision was to keep it with you and to keep it with your purse.
Yes.
And you carried the purse, well, that weekend, that Friday when they came over, when you went to pick them up at school. Did you have the gun in your purse when you went to pick them up at school?
Yes.
Yes?
And the purse usually stayed in the car. It didn't come out of the car with me places.
And when was it that you had taken the gun out of from wherever it was and put the gun in your purse that weekend?
I don't remember.
Well, it was a Friday before you went to pick up the boys.
Right.
When on Friday did you make the conscious decision to go get that gun and put it in your purse?
Yeah, I didn't make that decision on Friday. I don't know when
Well, how long had you been carrying the gun around in your purse?
I don't know. The gun was in the purse the weekend I went to Acapulco also. And that's the story that I came out of my house and the gun was never under the seat of Brad's car ever. The purse was in the Suburban with the gun. I was leaving my house to go in a car with someone else and I had to get my purse out of the Suburban. And when I got the purse out of the Suburban, I remembered the gun was in it. So that's when I put the gun under the seat of the Suburban, locked the Suburban, and went to Acapulco with my purse.
You testified before that the only reason you put the gun in your purse was because you knew the boys were coming over to visit. And that was the safest place you thought it could be, was in your purse.
Right.
And so why, Mrs. Broderick, would you have it in your purse on the weekend that you went to Acapulco when you knew you weren't going to have the boys?
But see, I don't remember putting it in for that weekend either. It seemed that it was in the purse for a while because I was moving and I had these teenage boys helping me move and we were moving dresser drawers. I was moving between places and I didn't want anyone to find that gun in a dresser drawer or anything. So it just stayed in the car in the purse. It stayed, that's where it stayed.
That's not what you testified to before, though, was it? You testified that whenever the boys would come over, that you would specifically go get the gun and put it in your purse because you thought that was the safest place to be.
Whenever the boys were coming and it wasn't in my purse, I put it in my purse for those reasons.
Okay, and now you're saying that you sort of constantly carried this gun in your purse?
Your Honor,
No.
I would object, it's argument.
So when was it that you recall that you put the gun in the purse before this weekend
I
of
don't.
November the 5th?
What I recall about the gun is the Acapulco weekend. So when I came back from Acapulco, if we are working backwards, but I don't remember this, you would think that I took the gun out from under the seat of the car and put it back in the purse.
Did you have a license to carry a concealed weapon?
No,
Okay.
I had a permit for the gun, but
And you carried that gun with you in your purse wherever you drove and driving to the airport? Is that what you said? You
no, it
left-
didn't go to the airport. It stayed under the seat of the car in my driveway in the Suburban. I went in someone else's car.
And when you came back, then you took the gun out
I
of the
must have,
purse?
yeah.
And you put it
No, took
Back
it out
in-
from under the seat of the car and put it back in the purse.
and left the gun in your purse for that whole week before the weekend of
Right,
Friday?
because of all the moving and everything. Again, I don't particularly remember doing that, but restructuring it backwards, that's how it probably went.
And you were busy doing all of this moving and doing all of these things and being distracted with all of this stuff.
Right.
And you felt the safest place for this gun, this loaded gun, was to be in your purse.
Yep.
When you went shopping with Lee on that Friday and you went to Nordstrom's, did you have the gun in your purse as you were shopping?
First off, I don't think I did go shopping with Lee on Friday. I think she's wrong because of all the other things that you've told me I did on Friday. I don't know where we would have had time to go shopping.
Well, Mrs. Broderick, I haven't told you did anything on Friday.
Well, last year you did. You told me all these things I did on Friday, and I couldn't have humanly possibly been at real estate appointments and tax appointments and shopping at Nordstrom and picking the boys up and with Maria in the house all at the same time. It's just physically not possible.
Well, you didn't pick up the boys until after school. You didn't get the boys until
2:40.
after school, correct?
Right.
And you heard Lee testified that earlier in the morning and over the lunch hour, you went shopping with Lee.
Right, but that's
In
what Lee
fact,
said.
That's what Lee said. That's what she recalled it specifically because you were very angry about the letter that you had received.
We'll see.
And she said, Mom, let's not talk about it. Let's just go shopping. That was the Friday before November the 5th, correct?
I'm not sure because my recollection of that morning was the appointment with Mary Dietz. And I'm restructuring that from dates of appointments on calendars and things.
Did you go
I spent
shopping
that
with?
morning, I don't remember. It
Okay,
wouldn't
well,
have
did
been
you
a
go
big
shopping
deal.
with her the day before on
I
Thursday?
could have.
Okay, and did you carry the gun around, the loaded gun around in your purse when you were shopping with Lee?
No, anyone will tell you that when I went shopping, and we probably went to Nordstrom's, that's probably where we were, because that's the only place we used to go. I would take the credit card in my pocket for wherever we were going. If it was a food place, I'd take a MasterCard. If it was Nordstrom, I'd take my Nordstrom plastic card and not carry the purse because, as you've already said, it was very bulky and very heavy, and I didn't carry it.
All right, just back to the shopping with Lee, just so that it's clear. She testified, as you heard, that you went shopping on that day and that you were angry about receiving that letter and that you claimed that your dad's trying to put me back in jail again. You were complaining about that letter on Friday. You heard her testify to that, correct?
I don't think that's exactly what she testified to. There were at least two letters that week that came, and I think she's mixed up that I was upset about the other letter that came earlier.
Her specific statement was that you were referring to, your dad is trying to put me back in jail again. There was no other letter that referred to anything about jail, was
Right,
there?
I know she said that, but I think on that actual day I was upset about mail. I don't know if she would have known about that last letter.
So Lee is mistaken about her
I don't know.
testimony with respect to that.
I'm totally confused about that whole weekend. We're practically in the weekend now. With everyone trying to reconstruct everything, I don't know.
The fact of the matter is that you didn't just keep that gun in your purse for safety reasons whenever the boys came over, correct? You took the gun out and you put it in your pocket when Dan was coming over to pick the boys up.
That was the exact same day that you described earlier, where Danny took the gun because he said he was afraid that I was going to use it to kill his father. And to prove to him that I wasn't going to use it to kill his father, I had it in my pocket when Dan came to the house. And Dan came in the house and walked all around the house and took the boys and left. And as they were driving away, I said, see, I took it out of my pocket and said, see, here's the gun. I'm not going to kill your dad with the gun.
So that's your explanation for that.
For that one day, yeah.
For the time that Danny, as he's driving away, after Dan has come to pick him up, you're standing on the doorway showing him the gun like this, and he's
It wasn't in
sobbing.
the doorway, it was in the street. He wasn't sobbing
He
at
wasn't
all.
sobbing
He
to
was
his
smiling.
father?
Danny, no. He wasn't sobbing at all.
So you had this loaded gun in your pocket when Dan came over, and you were showing this loaded gun to your son, and as he was driving away.
Right.
You had that gun in your pocket on more than that one occasion when Dan came over, didn't you? You testified that you put it in your pocket every time Dan came over.
After that day, I had it in my pocket, I think, one more time, but there were not a lot of other times that Dan came over. When the boys
Did
were
you
around,
not tell Dr. Goldspan that whenever Dan came over, you put the gun in your pocket?
yes, but Dan didn't come over. I don't remember Dan coming over very much. What
The
month are
last,
we
you
kind of
admitted that
in?
pardon me?
What month is this supposedly happening in?
We're talking about in September and October leading up to November 5th of 1989. The last several times that Dan came over to pick up the boys, you had the gun in your pocket.
I just remember twice.
There was another time when you had the gun in the pocket. When you took the gun out, you put it in the pocket. Danny didn't steal it from you. Danny went up and he wrapped his arms around you because he was so concerned that you were going to shoot his dad.
No, that's all that one time.
And he stole it from you then? He reached it out of your pocket
No,
and
he
ran
didn't.
away?
No.
Well, when was the time that he stole it from you?
You mean when he had the case out on the front lawn and he
Yes.
thought he had the gun? That was in the morning of a day. And in the afternoon at 5 o'clock when Dan came is the second half of that. It's all the same day.
He found out about the gun. He was concerned about the gun when you told him about it back in March when you bought it before the wedding. That's when he took the gun case, and that's when he ran out.
No, it isn't. I mean, it's the same day. I don't know when the day was, but it's the same day. I mean, I don't know when the day was. You're saying it's September, October?
No, I'm saying that there were definitely two different instances. I'm saying
No,
when he first
it was the
found out
same
about the gun
No, it was the same day.
before the wedding, he was upset about the fact that you bought the gun before the wedding. When you told him about it, he cried about it to his friend Matt Curry, didn't he? That his mother had bought a gun and he was concerned about the fact that you were going to kill his father.
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
How would I have known that? I don't know that. I mean, I never heard that except from you.
When you picked up the boys on Friday, you had the gun in your purse and the purse was in your car.
I think so, yes.
And then you went to a football game that night with Danny and Rhett. Danny was playing football. You had the gun with you at that time.
At the school. It would have been in the car.
You went out to dinner with them. You also had the gun with you at that time.
It would have been in the car.
And your purpose of carrying this gun around during this whole period of time was just for safety purposes.
I didn't know where else to put it, that I could keep my eye on it as well as that, yes.
You didn't have any thought of any place else where you could have locked that gun up where it would have been safe.
I was putting a floor safe in the condo. It had already been installed, but it wasn't locked down and it wasn't fully installed yet. But the hole was dug and there was going to be a floor safe in the master bedroom closet of the condo. And when I moved there, I would have locked it in there, but I never moved
And was there
there.
any particular reason why you didn't take the bullets out of the gun while you were carrying it around and so concerned about safety?
It just didn't, no, it didn't occur to me at all.
The next day on Saturday, when you went grocery shopping and when you went to a soccer game with Rhett and when you went to get haircuts, you were carrying that gun around in your purse?
Probably not. It was probably in the car, which is where it just was.
It is true, you've indicated that you filed a motion for custody of the boys in September of 1989, correct?
I think it was filed before then. I know Mr. Mond went to court in September, but I think the motion was filed a lot earlier, but I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Sometime over that summer, you filed a motion, or Mr. Mon filed a motion on your behalf.
The only point of hiring him in February of '89 was to get custody of the boys during that summer, yes.
And Dan Broderick had not filed any opposition to that motion, correct?
I don't know.
You were not aware of him filing any opposition to that motion, correct?
I don't know.
Well, Mr. Mon was forwarding any letters or any correspondence he had to you, correct? That's why you had the letters that you've already identified. He would forward those to you.
All I know is on this hearing that I was expecting to happen was put off. I don't know why.
You knew that Mr. Broderick had not filed any opposition to that motion. He'd filed oppositions before to motions, and he hadn't filed any opposition to this one. And you knew that, correct?
I wasn't informed of any of that. I don't know. All I know is September was supposed to happen for this custody fight. September came and went and nothing happened.
Well, you
It
knew he was
put off
taking
till
your,
October.
he was taking the depositions of the doctors. He was taking the deposition of Dr. DeVos. He was taking the deposition of
But that-
Dr. Nelson. You were aware of that.
That was done before the September hearing, I believe.
That was done in October. The two
Oh.
depositions of those doctors were taken in October.
Well, I didn't remember that. I didn't know why September was put off. And he
And-
could have taken them before the September hearing if he wanted.
Obviously, there was no need for him to have taken the depositions of these doctors if he was opposing the motion. He didn't need to do that. In fact, if he had control of everybody in the legal system, he didn't need to do anything like that, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, it's clear that he was not opposing your motion at that point.
No, it's clear to me that he was. If he was going along with it, why would he have to take depositions of doctors?
Why would he have to do anything if he controlled the legal system and all he had to do was walk in and tell them what to do and they'd do it?
Under objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that essentially what you said Dan Broderick's done all along? He's controlled everybody. There's all this influence peddling and he just tells them what to do it and they do it.
Dan Broderick was,
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
You knew that Dan's attorney, Kathy Cafaro, and Walter Mond were negotiating to transfer custody to you.
I know that's why I hired Walter Mond.
And
was
you
to do
knew
that.
that that was occurring because there were letters being sent back and forth and those letters were being forwarded.
I knew completely the opposite. I knew that September didn't happen, October didn't happen, and that Dan and his employee, Kathleen Cafaro, were doing everything in their power to keep a custody hearing from happening. This was not a person who was going to agree to custody because there's nothing keeping him from agreeing to it.
Well, there was nothing keeping them from writing letters back and forth and talking about how to work out the deal then either, was there?
They were fighting back and forth. They were not trying to work out any deal. They were causing more trouble and more fights and raising issues. There was nothing keeping Dan from just giving me the boys on any moment he decided to. We didn't need to go to court. We didn't need to fight over anything.
You knew you complained, well, let me back that up. It was your position after you were arrested on this case at the bail review. It was your position taken by your attorney that Dan Broderick was getting ready to turn custody over to you. Didn't he make that representation?
Who was
in
my
your-
attorney at that time?
At that time, it was Mark Wolf. And did he not say in open court, it's my understanding from talking to the attorney who represented her at the time that they were very close to changing custody of her children from Dan Broderick to Mrs. Broderick around the time that this incident took place?
Your Honor, I have
I
an
don't
objection.
know.
This is just what I talked about is improper.
Sustained.
And I would ask the motion that the answer be, that the question be stricken.
Stricken.
Did you have any conversations with strike that.
It seemed like a match made in heaven. But a troubled marriage pushed her to the edge.
I went crazy. I was like this, and you see pictures of me like this.
And it ended in murder.
I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was like, ah!
There's some element of perhaps even evil in her that makes her dangerous.
November 5th, 1989. As the sun rose over the San Diego enclave of Marston Hills, the quiet of a Sunday morning was suddenly shattered by the sound of gunfire. It came from the home of one of the city's most prominent attorneys, Daniel Broderick III. When San Diego police arrived at the house, they found no evidence of a break-in, but in the bedroom, a grisly scene. The 44-year-old lawyer lay on the floor, a bullet through his back. His wife, 28-year-old Linda Colquina Broderick, was stretched across the bed, the sheets drenched in blood from shots to her head and chest. Police quickly announced an all-out search for their sole suspect in the double murder.
We have an all-units broadcast for Elizabeth Ann Broderick, who is the former wife of Daniel Broderick, one of the victims here. We believe she has some information regarding this case.
Later that day, Elizabeth Ann Broderick, known as Betty, turned herself in. The 41-year-old mother of four would be tried on 2 counts of first-degree murder. There was no doubt that she had pulled the trigger. The question that would haunt her case was why. On November 10th, more than 600 of the city's elite gathered to mourn the deaths of Dan and Linda Broderick. The shooting became the talk of San Diego. At society parties, men joked that it was Be Nice to the Ex-Wife Week. But friends of the couple believed that Betty's murderous rage had been brewing for years.
I knew immediately that she had done it. I was not completely surprised. Shocked, yes, that it actually happened. Totally surprised? No, I wasn't.
At first, it had seemed like a storybook romance. Betty Broderick was a college freshman in 1965 when she met her future husband. At a party following a Notre Dame football game, a bookish, skinny senior introduced himself by writing his name on a napkin, Daniel T. Broderick, MDA. MDA, he told Betty, stood for Medical Doctor Almost. He had just been accepted to Cornell Medical School in New York City.
She was a model. She was very bright, very successful. And Dan, as the story was told by many people, when he first met her, he determined that that was going to be his wife.
Dan and Betty were married 4 years later, in April 1969. At the wedding, they vowed to stay together for at least 50 years. 9 months after their honeymoon, Betty gave birth to their first child. They would eventually have 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. While Dan worked his way first through medical school, then Harvard Law, Betty took care of the homemaking, as well as much of the breadwinning for the growing family.
When you go into a marriage, it really is a contract. She felt this was something they were doing for both of them, and this was her half of the contract.
In 1973, her investment seemed to pay off when Dan accepted a job at the prestigious San Diego law firm Gray Carey.
Dan was a success because Dan was extremely bright, hardworking. He had a keen insight into people. People liked him.
5 years later, at Betty's urging, he left the firm and went solo. Soon, he was pocketing huge fees from the medical malpractice suits that had become his specialty. Calling himself Count de Money, Dan got a nose job and filled his closet with hand-tailored suits. The seemingly charmed couple became fixtures on the San Diego social circuit. Dan's success finally allowed Betty to stop working outside the home. She could now focus full-time on what she loved most, being a wife and mother.
She was well known within the community of being a supermom. The parents loved her. The neighborhood's kid loved her. All the children loved her.
She appeared to have the perfect life. A home in the Tony suburb of La Jolla, a membership at an exclusive country club, and an unlimited shopping budget. But Dan and Betty's conspicuous consumption disguised the tensions that had been building between them from the beginning.
I don't believe that there was ever a time that either one of them thought that their marriage was a marriage made in heaven.
A virgin at the altar, Betty would later claim that Dan had virtually raped her on their wedding night. Over the next 10 years, she would endure the death of one child shortly after birth, as well as 2 miscarriages. While Betty worked various jobs to help keep the family afloat, Dan spent long nights out drinking with his colleagues. He considered it networking, a necessary step in the climb up the legal ladder. But the more successful he became, the more their marriage grew strained.
They seemed somewhat distant from each other. I did not detect any real warmth in their relationship.
Behind closed doors, they often argued, sometimes violently. Betty once threw a bottle of ketchup at Dan. Another time, he angrily hurled an empty aquarium off the second-floor balcony. Though Betty often brought up divorce, she knew it was an empty threat. More and more, she depended on her husband for money, friends, and increasingly, her very identity. By the early 1980s, Dan and Betty Broderick had built the California life of their dreams, and it was slowly becoming a nightmare. Even as their relationship was falling apart, Dan and Betty Broderick clung to their marriage. Both were from traditional Catholic families and viewed their wedding vows as unbreakable. But in 1983, when Dan hired a beautiful 22-year-old as his personal assistant, Betty began to suspect that her husband was cheating on her. The affair that was finally exposed would drive Dan to divorce and Betty to murder. On the afternoon of November 22nd, 1983, Betty Broderick arrived at her husband Dan's San Diego law office, armed with a bottle of champagne and a dozen red roses. It was his 39th birthday, and Betty hoped her romantic surprise would help salvage a marriage on the verge of collapsing. What she found instead confirmed a wife's worst fears. Birthday decorations littered the room. On the desk sat an empty bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and the remnants of a chocolate cake. An office secretary told Betty that her husband had left around lunchtime with his 22-year-old assistant, Linda Kolkina. Devastated, Betty sat in the office and waited for Dan to return. He never did. When she finally drove home, her rage boiled over.
She took his clothes and set them all on fire. It was just something to express how she felt, because now finally the truth came home.
Dan had hired Linda Kolkina as his personal assistant a few months before.
I started seeing the two of them together after work, perhaps for a drink or at a social event, and it wasn't like anything obvious or sneaking around or anything like that at all. It was just something that evolved.
Betty was immediately suspicious of this striking young blonde. She told her husband, "Get rid of the little or get out." But Dan denied that they were having an affair. He called Betty crazy and told her she was imagining things. Even after the disaster on his 39th birthday, Dan continued to insist there was nothing between him and Linda. All the while, he was growing more and more disdainful of his wife. According to Betty, he often called her old, fat, boring, ugly, and stupid. It was all part of a deliberate, methodical campaign, she would later contend, to drive her insane.
The thing that you have to realize is Dan made his money by showing the psychological effects of trauma on his clients. He was a doctor. He was trained on how these types of things will psychologically destroy people.
Torn between fury and fear, her behavior increasingly erratic, Betty tried desperately to hold on to her husband. But when Dan moved out of the house in February 1985, leaving Betty behind with their 4 children, she came unglued. Thinking he would find new respect for her, after a few weeks of full-time fatherhood, Betty dumped the kids crying on Dan's doorstep. It was a mistake she would forever regret.
Dan just hired babysitters, but now he realized he had an advantage. He had the children. And so when she realized that wasn't going to work and wanted the children back, he wasn't going to give the children back to her.
On September 23rd, after 16 years of marriage, Dan Broderick filed for divorce. A month later, he finally told his wife she'd been right all along. He had been having an affair with Linda Kolkina, and they had fallen in love. Soon after that, he informed her that he had sold the family home. In a rage, Betty rushed to the mansion Dan had recently bought in the San Diego neighborhood of Marston Hills. When he refused to speak to her, she carefully lined up her Chevy Suburban and rammed it into the front door. After a violent scuffle, Dan called the police, who led Betty away in a straitjacket. She would spend the next 3 days in a mental institution. Friends of Dan and Linda tried to warn them that Betty was dangerously unstable.
I didn't know if Betty's problem could be dealt with, so I would discuss with Dan and Linda their moving away. And that's when Dan told me that if Betty really wanted to kill him, she would kill him wherever he was.
Having sacrificed so much to see her husband succeed, Betty felt discarded, replaced by a younger version of herself. She lashed out at the couple, referring to Linda as the whore, and leaving angry and obscene messages on their new answering machine.
This is a message to Ed and the You have one hell of a nerve dumping the kids here on the sidewalk and zooming away without making any attempt to communicate with me about my plans for the weekend.
A few minutes later came another.
Hey, come get the kids. I want to get rid of them, but I don't like driving to your neighborhood. Hurry up and come get them. Asshole.
In July 1986, Dan was granted a divorce and given sole custody of their 4 children. He would voluntarily provide Betty with financial support until the final settlement could be worked out. In a formal letter, he let her know that if the phone messages didn't stop, the money would. From now on, he wrote, when you leave a message or call and use any vulgar or obscene language, you will be fined $100 per offensive word. These fines will be withheld from your support checks. Other fines were later added for trespassing and unannounced visits. 1 month that fall, Betty ended up $1,300 in debt after her violations were deducted.
Dan's personality was such that when he didn't react very well to people who were hysterical. And so I think the more that she acted outrageously, the more he pulled back, which only made her act even more outrageous.
The Brodericks' divorce became one of the most bizarre in California history. Settlement negotiations dragged on for over 2 years. Finally, in December 1988, the 2 parties came before a judge. Betty represented herself, claiming that she hadn't been able to find a qualified attorney willing to take on her powerful husband, who had recently served as president of the San Diego Bar Association.
That's absolutely nonsense. There are divorce lawyers in this town, and there were at that time, who did not even know Dan Broderick. They could have cared less as long as they're being compensated.
That January, the trial judge announced that Betty would receive $16,000 a month until she remarried, and custody of one of their 4 children, 17-year-old daughter, Lee. Betty was livid, insisting she deserved a much better settlement.
You say, what were the complaints here? And a divorce to her was more than just money. But let's just get to the money part. He was taking home $140,000 a month. And she worked hard for all that. She sacrificed. She just got totally cremated.
Several weeks later, Betty bought a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver. On April 22nd, 1989, 10 days after what would have been Betty and Dan's 20th anniversary, Linda Kolkina became the second Mrs. Dan Broderick. Having lost her husband and 3 of her children, Betty sank deeper into despair. A friend of hers, Diane Black, recalls Betty's state of mind at the time. Due to the notoriety of the case, she agreed to be interviewed by American Justice only in silhouette.
She was extremely depressed. She would become reclusive. I would call her and she wouldn't call me back. And then when I would see her later, she would say, yeah, that was a really rough week for me. And so lots of times that's how I know she was depressed.
Betty wept frequently, complained bitterly, and had put on 60 pounds. And in the small hours of the morning on November 5th, 2 days before her 42nd birthday, she finally broke. That night, as she had so many nights before, Betty found herself too upset to sleep. Getting out of bed, she picked up a letter that had arrived a few days earlier from Dan's attorney. The letter was a warning, threatening her with a contempt of court citation for the messages she continued to leave on her ex-husband's answering machine. I can't take this anymore, Betty wrote on the bottom of a document from Dan's attorney. Them constantly insinuating I'm crazy. In a mounting frenzy, barely able to stand up, she drove to Dan and Linda's house. Her gun was in her purse. It was just before dawn. With her daughter's keys, she opened the back door. Silently, she crept through the kitchen, up the stairs, and into the master bedroom. Her ex-husband and his new wife lay asleep in their bed. She raised the gun and fired 5 times.
Was it cold-blooded murder? Or was she driven to kill? That's the issue a San Diego jury would have to untangle in a trial that paraded the sordid spectacle of Dan and Betty Broderick's marriage before a fascinated public. That's next.
Opening arguments in the trial of Betty Broderick began on October 22nd, 1990, nearly a year after she had shot and killed her ex-husband Dan and his new wife, Linda. Spectators lined up in advance to get seats in the small gallery. A courtroom camera brought the proceedings into San Diego homes. TV stations would even preempt soap operas to air Betty's testimony live. Betty Broderick had spent the months leading up to her trial at the Las Colinas Women's Detention Facility.
She was really frenetic. She was really animated. She talked about Dan in the present tense the whole time. She talked like he was still alive. She wasn't even dealing with the reality that what had happened.
Yet the accused killer had enough presence of mind to devote much of her time trying to shape the public's perception of her case. She answered letters from all over the country. She wrote her children frequently, and she placed collect calls to reporters all over Southern California.
She was very good at manipulating the press and telling this very broad-brushed story about all of the alleged abuse that she had suffered. The problem was that once you start looking at her story and once you start looking at the details of what she had to say about how she was treated by the victims, by the system, the vast majority of it was just a lie.
California versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick began with prosecutor Carrie Wells describing the defendant as a cold, calculated killer.
Dan and Linda Broderick, as I mentioned, were sound asleep in bed. Elizabeth Broderick stood in their bedroom at the side of their bed. She then took the .38 caliber revolver, pointed it at their sleeping bodies, and unloaded it into them.
As she often would during the trial, Wells turned Betty's own words against her, playing tapes of the angry messages she had so often left on her husband's answering machine, messages Dan Broderick had carefully recorded and transcribed.
I have very important things to ask you. You're making me mad. I'll kill you.
In his opening statement, defense attorney Jack Early painted a much different picture of Betty Broderick. Conceding that his client had pulled the trigger, he told the jury that she too was a victim, destroyed by her husband's infidelity. To demonstrate how Dan had slowly stripped Betty of her identity, The attorney set up a poster with photos showing the many facets of Betty's life, and one by one, dramatically tore them down. The double murder, he contended, had been a spontaneous eruption, not a premeditated act.
Elizabeth Broderick fires the gun when they move. She has no intention of going there and firing the gun, and their only thought was to kill herself if Dan Broderick refused to deal with her.
The defendant, early argued, had been driven to kill. The prosecution's star witness was 20-year-old Kim Broderick, the oldest daughter of Dan and Betty. Collapsing into tears several times during her 2 days on the stand, Kim detailed her mother's outrageous and often violent behavior. In the hours after the murder, she testified, her mother had shown no remorse.
This is what happened. And she said, well, I'm not quite sure, but I don't think they're dead because your father was talking and everything's going to be all right. Just come home, calm down. You know, I had to do it. I had no other choice. I couldn't let him win. One of us had to die.
Did she ever say that she was sorry about what had happened?
No.
Did she ever say that it was an accident and she didn't mean to do it?
No.
Kim told her mother she was sorry, and when her mother responded, the young woman burst into tears. Though her parents' marriage was not a happy one, Kim told the jury that her father was not to blame and disputed the defense's description of him as an insensitive parent and an alcoholic.
Her mother was trying to make him out to be such a horrible monster. And so Kim was able to testify that, you know, he wasn't a monster. She was a very honest young woman in a very, very difficult situation. And I thought her testimony was valuable.
The prosecution drove home its case by playing a recording of a wrenching 30-minute phone conversation between Betty and her son, Danny, at the time, just 11 years old.
You both are separated, Mom. And he likes somebody else now. He doesn't like you anymore. And I mean, if you gotta stop saying the bad words. Why doesn't he like me anymore? Because he's sick of you. Could you guys get in all these fights? Why do we get fights? I don't know. With your secretary. Even before that, you got in fights, Mom. I don't think so, Danny. See, you didn't know he was secretary for the last 2 years we were married. Well, wrong with you, but you're just making it harder for all of us that want to live over there. If you stop saying bad words, everybody will be happier. At least I know I will.
The most powerful weapon for the defense was the defendant herself, a raw, emotional Betty Broderick. Occasionally sobbing, she traced her downward spiral, starting with the day she first met Dan Broderick. In riveting testimony, she explained how she reacted as Dan grew more and more critical of her and dissatisfied with their marriage.
A lot of this was my fault because I was old and fat and ugly and boring and stupid. And that, you know, he just wasn't having any fun in life anymore. If you're old, fat, ugly, boring, and stupid, you try to be younger. And you go and try to get wrinkles taken off your face that weren't even there. You try and get your teeth fixed. I tried to be perfect. Absolutely flawlessly perfect for Dan Broderick.
Nothing seemed to work, she told the jury. She began to suspect that Dan was having an affair with Linda Kolkina, his young assistant. On Betty's 36th birthday in 1983, she became desperate.
When the kids went to bed, I slit my wrists and swallowed every pill I could find in the house. When Dan found me the next morning with all the blood in the bed and everything, he started crying. And he said that he wished I hadn't done that what would the kids do without me? And that there was nothing going on with Linda. And how many times can he tell me that there's nothing going on with Linda? And so I wanted to believe him.
Later, when the prosecution questioned the credibility of her suicide story, Betty walked off the witness stand and showed her scars to each of the jurors.
Betty was who Betty was. So she's not the kind of witness who you can control and prepare. I knew that we would lose some jurors, but I knew that there would be other jurors who would know you're seeing the truth. You're seeing exactly what went on. And I think all of the emotion and the crying and bringing that all up was just what she was going through at the time.
The defense attorney wanted the jury to understand exactly how his client had suffered at the hands of Dan Broderick. He led her through the details of the divorce, how Dan had terrorized her in court, how his prominence had left her powerless. Finally, they reached the morning of November 5th, 1989. Betty described her state of mind as she scrawled what she said was a suicide note.
Just couldn't stand it another minute. And that's what I wrote on the stuff, is I just can't stand this.
Her mind was a blur, she said, as she drove toward Dan's house. She claimed she brought the gun to get his attention.
What were you going to do when you got over there?
Just talk to him like I've done before, and just tell him that if you don't cut this out, I'm just going to kill myself. And I wanted to kill myself right in front of him and just splash my brains all over his damn house.
What happened when you went into the door?
It looked like Linda moved, and she went toward Dan, and Dan went toward the phone. They moved, and I moved, and it was over.
What's the first thing you remember? You remember pulling the trigger?
No, I remember the noise of the gun.
And how many times do you remember the gun going off?
I remember the real loud noise 5 times.
Prosecutor Carrie Wells cross-examined the defendant for several days, playing so many of her obscene phone messages that reporters started calling them the best of Betty. Wells tried to show that Broderick was never the victim, that she was lying about her passive role in the demise of the marriage. Betty's response was often that she simply didn't know the answer to the prosecution's questions.
I honestly don't remember things. I was a crazy person. He was telling people I was crazy. I went crazy. I was like this, and you see pictures of me like this, like I'm some kind of an electrified, crazy person.
To bolster his case, defense attorney Jack Early called neighbors and school teachers to the stand to describe how exceptional a parent Betty had been. And he brought in experts to discuss the psychological effects of adultery and abuse.
This case had been portrayed as a socialite who had lost her money. It's a standard ploy is that a woman scorned or a woman losing her money is going to be a woman full of wrath. I thought it was very degrading as to how important a woman's role in society is, especially when they give up their life for family, their professional life and other stuff. And so it was important for us to dispel that.
On November 15th, after 3.5 weeks of testimony, the case went to the 6-man, 6-woman jury. It was up to them to decide. Were the murders of Dan and Linda Broderick a double execution, as the prosecution had argued, or an act of emotion, as the defense had claimed? By the 4th day of deliberation, they still hadn't reached a verdict. 10 jurors wanted to convict Betty Broderick of murder, but 2 were holding out for a lesser charge, manslaughter. One later said of the shooting, "What took her so long?" Finally, the jury sent word to Judge Thomas Whalen that it was hopelessly deadlocked.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll declare a mistrial in this case. Obviously, it's a shame we can't have a final resolution, but that's the way these things sometimes end up.
The state would be forced to try the case again. The mistrial led many to question Prosecutor Carrie Wells' handling of the case. Believing that Betty Broderick's direct testimony had already established her guilt, Wells chose not to cross-examine her about the killings themselves. It was a mistake she wouldn't make again. Round 2 of California versus Elizabeth Ann Broderick is next. In September 1991, just weeks before the start of her second murder trial, Betty Broderick again found herself in the news. A videotape had been leaked to the media of the kicking and screaming prisoner being dragged by deputies to an isolation cell.
Oh, Teresa, you liar! You're the one who made this whole thing up! Nothing ever happened!
After the cameras stopped rolling, jailhouse sources said, Betty defecated and smeared her feces all over the walls. Betty's attorney claimed the incident was a setup, an attempt by prison officials to manufacture evidence for the prosecution's case against Broderick.
They got a subpoena from the DA for any videotapes of Betty acting out in the jail. Lo and behold, there's a videotape of Betty acting out in the jail. Never had acted out before then. They'd never videotaped her before then.
Opening arguments in round 2 of Betty's case began on October 15th, nearly 1 year after the first round ended in a mistrial. The cameras of Court TV ensured that the second trial would be a national spectacle. The Broderick case was one of the first ever broadcast live by the fledgling network. Once again, the defense sought to portray Dan as the guilty party.
So what Dan did is when he took this and said, glass is not going to protect this picture. Your family is not going to be protected. And he smashed that family apart.
For the prosecutors, the experience of the first trial became a weapon in the second. They now knew what to expect from the defense and the defendant.
The second time around, we did know what people were going to actually say, and we knew definitely what Elizabeth Broderick was going to say. I had like 3 notebooks just filled with documents of things that rebutted her testimony. And so I was better able to be prepared with those things to cross-examine her.
In her testimony, Betty added new information about the morning of the murders as she described the frantic sequence of events. Pulling the trigger, ripping the phone from the wall, and fleeing her ex-husband's house. The defense hoped to convince the jury that Betty was out of control at the time of the killings, unaware of her actions or their consequences.
The movement that I made into their bedroom woke them up, and they moved, and somebody screamed, call the police, and I said, no, and I just fired the gun, and this big noise went off, and then I grabbed the phone and got the hell out of there, but I wasn't even in that room. I mean, it just was an explosion. Just, I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was like, ah, and it was that fast.
But in a damaging cross-examination, Prosecutor Carrie Wells used transcripts from the first trial to confront Betty about her new version of the story.
Mrs. Broderick, there doesn't say anything there about Linda saying call the police, does it?
No, it doesn't say that right there.
Wells continued her relentless questioning, badgering Betty about the minutiae of her marriage, including details of its violent fights, such as the time Betty got so mad that she threw a ketchup bottle at Dan.
The fact that the ketchup splattered all over the wall.
That's not true. No. I wish Dan was here to tell you the truth.
So do I.
So do I.
I think in the first trial, I was concerned about how aggressive I should be with Elizabeth Broderick. In the second trial, to be very honest, I had just pretty much had it with Elizabeth Broderick and her lies and just the horror that she'd inflicted on so many people for so long.
By challenging Betty's credibility as a witness, the prosecution hoped to cast doubt on her claim that the 5 shots had been fired in a dizzying panic, not a calculated fury. To support their case, prosecutors brought in a ballistics expert who testified that Betty's aim was too good to be accidental. In fact, they noted Betty had been a marksman during her school years. Prosecutors also effectively attacked the relevance of crucial elements of the defense's argument. One defense witness, an expert on battered women, had the scope of his testimony narrowed so much that he refused to take the stand. And when Betty's attorney tried to call witnesses who claimed to have heard Dan discuss hiring a hitman, the prosecution exploded.
Mr. Broderick solicited the murder of
That's not correct.
It's not correct, Mr. Early. They're doing that. You're posturing for the benefit of the press. It's in the courtturm. Knock it off.
I am not, Your Honor. We're talking about.
That's not fair, Judge. Come on. Do something about this.
Mr. Early, clear the courtroom.
The defense had hoped to use these witnesses to show that Betty's growing paranoia had been justified, that her husband was planning to kill her. But the judge ruled that because Betty was unaware of any murder plot, the evidence was irrelevant to her state of mind, and therefore inadmissible.
What really became the change in these cases is district attorneys started doing motions to exclude our evidence, and was successful. So the district attorney pretty much got to put on their whole case and more, and our case got cut by about 40%.
In her closing argument, Prosecutor Carrie Wells told the jury that Betty Broderick's story was not to be believed, that hers were the lies of a cold-blooded killer.
She has embellished her story. She has tried to make it sound better because it wasn't quite good enough last time. She had to come up with something a little bit more to give her an excuse for shooting.
Defense attorney Jack Early used a metronome to hammer home the crux of his case, that Betty Broderick had slowly, methodically been driven to kill.
But it's like listening here. Sure, the first tick, the second tick. But if it goes on and on, if you're someone who's raised around music, they'll tell you the sound is enough to drive them crazy after you hear it over and over and over again.
For the second time in a year, Betty Broderick's fate was in the hands of a jury. This time, there would be a resolution. The jury's verdict is next, in the conclusion of American Justice. In late 1990, a deadlocked jury had failed to reach a verdict in the double murder trial of Betty Broderick. A year later, it looked like a second jury might end up the same way. Tensions were running high after 4 days of deliberations, with 11 jurors arguing for murder and 1 holding out for the lesser crime of manslaughter.
It became very clear to me that we were going to have to either be a hung jury or that we were going to have to compromise in some way.
To end the impasse, Foreman George McAllister had the jury revisit one of the prosecution's most powerful pieces of evidence, the shocking phone conversation between Betty Broderick and her then 11-year-old son, Danny.
This is making it harder for all of us that want to live over there. If you said something bad with everybody would be happier, at least I know I will.
With that emotionally charged atmosphere, I gave a speech about how it was important that we hang in there as far as coming up with a verdict and to, whatever we do, resolve it so that we could put an end to this case.
At McAllister's urging, they did, reaching a compromise verdict that would finally end the 2-year ordeal.
Everyone was extremely emotional. Several people were crying. Lots of people were holding hands and things, and everyone was very upset.
On December 10th, 1991, the verdict was announced to a packed courtroom.
We, the jury, in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Elizabeth Ann Broderick, guilty of the crime of murder and fix the degree thereof as murder in the second degree.
Members of Dan Broderick's family were outraged. They saw Betty as a cold-blooded killer who should have been convicted of first-degree murder. But second-degree murder meant that in the jury's view, she had pulled the trigger without premeditation. And it meant that even though she would receive the maximum sentence for her crime, 32 years to life in prison, she would be eligible for parole in the year 2011. In 1994, the California Supreme Court refused to hear Betty Broderick's final appeal. She is now an inmate at the California Institution for Women, about 50 miles from Los Angeles. She talked about life behind bars in a 1992 television interview.
I'm the same person that I was on the other side of that fence, and because of that, I try to live the life that I would like in here. And so I read and talk to people and do volunteer work and listen to music and do my job and obey the rules and eat dinner and just do what I do.
Betty still believes that she was driven to kill Dan and Linda Broderick. She has petitioned the governor of California for clemency.
She knows that there are two dead people here and that there is a need to have some type of punishment. And she's trying to look and say, have I not suffered enough?
I truly believe that she is very, very sick, and there's some element of perhaps even evil in her that makes her dangerous. I believe she should never be released from custody.
There is no deadline for the governor to rule on Betty Broderick's case, one that continues to resonate with the media and the public.
It's the trial that never dies. I think it still has some emotional effect on a lot of different people, particularly people who go through divorce, and they can see many of the same things happening.
But those who object to Betty's release see no mystery behind the murders of Dan and Linda Broderick. To them, the case has long been closed.
To the extent that we keep revisiting Betty and trying to find out what makes her tick and why did she do what she did, by doing that we imply that there's some justification that we can find if we just look far enough and long enough, and there isn't any justification for her action. Betty went out of control, and that's the end of the story.
Behind bars, Betty Broderick became something of a model prisoner. She worked as a clerk in a mental health unit and, according to prison officials, is well-liked by both correctional officers and inmates. Yet, Betty betrays no remorse for having killed Dan and Linda Broderick. She sees herself as a survivor, not a murderer, a wronged wife who exacted a kind of rough justice. Dan wanted me dead, she told us. I may be in prison, but I am alive. I'm Bill Curtis.